We'll be starting out by defining Figma. What is Figma? Figma is a collaborative design tool used by designers to create user interfaces, prototypes, and interactive designs for websites and applications. It allows for real-time collaboration, sharing, and editing of designs across teams. Now let's move on to how to create a Figma account. For the most part, Figma is free, so you can sign up for the free plan on Figma. To sign up, open any browser of your choice, type in Figma sign up and click enter. And here at the very top, you would see sign up to Figma. Click on sign up to Figma. Once you click on sign up, it will bring you to this page that says sign up for Figma. Continue with a Google account. So impute your email address and password. Then click on create account. After clicking on create account, you receive an email, a confirmation email from Figma confirming that you have created an account. There would also be a link for you to click on. Once you click on that link, it will bring you here to your dashboard. This is my dashboard, and you can see I'm just showing you some features here. There's a section with my name, my team, a section for my team, a section for my favorite files, and pretty much everything. This is what your dashboard will look like as well once you create an account. I'm scrolling through some of the designs I've created on my Figma Canvas. So this is where you would find all your designs on your dashboard. Now, let us proceed to creating a new file. Click on design file just at the top right. Welcome to Figma Canvas. So this whole gray area, as you see my cursor hovering over, is called Figma's canvas. So on this canvas, you'll be creating all your designs. You'll be doing a lot of fantastic things here. We're going to break down everything you need to know about Figma's canvas and how to use it. We're going to break them down into comprehensible bits just so that you can understand how to use it better. So at the top here, as you can see, we have main menu, we have move tools, we have region tools, we have shape tools, we have creation tools, we have text, we have resources, we have hand tool, and add a comment. Welcome to Figma Canvas. Let's get right into it, shall we? So at the top here, you would find your toolbar, and this is our main menu. Let's click on it. We're going to be going through pretty much everything here and just defining them one after the other. So I always say that one of the easiest ways to learn, especially when you're trying to learn software like this, is to click on every button. Practice. Click on every button, just go through with the whole process. It helps you to learn faster. So that's most of what we'll be doing in this course. Let's start here, shall we? Now let's click on main menu. The first option we have is back to files. So let's click on it and see where that will take us. Back to files takes you back to your board here, your dashboard. So this is my own dashboard. Dashboard, you would find design files. So here, this is where you create a new file in Figma. Now once you click on design file, it will take you to a new canvas. So let's quickly click on that and see. So this is a new canvas. This is a new page where I can create new designs. On every canvas, you have
access to pages. Now, Figma has different plans, so depending on the plan you sign up for, you may not have more than a certain number of pages. You may not be allowed to create more than a certain number of pages. So it all depends on the plan you sign up for. For me, I can create as many as as I want. So I have up to 20-30 pages. So this is page 1, page 2. Don't pay no mind to the blank canvas as I'm changing. It's because I haven't pasted anything here. So that's for this. Let's go back to files again. So you can create a new file here. This is FigJam. FigJam is part of Figma. We will touch on FigJam just a little later. Here you see this notification icon. This is where all your notifications will be hosted, from comments to pretty much everything. Here you have your name, you have your settings, you have get the desktop app. I already have that, so I won't be clicking on this. Once you click on this, it will take you to where you can download Figma's desktop app. Here you have your name. Here you have add account in case you want to add another account. And here you have logout. So let's quickly go to theme. You can change the theme of your interface to either light or dark. Let's switch to dark and see what it will look like. So this is what it looks like when it's dark. I prefer to keep mine light, so stay with light. Also have recent here. Takes you to all your recent files, all the files that you've just worked on. You have your themes here. This is mostly for when you start working with other designers and the likes. You have drafts. You have favorite files, you have themes again. Also have explore community. We'll talk about that more later. So let's go back to our main menu. We've covered back to files. Let's move on to quick actions. And the shortcut key for quick actions is Ctrl+/. So let's click on it. This helps you to search menus, commands, and plugins, as it states here. We'll talk more about plugins as we proceed. Let's go to the next. We have file. Now under file, we have new design file. I already showed you how to create a new design file when we went back to files. We have new FigJam file. When you click on this, it will take you straight to FigJam, which is an affiliate of Figma. Let's do that and see how that works. Loading, and here we are. I don't have a tutorial on FigJam yet. I probably will consider doing one, but this is what the interface for FigJam looks like. Very interesting and useful tool, especially for flowcharts and the likes. So let's go back to our file. Under file, we have new from sketch file. So simply put, you can import files from sketch. A lot of us are probably familiar with sketch. You can import files from sketch into Figma and work on them right here. Isn't that amazing? Yes, it is. Up next is place image or video. Ctrl+Shift+K. That's the keyboard shortcut key. Now, depending on the plan, the Figma plan you signed up to, this option may or may not be available to you. It's not available to every single person. So some plans allow for video, whilst others do not. I believe all plans allow for image, but most plans do not allow for video. So I'm going to quickly import a video to my canvas here so you see how that works. So let's click on that, place image or video. I go to my desktop. I'm trying to find a video. I don't know if I have one. Let's see. I think I do. All right. See. Let's check. So now, as you see, I am hovering with, this is a video file as it is. So I've just imported it, and I'm going to, over here, you can see click or drag to place all, discard all. I have just one video, so I don't need to worry about this option to place all. Just come back here and drop. To drop this file, just click. Very easy, and it looks very small because I'm not zoomed out enough. Let's move this here. I want to scale it out. Yeah, so this is a video. I know it doesn't look like a video, but it is a video file. And how can I tell that this is a video? I'll show you how very quickly, but before I do that, let me get a frame, just so I can show you how to differentiate a frame from a video on your canvas. So now we have a frame here. Now if you look to the right side of your interface, you would see frame highlighted here. Now we're still going to cover all of this, but frame is highlighted here, and there are options under frame to guide you on what type of frame you should pick. So that's how you know that this is a frame. Now back to our video. How do I know that this is a video? Because it pretty much looks like a frame, and yes, we can place it inside a frame. So let me take it out. How do I know that this is a video? I know that this is a video when I come to the right side here, like so, and you can see under this you have video, and it's at 100%. Opacity is 100%, so it is clear. Now I can tell that this is a video. I can also tell that this is a video when I go to the left side of my dashboard or my canvas, come over here, and you will see the video icon stationed here. So that is one wonderful thing about Figma. For every file that is hosted on your canvas, there is an icon to guide you or to help you understand what that file is and what it does. So in this case, this is highlighted and this is telling us that this is a video. I hope that's clear. We will talk about how to play a video as we proceed to other parts of this class. Now let's move on to the next option on the file. I have covered place video. Placing an image in Figma is similar to placing a video. It's pretty much the same process. Let me quickly show us that so that we're not confused. So click on it again, place image. Now it will take you to your it will take you to your files on your computer. I'm going to go to my desktop and I'm going to pick a random image that I'm going to drop here. Now I'm back here. Notice this again. That is an image that I'm about to drop. The same process, place all or discard all. I'm going to click on it to place it. Times when you place your image, it's zoomed all the way out, so you can zoom in or zoom out as you please to get it back to look normal in quotes. So this is how to import an image from your laptop to Figma. So from here on, you can work on this file and use it as you please. So this image that I have imported is a PNG file. I saved it as a PNG file. I can actually edit it, as you can see here. I can edit it however I please. Okay, so I've shown you how to import images in Figma and how to import videos in Figma. Let's move to the next. So for the next option on the file, I had to open an entirely different project, one that has a lot of designs on it. This is a canvas and it has pretty much a good number of designs on it. So I had to do this to show you how the next option on the file truly works. So click on your main menu, go to File, and click on Save Local Copy. Now what this does is it saves every single file that is stationed on your canvas. So this helps for those who want to move their files from their laptop or from Figma to a hard drive or somewhere. They want to move it somewhere else. You can move all of your designs here from Figma all the way out to your laptop. So if you see here, it's saying downloading images 16 of 36. It means that there are 36 files on this canvas right now. So it's helping me download everything. It also says skip download and save. If I skip this right now, it will stop at 26 or 27 and leave the rest. If I skip at 30 here, it will save 30 and skip 6. But if I come here and cancel, it will cancel the whole process. So let's cancel. I don't need to save this. I hope that's clear. Now let's go back to our other file. Let's move on to save version history. The shortcut key for this is Ctrl plus Alt plus S. So let's click on this and see how it works. So when you click on that, you would see add to version history, show full version history. So this is useful where for people who want to add a particular, maybe specific information you want to add to your version history. Figma automatically saves your version history. So version history is just a history of all the work that you do or you've done on your canvas on Figma. So for every page, every canvas you work on has a version history. So let's say I just want to add a file, just random. This is random. I give the file a title. This is a file. And then I come and say, it says describe what changed. I will give a summary of what it is I want to add. So I hope that's clear. And then when I'm done, I click on save. At this time, I don't have anything to add, so I don't need to type in anything. There's also the option to view your full version history from here. So let's click on that. Now, when you click on this, it brings you here. We're still on our Figma canvas, so please don't let that confuse you. It opens your version history here. Please don't look at my version history. So my version history stretches all the way down to like 2-3 months or 4 months ago. It even has the option to show older. So this is all the way to October. It shows you the date and the time. So the way this works is, let's go back up. You have version history here. You have filter. This filter will help you with your search. Let's say you're searching for, I need to go back to November 20th. You come and use your filter. Click on your filter. Filter all, only yours. Show autosave versions. Click and then you search for what it is you want to search for. Then we have plus, add to version history. I just showed you how to add to version history, so you can also do it here. Click on add to version history. Then we have close. So when you click on close, it takes you out of here and takes you back to design mode. Now press Ctrl plus Alt plus S to add to version history whilst editing. We've just covered that as well. Figma would usually show you your current version, and this right now is my current version. I have 29 autosave versions, which obviously you can see here. I can collapse this and take it back, collapse and take it back. So these are, I have 29 autosave versions. Emphasis on the autosave, which is fantastic because I don't have to worry about saving my work manually. Now let's see how this works. Let's say I was working today and I did so much deleting, I did so much editing, and then tomorrow I'm like, oh my god, I need to go back to my previous file or files. Now I'll go back to that file, the file I was trying to find, or the file I pretty much messed up and I'm trying to go back to. So I can come here and say, let's assume that file was, I worked on that file on the 29th of November at 9:40 p.m. So all I need to do is to click on this. And now it's loading. Figma is loading all the work I did on November 29th. So if you come down here, sorry I can't zoom in, you would see that Figma has taken me back to my work on November 29th. After doing that, let's say I want to revert to my current version. I'll go back to the top. The current version is usually situated at the top and the older versions are situated at the bottom. So I'll just come to the top here and you can see 1:54 a.m. and I click on it. And guess what? It's loading again. It will take me back to my most recent version. So that is how to work with version history. When you're done, go to the left side of your interface, your canvas, and you see done. Click on done, and voila, you are back to design mode. Let's go back to our menu. Under file, let's move on to the next option. We've covered save local copy, we've covered save to version history, we've covered show version history. Next is export.
If you go to your export section on your canvas, you notice these numbers: 1x, 1.5, 2x, 3x. I'm going to define them or just explain them a bit to you. If you have a 400 pixel by 400 pixel object and you export it as PNG, SVG, or JPEG, the dimensions of the exported image are 400 pixels by 400 pixels at 1x. When you change it to 1.5, then the exported image dimensions will be increased to 600 pixels by 600 pixels. At 2x, it will be 800 pixels by 800 pixels. So it's a multiplier. The higher it goes, the better your chances of exporting a high quality image. 512W and 512H are 512 width and 512 height. Very simple. Now that being said, let's move on to the export types we have in Figma. You can export your designs from Figma in a variety of file formats and scales. In Figma, you can export files in PNG, JPG, SVG, and PDF formats. Exporting helps you share content with others. It helps you move content between tools, and it also helps you save a couple of your designs outside of Figma. Now let's quickly define these terms: SVG, JPG, PNG. For those who are new to these or who don't know what these words mean, I'm going to just define them briefly. Let's start with SVG. SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. This type of graphic file can be opened in any browser. It's a type of graphic file. SVG is used to create icons that are used on websites, and SVG image can be compressed or stretched without loss of image quality. Next we have is PDF. PDF means portable document file. From the name, you can already tell what a PDF file is and what it does. Developed by Adobe, PDF is a file format that can be used to provide an electronic image or text and graphic that look the same as a printed document. That's what a PDF file is. A PDF file can be viewed, printed, or electronically transmitted by uploading, downloading, or attaching it to a message or an email. So a lot of us are very conversant with PDF files. The benefit of using a PDF format is that links can be embedded in the document. Simply put, when you are saving a file as a PDF file, you can attach links to other documents, to other files. So you can link a file, a PDF, you can add a link inside a PDF file that will take you to another file once you've clicked on it. Simply put. So you can embed other links in a PDF file. And the file sizes are usually smaller than if you've saved a document in the native format, including its graphic files. Now let's move on to JPG or JPEG. JPG means Joint Photographic Experts Group. This standard was created by the Joint Photographic Experts Group, and files that are created under this standard are generally small files. With a JPG, the graphic is compressed, that's your design, is compressed to make the file small. For example, photos that are taken with a digital camera are usually in JPG format. This allows many images to be sorted on the camera's SD card. Because of their small size, JPGs are ideal for being used for photographs on websites. However, they are not good for presenting logos, graphics, or line drawings because during the compression process, the image loses some of its details. This point at the end is a graphics designer forte thing. So I leave that to you to decide which format you like to save your file in, JPG, SVG, or PDF. Now on to the last one, PNG, which stands for Portable Network Graphics. Emphasis on the graphics. PNG is used almost exclusively for images used on websites. Because of the size of a PNG file, this format is not recommended for photographs as JPG is, unless the file is not an issue. If you have a mixture of images that have line, art, and text, the PNG format will make the image look sharper instead of appearing bitmapped. The higher levels of PNG support transparency like GIFs do. This makes the PNG format suitable for web images. In conclusion, for this section, why is all this important? I always say you need to know the why of everything that you do, because when you know the why, there's motivation, you're able to understand why you're doing what you're doing or why you're using the tool that you're using. So why do we need to know about these export formats? To make a good impression with a professional looking product, you need more than just a good color scheme or eye-pleasing fonts and relevant content. Graphics play an important part of making your site or your digital product interesting. Aesthetics are just as important, I always say. However, you need to make sure that you use the right graphic format for the best results.
export frames to PDF. Now the way this works is very easy. You can select a number of frames on your canvas that you want to export as PDF. So the format you'll be exporting them in will be in PDF. You'll also have the option to do that here. Come to the right, click on export, and you have 4 different formats in which you can export your files in. You have PNG, you have JPEG, SVG, and PDF.
What is a pixel? A pixel is the smallest unit of a digital image or graphic that can be displayed and represented on a digital display device. A pixel is one of the smallest dots or squares that make up an image on a computer screen. The more pixels there are, the more the image looks real or accurate. Any digital image is made up of pixels, and when someone talks about the resolution of a computer monitor or TV screen, they are referring to the number of pixels. In a nutshell, a pixel is a minute unit on any screen that would make the building block for a design. Let's say you have a picture on your screen. Now, if you would keep zooming it, you can evidently see a dedicated square figure on the screen. This is exactly what a pixel looks like. Synonyms for pixel include pixel, sample, byte, bit, dot, and spot. There's also PPI pixels for per inch. It is the measure of resolution in a digital image or video display. How to know pixel numbers? Calculating the total pixels is the first step, and it's quite simple. Usually, the display resolution provides this information. For instance, if you have an image that's 1024 pixels wide and 768 pixels tall, you can find the total number of pixels by multiplying the numbers, which gives you 786432 pixels for that image. How big is a pixel? As listed above, a pixel is the smallest measurement unit of a screen or an image. When we compare it to other units, an individual pixel size would be around 0.26 mm, which is pretty small. Therefore, if you have more pixels for an image, the sharper the image will look on the screen. So very quickly, I'm going to show you what a pixel looks like. Here's just an image showing you what a pixel looks like on a system. Now we're going to see what it looks like on Figma. Before we proceed, please enable your pixel grid. This is how to do that very quickly. Once it's enabled, we'll zoom in to see what a pixel looks like. And now we're going to zoom in to see what our Figma canvas will look like. I'm on 13% view, so that's not too much zoom. So just click on Control or Command plus, and it will take you in. Just keep zooming in until you can see these nice small boxes. I'm at 2500 here. Now these small boxes are called pixels. So a combination of a lot of these boxes make your screen. Now let's try that on an image, shall we? Again, click on Control or Command plus to zoom in, or just plus itself to zoom in. This is a nice image of a beautiful lady, and we're about to find out if we have pixels on an image. So again, let's zoom in. Notice how everything is beginning to change. And now, guess what we see? These tiny, small boxes. Again, zoom in, zoom out, play around with it so that you can understand how pixels work on your screen. You can see that multiple pixels have come together to make this wonderful image. So I'm just here playing around with the image, and I said, let me see what the eyeball will look like. So again, I'm zooming in all the way through till I get to those tiny boxes. Just look at them, all the lines, the grids, and their likes, and there we have them, our wonderful pixels. So I believe this is clear to you. If it's not, please leave a question below. Great job, guys. So the next time you see numbers like these ones below, you would understand them. 124 by 768 pixels, 800 by 500 pixels, and the likes. So now, why do I need to learn about pixels in design? Why is it so important? Well, pixels help to maximize sharpness and fidelity in design. Creating a pixel-perfect design means you are creating a design with pixels in mind and implementing same design on the screen down to every pixel on the reference design, all while making sure it's responsively adapted to other devices. When you're exporting a file, you notice that there's this option called sRGB. And there's this option called display to P3. And you're wondering, what are these terminologies? Let's quickly define both of them. What is sRGB and display P3? Standard red, green, blue, sRGB, is a standard RGB color space that HP and Microsoft created cooperatively in 1996 to use on monitors, printers, and the World Wide Web. It was subsequently standardized by the International Electrotechnical Commission as IEC 619-662-1-1999. By default, your camera captures images using sRGB color mode, which refers to an industry standard spectrum of colors. The S is for standard and the RGB is for red, green, blue, which are the primary colors in the digital color world. The sRGB color mode was created to help ensure color consistency as an image moves from camera or scanner to monitor and printer. The idea was to create a spectrum of colors that all these devices can reproduce. What is display P3? Very simply put, it's a color space within the RGB color model that represents a larger spectrum of colors than the current industry standard sRGB. Very simple. In Figma, you can choose between two color profiles, sRGB and display P3. sRGB is the most widely used color profile. It has been the standard for web for a long time. It is supported by almost all web browsers and displays. Now let's go back to our export section. I'm pretty sure you've seen this word suffix, and you're probably wondering, what does that mean? What is it doing there? Why is it there? I'm going to define this word suffix in Figma, not as an English word. So, what does suffix do in the export section? This is an optional setting. Anything you type in the suffix field will be added to the file name once it is exported. You can use this to help organize your exported assets without having to modify the layer name. For example, if you're exporting a frame labeled home page as a PNG file and you enter drafts, in this field, the exported file name will be homepagedraft.png. So basically, anything you type in the suffix section whilst you're exporting your file is what will be tagged to your file as the file name. So you want to be careful with that one. Here's how to export a landing page in Figma. You can export and store a landing page like this one, which I designed, locally on your laptop. So first thing to do is select your item. Make sure you see the blue lines like I'm indicating here. Come to the right side of your screen and click on, well, I like to go with 4x. If you do not understand what 4x means, please go back to the video and click on the timestamp where I show you what the 1x, 2x, 3x and the likes mean. And I also tell you what PNG, JPEG and SVG mean. So once you're done with that, you can come back here. There's an option to preview your file before you export just at the bottom here. Click on preview to see your file and then you can export. Now click on export like I've done here, and this file to the left will open up telling you to store it on your laptop. You can decide to store it in any folder of your choice. Click on Save, and you should see a notification like this one at the top of your screen, letting you know that your save was successful. Here's how to duplicate an icon, image, or text within a frame. Select the icon or item you would like to duplicate. Go to your toolbar and search for Edit. Click on Duplicate or Ctrl D to duplicate. Once you see duplicate selection at the bottom of your screen, know that it was successful. Now click on the item and move it to whatever position you please. For reference sake, I have duplicated it a second time by pressing Ctrl D. Ctrl D.
Now let's go back to our main menu. Under Edit, we have touched on Undo, Redo, Copy As, Paste Over Selection, Replace, Paste to Replace, Duplicate. Now we're going to touch on Delete. Notice how the Delete is gray. Now we're going to add a frame very quickly. Remember, to add a frame to your canvas, you can either press F for frame, just as I've done here, and stretch out. Or you can simply go here to your region tools. Remember, we touched on region tools. Click on this and type frame. Once you see this cross, know that Figma is telling you, oh, I want you to create a frame. If I come here and I pick a frame and I just drop it without stretching it out, this right here is a frame. Let's zoom in and see that. Can you see it? Not yet. Okay, I think I lost it. Oh, there it is. Zoom in. And we're moving, trying to find our very small frame. And there it is. So, let's go back. Now, we have 3 frames on this canvas. Frame 1, frame 2, and frame 3. And let's say we no longer want to see these frames on our canvas, want to delete them. How do we delete? Very simple. The first way to delete an item on Figma is to, 1, select it. It's very important you understand that in Figma, you're going to be doing a lot of selecting. If you do not select an item, Figma doesn't know what you want, what command to impute. It doesn't know what you want to do. So you must select first. So we select frame 3. We want frame 3 gone. Go to your keyboard and click on delete. It's very simple, or backspace. And voila, your frame is gone. Let's say I want to bring back that frame. Control Z. Remember, Control Z. And let's say I change my mind and I want to delete frame 1. I won't say, oh, I want to delete frame 1 and I've highlighted frame 3. Make sure you highlight the item you want to delete first. So this is where Control Z and Control Y come, in very handy. There's times when you're working, you're stretched, and you probably want to delete frame 1, but you highlighted frame 3 and deleted it mistakenly. And you're lost and saying, what did I delete? What happened? I can't remember. Just Control Z it. Control Z is your magic wand. Just Control Z it, and then it would help you find whatever it is you deleted mistakenly. So now, that's one way to delete a frame. The other way is to select your frame, come to your main menu, click, go to Edit. Under Edit, notice what has happened to our Delete button. It is now white. Initially, it was gray, simply because there was no item highlighted. Now that we have an item highlighted, you have options of what to do with the items that you have highlighted. So we're going to delete it. Just click on Delete, and voila, your frame is gone. Now the same rule applies to deleting a text or a shape. just simply click on whatever it is you want to delete and click on delete, or go to your main menu, go all the way to edit and select delete. Same rule applies.
To delete multiple items within a frame, hold down your Shift button and select all the items you would like to delete. It could be 1, 2, 3, or 4 items. Make sure you're holding down your Shift button and make sure you see the blue lines before you proceed. Now click on Backspace or Delete on your keyboard and voila, they're gone. Note that before you try to delete an item, just as I'm showing you here, make sure that you selected it. How do you know that you selected it? When you select it, you see the blue lines all around it, whether it's a text, logo, or a shape. So once it's selected, you would see that the options will be in white. That is, the options in your toolbar will be in white. But if it's not selected, the options in your toolbar will be gray, just as I'm showing you here. Once they're gray, you cannot effect that command. So make sure you select your item first and then go to your toolbar and then hit delete, paste to replace, or what have you.
How to find files in Figma. By files, I mean text, shapes, frames, whatever item you have on your canvas. Simply go to your main menu again. Under Edit, again, you can see that some items are gray, but I've explained why this happens. So now you see Find, Control F. Let's say I want to find the text on my canvas that says this is a text. I click on Control F, or I simply come here and click, and I type the name of the item I am trying to find. Let's say I'm trying to find the text amongst these 3 items I have created. All you need to do is type the name which you have tagged to that item. Notice what is happening as I type here. You can see that this is highlighting it already for me. This is our finder in Figma. So I know the name of the item. This is a text. And voila, Figma has helped me find my text. And let's say I say, oh, I want to find my frame. I come here again and type, this is a frame. So the title of this frame, or the name of this frame, is This is a Frame. It's just an example, by the way. So this is how you can use Control F in Figma to find items on your canvas. When you're working with more items, it might be a bit more tedious. So this is why it is essential that you name your items correctly. We're going to, at some point in the course, we're going to talk about software that can help us name our items. But I would always advise that you name your items yourself and try to make those names quite unique, so that when you have to find them on your canvas, it will be easy for you to find them. Now under Find, Control Find, we have Find Next, Control Shift F. That helps you find the item that comes after the first item that you try to find. And we have Find Previous. So these are like the Control Y and Control Z's of this section. So I want to find the next item. That's the item that comes after the item I found first, and then I want to go back and find the previous item. That's how these buttons work. So we're going to move to Set Default Properties. Now let's move on, shall we? Let's go back to our main menu and let's check out the next item. Who's excited? I am. So again, under Edit, we're going to touch on set default properties. So let's highlight again, select our item, come here and set default properties. So before we do that, let's quickly give this frame just a little life. I'm going to come down here and add effects, drop shadow. Let's blow that out just a little, just to give it a little bounce. And we've added one property to this frame. Now I can come here again, select it, come here again, and set default properties. Property default updated. Now, what does that do? Let's scroll down. Setting default properties in Figma allows you to establish specific characteristics or styles as the initial settings for new objects or elements that you create. This means that every time you create a new object, like a shape, text, or other elements in Figma, it automatically adopts these predetermined properties or styles, such as color, size, font. In this case, I just added a drop shadow, etc., etc., without having to manually adjust them each time. Now, here's what I don't always use this setting, and later in the course you would find out why. Let's move on to the next item. Now here we have a frame. This is not a rectangle. Be sure not to mix those up. How to tell a frame from a rectangle? Very easy. Just check here. Look to your left, the left side of your UI, and you will see this frame icon here. This tells you that this is a frame. However, if I select a rectangle, notice what has happened. Notice here that the icon is different. So that's how you're able to tell them apart. This is a rectangle, whilst this is a frame. Now I notice that my rectangle is green. Don't worry about that. This is simply because I set default property. So every time I create a rectangle, it takes the properties of the previous rectangle that I created. Now let's get back to business. Now on to the next item. Go to main menu, click on edit, and we're moving straight to copy as. Sorry, I didn't touch on this earlier, so I want to quickly go over it before we proceed to copy properties and paste properties. So under copy as, notice that you have CSS, copy as SVG, copy as PNG. If you recall, I have touched on the definitions of SVG and PNG. So if you missed that, please go back. You can use the timestamps, find it, and watch it. So now we're going to touch on this. What does this mean? Copy as CSS. Well, CSS simply means cascading styles sheet. Don't worry, it is out of scope for this course, and you will probably touch on it every now and again. But CSS means cascading styles sheet, and a lot of programmers, software engineers, especially the front-end guys, would be very conversant with what CSS does and how it works. Pretty much CSS has a lot to do with styling in programming, hence the name cascading styles sheet. So now you're going to be working in your future, let me phrase it like that. In your later days or later months as a designer, you're going to be working hand in hand with programmers. And these options come in handy when you do. So let's say I want to get the properties of this frame. Let's say the developer is trying to code the website and he or she is trying to understand trying to get the details of this frame which I have designed. I can come here and say, let me copy the CSS code of this frame. I click on Copy As CSS. Now notice that nothing happens after I do that. Well, after you copy, slide on to the right. You can slide with this, by the way. Slide left or right with this. Just click on it and move left or right. And I come here on my canvas, right click and click on Paste Here. Very simple. Paste here. And guess what happens after I paste? Figma helps to transform this whole frame into code. Here it is. It has given me the properties of this frame in text. Obviously, this is for the software guys, but this helps my software engineer work better. So now the software engineer knows, oh, the position of this frame is relative. Don't worry your head too much about what this means. Again, this is more for the software engineers. I'm just trying to explain to you what it means. So the software engineer comes and says, oh, position is relative, width is 754 pixels. Again, if you missed the part in the video where I talk about pixels, please go back and rewatch it. Now let's check to see if this width is actually accurate. Select your item and come here. Voila, it's 754. Height 296. Voila, height is 296. Background color is E992F. Box shadow 0 pixels, 4 pixels, 38.4 pixels. RGBA. Remember I touched on RGB. So if you missed that part of the tutorial, please go back to watch it. So that is how you copy a file's properties and transform it to CSS. So this is pretty much it here. Now let's move to the next one, which is under edit again, copy as SVG. Again, we click on it, nothing happens. Go to the right click here, paste, then click on paste here. Now notice what happens. Ooh, Figma gives us a second frame. What are we supposed to do with that? What's the difference? Well, if you remember, I taught you about SVG images. So this is an SVG image. For starters, SVG stands for Scalable Vector Graphic. It is a unique type of image format. Unlike other varieties, SVGs do not rely on unique pixels to make up the images you see. Instead, they use vector data. SVGs are cool because they can easily be scaled to any size without losing their quality. Just like how you can stretch a rubber band without it breaking. So this is our SVG file, and here is it. Here it is, rather. Stretch all the way through. Now let's move to the next item. Select your frame again and let's go back. Don't worry, we will soon come to the end of this menu options. So hang in there, don't lose faith, don't get bored. Now again, let's come back to our edit option. Copy as PNG. We've done for CSS, we've done for SVG. Now copy as PNG. You can also alternate and say Ctrl+Shift+C. Always remember that anytime you forget your shortcut keys, come down to the right side of your UI and search for this question mark button that says Help and Resources. Click on it go straight to keyboard shortcuts. Click on it and all your shortcuts are here in Figma. So anytime you forget, just come right here and you have a reminder. It's pretty much more or less like a reminder. So it's your go-to for every time you forget. Everything you need is here. Now let's go back. So copy as PNG. Copied. Again, we come here and right click and paste. So we have the same image. Now, what is different about a PNG image? I have highlighted all the important qualities of a PNG image. Again, I have touched on PNG images. If you missed it, please go back in the tutorial to watch. Now, the key qualities of a PNG image, that is portable network graphics, that's what PNG means, include 1. Lossless compression. PNG images preserve image quality without losing details during compression. So compression is simply making something that was large, making it smaller. So you compress, you reduce. And whilst you're doing that with a PNG image, it preserves the image quality. Simply means that the quality you had when the image was bigger remains the same when the image is smaller. 2. Support for transparency. PNG supports transparency, allowing for parts of the image to be transparent or have a see-through effect. So what this is simply saying is that when I let's say you're a graphic designer and you want to design a logo. Now, if you don't know what a logo is, just go to Google and Google it very quickly. So I'm designing a logo and I want to place it on a background. Let's say the background the logo is on is not the background that I really want, and I want to place it on another background. The image, the format in which I will save my file is in PNG, so that the image would have a transparent background. It doesn't mean that the image itself will be transparent. It means that the image will no longer have a background. So I can move that logo and paste it wherever I please, on whatever background I please, and it will come out fantastic, looking natural, looking unedited. So that's what this is saying. Let's move on very quickly. Number 3, color depth. PNG supports different color depths, including index color, grayscale, and true color images. I think that is straight to the point. 4, high quality. PNG images maintain high quality, I already mentioned that, even after compression, making them very suitable for detailed images like logos or graphics. I just explained that. So let's move on to the next item on our menu. Now on to the next item, which is copy properties, paste properties. So if you notice, I have 2 different items here. I have a rectangle here and I have a frame. And let's make this frame look a bit more conspicuous. So I'm going to select it and come here to my effects and click on layer blur. All right, so layer blur, and I'm going to really blur that out. I think this is fine. Now you can tell that these 2 items are very different. One is slanted whilst the other isn't. One is blurred whilst the other isn't. Now let's say I want to copy the properties. Now the blur effect here is called a property. So every time I say properties, I mean the extras which I've added to an item. So the only property that this frame has right now is the layer blur. You can obviously add other properties. You can add a drop shadow if you please, but I don't think we need that. You can see the shadow. Can you see it on the side? which I just added. There's a drop shadow, very light. So now let's say I want to transfer these properties from here to here very easily. How do I do that? Again, there's other ways to reuse items. Later in the course, we're going to get to that, talking about components and the likes. So now let's go to our menu again. Click on menu, edit, and come here to copy properties. Now you can either click on copy properties or Control Alt C. Let's copy the properties of this image. Ensure that your image or the item you want to copy the properties from is highlighted. Click on copy properties. Now notice that nothing has happened. Well, for something to happen, you need to come to the item which you want to transfer those properties to and select it. So this is the item I want to transfer those properties to. Select it, go back here again, click on edit, and then come down to paste properties or Control Alt V. Click on that and voila! We have copied the properties from this frame to this rectangle. Notice that the rectangle is still slanted because that slant is not part of the properties. Remember, I told you that properties are things that are added to a frame, a text, or whatever, like effects and the likes. To change the position of this rectangle, I have to do it another way. We'll get to that later. So now notice that we now have two items that look like each other because they have the same properties. Now let's Control Z and let me show you another way you can move properties from one item to another item. Simply click on the item that you want to, whose properties you want to copy, right click. Remember that anytime you want to right click and get the options bar, make sure that your cursor is within the frame or item or whatever you want to work on. So right click, this is our option bar. Again, look at it there, copy or paste as. So under copy or paste as, we have copy as code, copy as SVG, we have touched on that already, copy as PNG, copy as link, copy properties. Don't worry about these other ones. I will still get back to them. I haven't touched on this, iOS, Android, and copy as a link. But I have touched on SVG, copy as SVG, and copy as PNG. So now come here. You can see we have the same option here as we did in our menu. Control Alt C or simply click on copy properties. Now we come to our rectangle, click on it, right click. You can simply say paste here, or you can go back to copy or paste as and click on paste properties or Control Alt V. I'll simply just go for paste here. And voila, we have the same result. So that's how you copy and paste properties. Now on to the next item on our menu. Again, go to your menu, click on it, edit. We are going to pick color. What does this mean? Now let's say I have two frames, as you can see here. And let's say I want to pick this color. You know, sometimes whilst you're designing, there are these very amazing, in quotes, colors, which you would struggle, to get to replicate. Let's say you want to replicate this color. I can't tell whether it's mustard or orange or brown. And you're just trying to find an easy way to copy this color and paste it to this frame. I want to change the color of this frame to this color without stress. I just come to my edit again. Remember to select your item, click on pick color, and guess what happens? This circle appears here. So this circle is more or less like a canvas, and notice this is like a pen which picks on the color that you want to select. So notice what happens now. If I click on if I hover over this, don't click yet, you can see what happens to your circle. Your circle changes to the color I am hovering over with this tool. If I move out, however, and I hover here, it changes again to white. Why? Because this tool is picking on whatever color I hover over. Let's come here. Oh, this is outside our scope, and this is outside it's outside our canvas, sorry. So I come here again, and guess what happens? It changes to red. So this tool helps us to select the color we want to change our item to. So in this case, I want to change this from orange, will I call this orange or mustard, to red. So simply move this tool to that color and click. Now you can click. Notice what is also happening here. When I hover over a color, it gives me the code for that color. So this is hash D7801B, and this is hash D72427. So let's click, and voila, we have selected that color. Now there's a second way to pick a color from one item and transfer it to another item. Simply highlight the item from which you want to copy a color. In my case, I have a frame, and I want to copy this green, beautiful green color, and paste it here. Simply put, I want to change this red to this green. So I highlight my frame, come to the right panel, right side of my UI, go to fill, find fill. Here you can see it's showing me the color that I've highlighted. It's showing me the hex code of the color that I've highlighted. It's showing me the variation, that this color is on 100%. So what do I do next? I click on this box, and here's another section. Now we have an array of colors here. Again, what do we see? This tool. You have your hex code here. So what do? We click on this. Very simple, very easy. So click on your tool and simply come and click on red here. Notice that it has copied the color of this frame here. So that's a second way through which you can achieve the same result. And now let's move on to the final items on our edit list. Yay! I'm sure some of you are excited. So the final options which we're going to quickly touch on are, we have touched on pick color. Now let's move to select all, Control A. This is as plain as the words here. Select all means select all the items on your canvas. So you need to be very careful with this option, because when you start working on bigger projects, let me show you how this works. Control D, and you have a whole full screen of designs. Select all can be both advantageous and has very strong disadvantages, because in most cases you might mistakenly select all and delete all. So select all, you can do that here. Select all or Control A. Another way which I've shown you to select all is hold down your mouse and voila, you have selected all. Now what is next on our list? We have select none. Pretty much does the same thing. So let's say we selected all these two items, and we go to select none, unselect what you have selected. Very easy. Then we have select all matching layers. This says let's select all the layers that pretty much look the same, and then select all with the same property, select all with the same fill, select all with the same stroke. Now again, I don't always use those options. Later in the course, I'll tell you what I use. So we've come to the end of our edit, well, just the edit section. Now we'll be going over to view. Now we're supposed to move on to view. We're finished with edit. We're supposed to move on to view. But before we move on to view, I think it's important that I cover details on all these items in our toolbar before proceeding to finish off with all the other items here. So let's skip a bit and move on to the next item on our toolbar called Move Tools. Now, every time you open your Figma file, you will notice that by default, this is highlighted. This icon is highlighted. And when you click on it, you have Move Tool, you have Move, and you have Scale. So the shortcut key for Move in Figma is V, as you can see here. So what is Move, and what does the Move tool do in Figma? When you open files in the editor, Figma will select the Move tool V by default. The Move tool allows you to select and reorder layers in the Layers panel or move objects around on the canvas. It enables you to click and drag elements such as shapes, text, or images to reposition them within the artboard or between artboards in your design. I'll be moving to another file shortly to show you how the Move tool works, because this file is pretty much bare. We don't have anything here except for this frame. So let's go over to the other file and see how the Move tool works. Now here we are on another file page. So here I have some designs. Remember, if you want to move around on your canvas, click on this bar and move left and right. So on this bar, I have a few designs. Trying to scroll up and down. Now, the Move tool, this is how the Move tool works. Again, on this file, it is also highlighted. So you click on it, click on Move, and you see this cursor. Click on what it is you want to move and move left, right, top, bottom. I don't always use this tool, but it might come in as an advantage to you. So that's how the Move tool works. So it's always highlighted. Now let's move on to Scale. So under Move Tools, we have the Scale tool, and the shortcut for the Scale tool is K. Simply type K. Let me highlight this and type K. Notice what happens. To your right on your UI, you notice that the text scale pops up here with this box here with the width and the height. And also at the top left in your toolbar, your scale icon is also highlighted. So this is how you know that your scale tool is active. So now, when you say it enables you to adjust the size of elements by dragging their corners or edges whilst maintaining their proportions, what are we trying to say? What does that mean? So right now I'm still on scale. Watch and see how this works. Now I'll highlight my frame as per usual. You can see that the cursor changes every time I move away from the frame. But when I'm back to the frame, it shows me the icon that represents the scale tool. So we want to scale. Notice what happens as we scale. Look at that. We're scaling and the proportions of this frame are maintained whilst we do so. There's no changing in the shape, size, or anything. Look at that. And notice what is happening here. The width and the height changes as we scale. All right. Also, the pixel numbers as well, increase and decrease. Then look at this box here. This is for positioning. This is to show you the position of your frame. So if I move here, notice what happens to my frame. It moves to the top left of this canvas. Obviously my frame doesn't have a parent element, so it's just the canvas is its parent element at this time. Don't worry, we're still going to touch on what parent elements are and what children, parents and children. When you hear that, you might be a bit confused. We'll touch on that a bit later or right after this. So now we're on the top left. Let's move to the center. Notice the position is changing, and we move here. We move to the bottom. We move to the left. We move to the center again. Pretty much how you can use the scale tool to your advantage. So now let me quickly show you why the scale tool is important in Figma. Now to exit this scale tool, just simply come here and click on the X here, and we're back to our usual frame without the scaling tool activated. So now if I try to scale the frame now without the scale tool, notice what happens. What do you see? The proportions of the frame change, and they change in such a bad way. Just look at that. So I have to start resizing and saying, oh my god, what was the width, what was the height, how do I get it to look good? So this is where the scale tool comes in handy. Again, if I place a rectangle on my canvas like so, I place it like this, notice that it's not really scaling properly. It's not scaling properly. Look at that. Now let's try that with the scale tool. Come here. Now to achieve this without having to go here and click on scale, hold down your shift button. Hold down your shift button and stretch out. Notice that the proportions are still maintained. If I come here again and I click on scale, let's say this rectangle is too big, or it's too wide, it's too high, it's too much for me. I just want to reduce it a little. I scale it down and I maintain the proportions, I maintain that shape, and it still looks very good. So this is how you use your scale tool in Figma. Let's close it and let's go back. This also applies to frames, as I've shown you, applies to shapes, applies to text. Let's quickly cite an example for text. And I want to show you how the scale tool works with text. So the text the width of this text box is 641, height is 130. And we want to scale it down. So I've clicked on my scale tool already. Now watch how this is going to scale down so perfectly. No issues. Scale up, scale down, scale up, scale down. If we click on the X and turn off the scale tool, and we try to scale it, notice what happens. Everything is all over the place. So these are some of the advantages of using the scale tool in Figma. So before we continue to the next item, I said I would touch on parent element and child element in Figma. Now, a lot of software engineers are very conversant with these terms. You as a designer, maybe a first timer, may not have heard of them, or you have heard of them and you just don't understand how they work. So let me just brush through what they mean and how they work. So I have created a frame here, and this frame is housing a text titled parent. Okay, And after parent, we have an arrow directing us to child. The child text is nested inside this frame. And then the arrow is also directing us to another frame housing a text titled child. So I'm going to explain what this is. But before we do, let us understand what the parent and child elements really mean in Figma. In Figma, parent and child elements refer to the relationship between layers or objects within a design file. A parent element is an object that contains or holds other elements known as child elements within it. For example, suppose you have a rectangle, parent element, and a text layer, child element, placed inside the rectangle. In this case, the rectangle acts as the parent element and the text layer is the child element within it. Adjusting or moving the parent element may also affect the child elements inside it, maintaining their relative positions or transformations. So simply put, this is a frame, right? And inside this frame we have a text titled parent. So in design and in programming, we call this frame, let me just use the term father or parent. Let's use parent. So a parent gives birth to a child. The parent and the child are one big family. That's pretty much where the concept was gotten from. The parent hosts the child 1, child 2, child 3, child 4. They all stay within the family tree. Let's assume this whole frame is our family tree. So let's build our family tree together. Let me delete this. Let me bring in frame 1. This is our child 1. I'm going to title it as child 1. Don't worry, there are no mothers here. We don't need mother, auntie, uncle, and the likes. It's just parent and child. So parent covers for all the mummies and all the daddies and what have you. So this is child 1 inside the parent element. So whatever, in many cases when you're designing or when you're programming, sometimes this child will take on the properties of its parent, which is the red frame. So sometimes I would set my properties to say whatever I do to the parent element should also apply to the child. Whilst in most cases I can say, oh, it doesn't matter what I do to the parent, this child stands on his own or her own or whatever. This child stands on his own. It doesn't matter what the parent is doing. It doesn't matter if we're changing the shape of the parent's frame to an oval or we're changing the color. This child stands alone. So that is where all the relative positioning and the likes come in. Position relative, position fixed, position absolute. So position absolute is when if I apply position absolute to this child, I'm saying, oh, this child is free to do whatever he wants. He's free to change his shape without the parent's consent. He's free to move here and there and jump up and down and do whatever he likes. So we're not going to touch on that a lot right now. Now let's move on to the second child. Let's bring her all the way up and put her in here. This is nesting, by the way. We're nesting the second child element inside the first child element. So we have like a hierarchy here. This is child 1. Let's change this to child 2. Alright, so we have our parent element, which is the red frame, And inside the parent element is child 1. Inside child 1 is child 2. So child 2 is nested in child 1. Now here's the tricky part. There, if I apply certain properties to child 1, it will directly affect child 2. And in some cases, there are properties I would apply to the parent element that would not affect child 2. Why? Because the direct parent of child 2 is child 1. And if you doubt that, look at this. If I remove child 1, guess who follows child 1 out of this parent frame? It is child 2. So child 2 is the direct descendant of child 1, and child 1 is the direct descendant of the parent element. I have tried to make this as simple as possible. I hope it's clear to you, and if it's not, please leave a comment in the comment section and I'll try to make it simpler. But I think it's clear enough. So this is nested in this. This is nested in this. So let's move on to the next item. Now let's move on to the next item on our toolbar. Under region tools, it is section. Let's move to section. Section, the short code for section is Shift plus S. So you type Shift and S for the short to get your section on your canvas in seconds. So now, what is a section in Figma? In Figma, a section usually refers to a part of a design layout or a specific area within a file where elements or components are grouped together for organization or visual hierarchy. It is a way to categorize or group related objects, layers, or components within the design canvas. Remember that this is your canvas. Sections can help in managing and structuring the design elements more effectively. Basically, I just use sections for structure and organization when I want to do some presentation and I want everything to be look organized. You know, organization to me is a place for everything and everything in its place. I use sections. So pretty much very simple. It's mostly for organizational purposes. This is after you're done with your designs and everything. So let's move on to how to create a section. Simply come to your toolbar, click on section or Shift S. When you click on it, you see this plus again. Now click to drop your section. This is our section. It looks small because my canvas is zoomed to 3%, so don't mind this. Now you can use your scale tool to scale this section all the way out. I want to bring it out. So I can come here and say click on scale or type K on my keyboard. Now once I type K, notice that our scale icon has come back up. Now let's scale. So this is a section. Now in Figma, you notice that just as with groups and frames, when you don't title your items, and by item I mean your frame, your section, your group, Figma helps you to title them. So notice that I have two sections here. This is the first section I included on my canvas, so Figma has titled it as section 1. This is the second section I've included on my canvas, and Figma has also titled it as section 2. So if I keep going on and that, like that, it keeps going. You could title it all the way to section 50. However, I always advise that you try to title your files, your frames, your sections. Try to give them a name. I know it can be very daunting, especially when you have so many files on this canvas and you have to title them one after the other. So what I advise is, as you create them, immediately title them. The same rules apply to titling a frame. The same rules that apply to titling a frame apply to titling a section, same as a group. So I can come here and title it here, change the name from section 2 to this is a section. And notice what happens. It also changes here just like the frame. I can change it to whatever name I want. I can scale it. I can do whatever I want with this section. So this is what a section looks like. And if you look to your left, you would see the section icon. This icon tells you that this is a section. So after you've changed the name of your section to your preferred name or title, one way to be able to spot a section is to look out for this icon. So now that's how to create a section. Let's delete this and move to this section 1. Now if you notice, section 1 has 3 mock-up images, pretty much phones. Now please don't mind the colors. I just picked these colors because I want you to be able to differentiate. So now we have 3 phones inside this section. So pretty much this is what the section is used for. If I want to just organize something, make it look nice and neat, I use a section. So we have, look to your left, we have blue, we have pink, we have green. These are all PNG images. PNG images, hence the transparent background. You can see that you don't have any background. So if you missed the part of the tutorial where I defined PNG images, please go back and rewatch that segment of the tutorial. So now, inside this section, we have 3 items: the green phone, the pink phone, and the blue phone. Now, for positioning inside the section, and this pretty much applies to a frame and a group. Let's say I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I don't like that it's in front of these 2. I want the pink one to come forward. How do I do that? I can either, remember to always highlight first, right click, and click on send to back. Send to back. When I click on send to back, notice what happens. The phone goes to the back. There's also a second way to do this without having to right click. Now that we have our green at the back, I can then say, oh no, I want to bring the green back to the front, to its previous position. I will go to my the left side of my UI. Notice, look at our section 1. You know, we haven't renamed it. This is section 1. This is pink, blue, green. Green is at the bottom of the list. Now notice something. If I close this, notice that you can't see all those three items anymore. Let me hide this so that it doesn't confuse you. Now when I click on this again, the drop down, you can see that we can see this item. So this is similar to the parent and child, elements thing I was explaining in the previous video. These 3 phones are children of this section. This is child 1, child 2, child 3. They are all children of this section. So I want to move the green child to the first position. How do I do that here? I simply click on this with my mouse and drag it all the way up. Now notice what happens here. Child green has come forward. Make sure that as you're dragging, you don't drag it outside of section 1. Now notice what happens if I do that. Now section 1 has only 2 children, and our green is all the way outside here. But when you come here, you notice that you can still see the green here, and you're like, okay, what's going on? But guess what? When I try to move the parent, which is section 1, notice what happens. The green is not part of it. So how do I bring it back? I just simply go back. You see, go back and the green is back. So another way to move items around within your section is by using Control plus open brackets or Control plus closed brackets. Remember that these same terms apply to frames and any other items you're trying to position in Figma. It all works the same way. So now we're going to try to move this green phone a bit. We want to move it to the back. We want it to stay behind the blue phone and the pink phone. What do? Click on Control plus open bracket. This, and look to the left side of your UI and see what happens. So this takes it back. You see, it takes it behind the pink phone first. If we click on it again, notice that the position of the green phone is changing both on our canvas inside the section and on our UI to the left. We click on it again, and voila, we've successfully moved the green phone to the back. Now it is behind the pink phone and the blue phone, and vice versa. If you want to bring it back to the front, just Control plus close bracket, 1, 2, and our green phone is back to the front. This applies to all the other phones as well. So you can move items around within your frame or section just by doing this, or you highlight your item, right click, come here and bring to the front, bring to the back. You can see that the short codes here are here already. Either way, it works perfectly. Let's move on, shall we? Now let's move on to the last item under region tools, which is slice. We've covered section and we've covered frame. If you missed that, please go back to rewatch. Now, what is a slice tool in Figma and how does it work? In Figma, the slice tool allows you to create defined areas within your design that you can export separately. It helps in isolating specific parts of your design so that you can export them individually, usually for web or app development purposes. Slicing allows you to specify and export portions of your design as distinct image files or assets. Now let me cite an example very quickly of how to use the slice tool. Let's scroll down. I have included a landing page. Don't worry about what that means for now, but this is pretty much a type of design in web development. So this is a landing page. This is a whole page, yeah, for a cosmetic brand. And let's say I want to export it, but I don't want to export all of it. I just want to export one section. Let's say I want to export. I believe we all know what export means. Export means I want to move this file or a copy of this file from this canvas, from Figma, to my laptop. I want to export it locally, which is not globally. That's out of the scope of this course. I want to export it locally, which means I want to move it to my laptop. I want to have a duplicate of this item saved on my laptop and maybe on my drive or somewhere else. So I come here and I select whatever item I want to use. To do so, I go to my region tools again, click on slice or S. S is the shortcut key for slice in Figma. So click on slice or S. In this case, I'm just going to click on slice. Notice our cross is back. Now hold down your button on your mouse or your touchpad and select the area where you want to slice, literally. Don't worry, we don't mean any harm when we say slice. We just mean that we want to cut out a section. So hold it down until you have highlighted the area you want to export. You can also do this. You can also achieve the same result without using a slice tool by selecting and exporting. But the slice tool also comes in very handy. So I've pretty much sliced this section out of the landing page. Now, doing this does not affect the general design. It doesn't take from the landing page. It doesn't mess anything up. It is just me getting a copy of this section and exporting it. So after I've sliced it, what do I do next? I come and notice, before we proceed, notice to your left in your UI, you can see that Figma is indicating here that you have sliced this item. So this is the icon for slice. You see there's slice 1. So if there's a second slice on this canvas, it will title it as slice 2. So this is slice 1. Let's come down to the right side of our UI and click on export. As you can see, export is standing alone here. You can either click on this plus, or you can click on this export. When you click on export, you have a drop down menu here, and on this menu we have, I've touched on this already, the variations for the pixels of our design. I usually like to go for 4x because the higher the better. So 4x guarantees me some very good picture quality. So I'll pick 4x. And then you have your suffix. Again, I have touched on all of this in previous videos. Now, suffix is the text you can add to the title of this file. Let's say I just want to title it as fine picture. Just random, very random. So fine picture. And what happens is when I export this and I go to my laptop and I search with fine picture, it will bring out this image. Obviously, the image also has its own title. This will just come as an attachment. So I come here. Do I want it as PNG? Do I want it as JPEG, SVG, or PDF? What format do I want? I'm going to go with JPEG. You can go with PNG if you like. Depends on what you're using the file for. So I'll go with JPEG. Click on Export Slice. Now notice that Figma is also showing you the name of this file. I can as well go here and change it from slice 1 to this fine picture, right? So once I change it here and I come here, notice that it has changed to export this fine picture. When I export this fine picture, I would also have fine picture attached. So all you do is simply click on export this file and voila, you're pretty much done. Just save wherever you'd like to save it to and you're done. Now once you've exported your file and saved it locally to your laptop, we come back here and notice that we still have this fine picture on our list here, and it still says that it is being sliced. So how do I undo this and get back to what it is I was doing before? If I click here, notice this black, what will I call them, gray lines? These gray lines are indicators that I have sliced this section. So if I want to remove this and continue with my work, I will just simply come back to this fine picture and click on delete. Once I click on delete, notice that our slice is gone simply because it has done its job, and now we can get back to working on what we're working on. You see, notice that the file wasn't affected in any way. You still have your landing page very much intact. Now let's move on to the next item.
How to add a frame in Figma. Go to your toolbar just at the top left and hover over this icon. You see Region Tools, Frame, Section, and slice. These are all types of region tools. Before we define a frame, let's quickly look at what region tools are in Figma. What are region tools in Figma? Imagine you have a big piece of paper and you want to cut out a special part of it to use for something cool, like making a card. The region tools in Figma are like magical scissors and shapes that help you cut out the exact piece you want. You can choose from different shapes like squares, circles, and even wavy lines. And then you can cut out the part of your drawing that's inside that shape. It's like creating your own stickers and decorations for your paper. So, with the region tools in Figma, you can cut out and use different shapes to make your designs look super creative and fun. Now, let's move back to our frame and define a frame in Figma. Again, go back to your toolbar, hover over your icon and click on frame. Now, if you're using a touchpad, hold down your touchpad, or if you're using a mouse, hold it down, press it down and stretch all the way out. Just like I'm doing here, you would see a rectangle titled frame 1 and another rectangle titled frame 2. These are examples of frames and how to create one. This is an example of how to create one in Figma. It's very easy, very simple, straight to the point. Now, notice something that happens anytime I click on my frame. Look to your left and you see that blue highlight over there. Now, this blue highlighted section is telling me that frame 1 has been highlighted. So it's indicating to me that I have selected frame 1. Same for frame 2. If I click on frame 2, the blue lights would also show me that I've highlighted frame 2. Same with the blue lines all around the frames. So this helps with easy identification of your frames whilst working. Now let's move to these icons here. We have the visibility icon and the lock icon. Now I have just locked my frame 1 and guess what? Frame 1 is no longer moving. And look at what I'm doing with frame 2. Frame 2 is unlocked, but it's moving and it's moving. So if I go back again and I unlock frame 1, guess what? It's back to what it was before we started. So the lock icon helps you to hold down your frame whilst you work. As you progress in the course, you will decide on when and where to use your lock icon. Now let's move on to the next icon, which is the visibility icon. Just look at what I'm doing here. The minute you click on that eye, your frame simply disappears. You can no longer see the frame on your canvas. That is the simple role that the visibility icon plays anywhere you see it on your Figma canvas. Now let's move on to how to name a frame in Figma. First, click on the frame you would like to rename, just like I'm doing here. Make sure you see your blue lines are all around the frame. At the top of the frame, double click and change title. Very simple. I've changed mine to this is frame 1 and notice what happens to the left side of my canvas. It instantly changes the name there. So I can do the same thing here. I'm clicking on it and typing this is not frame 1. Watch what happens now. On my frame, the title has changed instantly. So these are two ways you can name or rename your frame in Figma. We have different frames in Figma and I'm going to show you how to add a frame. Let's go here, click on frame and let's drop this here. Now, if you come to your design panel, just to the right here, under frame, you would see group, section, and you'd see all these options here. Depending on what you're designing, if you're designing for an iPhone 14 or 15 Pro Max, you can click on iPhone 14 and notice this has given you the dimensions of an iPhone 14 and an iPhone 15 Pro Max. So you don't need to worry your head about getting dimensions in Figma. You can also go for 14 Pro. You can go for iPhone 13 mini. You even have options for, as you can see here, we have for Android, we have for Android large,
all the measurements are right here. You have for iPad mini. So notice as I'm clicking on each option, everything is changing. Figma is giving me the dimensions that I need. You have for MacBook Air. You have, let's go back there. You have for MacBook Pro. You have for desktop, which is one that you work with a lot. So for desktop, it is 1440 by 1024. You have it for wireframe, you have for TV, you have for Apple Watch, which will be small, obviously. Then you have for all the way down, you scroll all the way down, you even have for A4 paper, A5 paper, as you can see here. You have for letter, you have for tabloid, you have for Twitter post, Twitter header, Facebook post, Facebook cover, Instagram story. It has given you the dimensions, so you don't have to worry about dimensions with these options. So before you start your design, make sure you get clarification on what screen you'll be designing for. This will be the first step. So let's go for, let's say, a MacBook. Pick your screen and then you start designing. So after you've picked your screen, there's also these options here for portrait or landscape. So you can pick landscape or you can pick portrait. Notice how it has changed, portrait or landscape. You decide. We also have this option here, resize to fit. So you can click on that as well to resize it. That's pretty much how to add a frame with dimensions in Figma. Let's move on to constraints in Figma. I want to show you how constraints work when you're working with a frame. So this is a frame, as you can see, and inside this frame we have a text which we're going to read shortly before we move to practicals. And it reads, constraints in Figma are rules applied to design elements, determining how they react when their parent frame or container is modified. These rules govern an object's resizing behavior within its parent, specifying whether it stretches, remains fixed, or retains a specific position when resized. They are crucial for ensuring consistent and predictable layouts, especially in responsive interface design. So let's go right into how to use constraints in Figma. First of all, we're going to click on this frame and then click on the text which is inside our frame. Now this text is the child of this frame. We have the child element and we have the parent element. If you're not working with auto layouts, obviously when you're working with auto layout you may not need all of this, but let's show you this example for frames. So what I will do is I'll go and click on my text, and let's say I want to say for every time I resize this parent frame, I want the text to be constrained to the top. So come here to your the right side of your screen, you see constraints. Now this only appears when you click on the child element like so. If you do not click on the child element, you see that you don't have any of those options visible. So let's click on the child element, come to constraints. Now you see this box here like a panel showing you these lines. These are your vertical bars. So this will constrain your child element vertically, whilst this is the horizontal bar. It will constrain your element horizontally. Same also for this is horizontal. You can see that it's moving from left to right, and this is vertical, is moving from top to bottom. So let's constrain this child element to let's say center is fine, or for the horizontal we'll say we're constraining it to the left, and for vertical we'll constrain it to the top. Now you can see that you have other options: top and bottom, center, and scale. So you can pick any of these options. It all depends on what you're working with. Scale here will allow you to move with the parent frame
freely. So let's test that out and see how it works. Before we do, let's also constrain this to the same thing, to the same place. We constrain it to the left and top. This is also left and top. Now if you look here, you will see that these two are highlighted. So this is saying that it's constrained to the top, and this is saying that it's constrained to the left. Same for this. This is saying that it's constrained to the top, and this is saying that it's constrained to the left. You can see that here. If you move it, if you change it and do right bottom, notice that it has changed again. So let's go back to what we had. Now let's try to resize this frame. For starters, when you resize it, notice that the texts are still constrained to the top. They are constrained to the top. It doesn't matter how much I stretch this frame out, they are constrained to the top. Let's increase the width of this frame. Now notice, look at that. There's still, both texts are constrained to the left and to the top. So if I move like this or move like this, they are always going to stay there. Now let's change our constraint to the right and to the bottom. Besides the frame, when I increase its width, the two texts are still staying on the right. And then when I increase its length, notice that the two texts will stay at the top. So this is how constraints within a frame in Figma works.
What is a group? In Figma, groups are like putting your toys into a box to keep them together. Here's my cute box of toys. Now let's make that a bit more comprehensive. Imagine you have some stickers and you want to keep all the stickers of cats in one place and the stickers of dogs in another. Remember, we have a box filled with toys and stickers. So you put all the cat stickers in one box and all the dog stickers in another. In Figma, you can do the same thing with your shapes, like circles, squares, and triangles. You can put them together in a group to keep them organized. It's like making a special box for your shapes. And guess what? When you move the box, all the shapes inside move with it. So it's easier to keep your designs neat and tidy. Groups in Figma are like magic containers that help you organize your design and move things around together. It's a bit like having superpowers for your drawings. Shortcut keys in Figma. We'll be kickstarting this with Ctrl G. The G in this here stands for group selection. So we're going to be defining a group shortly, but I just want to show you how this works. Ctrl G is a command in Figma that helps us to group items together. When you impute Ctrl G, it helps you to group items together. So here's a very simple, straightforward example. Remember, this is a frame and we have these texts inside our frame. So how do I group this text and this text together? I simply hold down my shift key, or if you're using a mouse, just select this. Remember, when you select an item, you see the blue lines all around, and to your left you'll notice there's also a blue highlight here showing you what you have selected. So we selected group selection. Now hold down, once you've selected your first item, hold down your shift key and select the second. Now what happens? We can see two blue lines showing us that we've highlighted two different texts. What do we do next? You can simply type Ctrl plus G. By plus, I don't mean literally, the plus there is just to tell you to add one item to another item. So you don't need to type plus on your keyboard. So just type Control and G. And guess what happens? You can see now that the blue line covers both text. And when we go to the left, guess what happens? We have just one highlight and we have group 1. Now this is group 1 because on this file I do not have any other group. Let's zoom out a bit so you understand what I'm saying. I have other items, but I don't have any group on this whole canvas. This is the first group I have on this whole canvas, hence the reason why Figma has tagged it group 1. So let's try to duplicate this. Remember, I told you to duplicate an item, you press Ctrl D. Now you see that duplicate selection, we have duplicated this. Now we have 2 groups, and guess what happens? It tags it as group 2. So this is group 1 and this is group 2. So if I keep going like that up to 100, Figma will keep notifying me on the numbers of groups I have created. Now, let's say I don't want to get confused and I want to know what group I'm working with. I can come here and rename the group. All I do is simply click on this, double click, and then type whatever. Let's say this is a group. Now I have successfully renamed my group 1 to this is a group. Let's say for some reason, I want to change my mind. I can type Ctrl Z. We're going to get to the advantages of using Ctrl Z soon. Ctrl Z is to undo what I have done. So Ctrl Z, and guess what? It's back to group 1. Ctrl Y is to redo what I have just undone, and let's impute that. Ctrl Y, redo, Ctrl Z, undo, Ctrl Y, redo. Later in this lecture, I would talk a bit more about Ctrl Y and Ctrl Z. Now you understand how to group 2 text items in Figma and how to rename your group item. So here's what the group icon in Figma looks like. So let's select this, come here to your left, and you notice it's the same. So this is what the group icon in Figma looks like, so that you don't get confused. So every time you see this, know that it's a group, because there are times when you renamed your group and say this is a group, this is a group, and then you're trying to find your group and you can't find it. Just search for this icon. Now let's proceed. Now I'm going to show you how to group shapes in Figma. So here are just random shapes that I selected, and I'm going to show you how to put all of them in a group. Notice that they are all standalone. As I highlight them, you see they're all standing alone. So simply put, how do we group items? Same as text. Just come here, hold down, you can hold down your shift button, or if you're using the mouse, just select all of the shapes like so. Notice that they are not in a group yet. How do I group them? I either click on Ctrl G or press my side button on my mouse to select, and come here and say group selection. Voila, and I have my group. Now mine is saying group 11 because I've created 10 groups already. So this is my 11th group on this file, on this canvas. So here's how to group items in Figma. Now let's say I have number 1, number 2, number 3 here, and I want to group all of them together, put them in one group. I will come here, select, 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 and Ctrl G. Now we have group 3. You're probably wondering, why do we have group 3 now instead of group 1? Since this is the only visible group here. Remember I told you that Figma takes note of all the groups you have or you've created and it numbers them accordingly. So let us click to find out what is inside this group. And to do that, just come here to your left. You notice this arrow here. Click on it. It's a drop down arrow and everything drops down. And guess what? It shows you what is inside your group 3. Remember we created a group 1 and we created a group 2. So Figma is still taking note of those two groups. Now we created a group 3 and hence why it is titled group 3, because we have group 1, group 2 and group 3. So if I go on to create another group, then it will be titled group 4 up until I rename it. Now very quickly, let me show you how to ungroup items in Figma. Let's say I change my mind about this group and say I don't want a group anymore. I want my text to stand alone. How do I do that? Very simple. Click on your group. You can do that by coming here and clicking it, or coming here and clicking it. Right click, make sure your item is selected and make sure your cursor is within the grouped item you want to ungroup. I hope that's not too many words. Just make sure that after you've selected, your cursor stays within the item you have grouped. Right click, come here, and you see Ctrl plus delete or ungroup. Click on ungroup, and voila, notice what has happened. Group 3 has disappeared. Why? Because we have ungrouped all the items, so we no longer have a group 3. Now, there is another way to group items very quickly. Select all your items. You can come, hold down your shift button and do this. I have simply selected all my items. Hold down your shift button, if you're using your touchpad, press down and scroll. If you're using your mouse, just press down and move. I selected all these items, but I haven't grouped them. That is why Figma hasn't given me a notification here that there is a third group. So now how do I group these items? I've selected them. What do I do next? I right click. Remember to right click within the highlighted area. So right click, and guess what? We have an option here to group selection. Simply put, group selection. Selection is a compilation of the items you have selected. Very simple. And it's just saying, do you want to group them together? Yes or no? And again, look at our Ctrl G here. So we click on group selection, and there we have group 3 all over again. So that's another way to group items in Figma. I want to ungroup them. I come back to the same option, the same menu, and I ungroup. Very simple.
Now let's move on to the major differences between a group and a frame in Figma. Lots of times people find these a bit confusing, especially if they're beginners. You must know when to use a group and when to use a frame. Let's get right to it. Under groups, we have organization. Groups are primarily used to keep objects organized within your design. You can select multiple objects and group them together, making it easy to move, resize, or apply actions to them collectively. 2. No special container. Groups don't establish a specific hierarchy or container. Objects within a group maintain their individual positions relative to one another. When you put things in a group, they stay as they are, like when you put items in a box, but they don't change. 3. Editing. You can easily edit individual objects within a group by simply double-clicking on them to access their properties. Now let's move on to frames. For frames, 1. Container. Frames act like magic boxes. Very magical, very useful. They put things in a frame, they listen to the frame and change their positions. Frames act as containers for your design elements. When you place objects inside the frame, they become part of the frame's content, and the frame defines their position and size. 2. Hierarchy matters. Frames establish a hierarchy, meaning that objects within a frame maintain their positions relative to the frame itself, unlike groups. This is useful for creating responsive designs. Don't worry about what responsive designs are. As we go on in the course and other courses of mine would touch down on responsive designs. Simply put, things inside the frame listen to the frame's rules. The frame tells them where to stand, making it great for arranging things neatly. So take note of that, please. Now 3, frames have special powers. Editing objects within a frame involves double-clicking the frame to access its contents. This makes it easier to make changes to multiple objects within a specific context. Frames can also do special things like scrolling. Imagine a magic toy box that can slide toys out for you to see. That's just what frames do. Now 4, interaction. Frames can have set interactions and behaviors, emphasis on set. For example, you can apply scrolling. Scrolling is when you scroll all the way up and down. You can apply scrolling or fixed position. Fixed position is when you put something somewhere and you want it to stay there. Once you've put it there, it doesn't move. When you apply scrolling or fixed position properties to frames, which is especially useful for designing apps and screens and web pages. So again, we would discuss more about that later in the course. Now you're probably asking yourself, when should I use a frame or a group? How do I know when to use them whilst designing? Well, here's the answer to that question. 1. Layout control. Frames are ideal when you need precise control over the layout of your design. Think of frames as containers that help you set up the structure of your design, like arranging furniture in a room. Everything has a place for everything and everything in its place. Use frames when you want to define a specific layout for elements, such as creating a header or a footer. 2. Responsive design. Frames are excellent for responsive or adaptive design. You can set constraints on the objects within a frame to make them adjust automatically when the frame size changes. This is like a magic box that resizes its contents to fit perfectly, just like responsive web design. 3. Prototyping. Frames are commonly used for creating interactive prototypes. You can link frames to other frames to create transitions and interactions. This is like having different rooms in a house that you can move between. We'll talk about prototyping as well later in the course. Scrolling. If you have content that overflows, like a long web page, frames are perfect for creating scrolling areas. It's as if you have a scrollable window in your magic box. Yeah, think about it that way, allowing you to see different parts of your design. 5. Navigation and menus. Frames can act as containers for navigation menus, tabs, or sidebars. They help organize and control these elements, like arranging all your game controllers in one place. Remember, we're talking about when to use a frame. Don't confuse it. The next will be when to use a group. Now let's move on to when to use a group. 1. You use a group when you want to organize elements. Use groups when you want to keep multiple objects together for organizational purposes. Imagine putting all your art supplies in a box to keep them neat. 2. Non-hierarchical arrangement. Groups are useful when you want objects to stay in their original positions. Unlike frames, they won't automatically reposition themselves within the group. So your group doesn't dictate how your items move. You dictate that. Now 3. Styling. If you need to apply the same style or effect to multiple objects, you can group them and apply the style once to the entire group. It's like a painting. It's like painting all of your toy cars the same color at once. 4. Transformations. When you want to apply transformations like scaling or rotating to multiple objects simultaneously, grouping them is the way to go. Think of it as holding several balloons together to decorate a party. We've come to the end of that. In summary, frames are like structured layouts and are excellent for responsive design, prototyping, and scrolling areas. Groups, on the other hand, are best for keeping objects together, especially when you don't need a specific layout or interaction. Think of frames as containers with magical resizing abilities, and think of groups as ways to keep things organized without having to rearrange them.
Now let's move on to shape tools and creation tools. When I say shape tools, here, go over to the top left of your UI, which is your toolbar, and hover over this rectangle. You see shape tools, and hover over this and you'd see creation tools. So what are they and how can we use them? Before I define them, let's click on shape tools. Under shape tools, we see rectangle. The short code or the short key for a rectangle, to create a rectangle in Figma, is R. Just click on R. Then we have line. Short code for that is L. We have arrow. The shortcut key is Shift plus L. We have ellipse. It always wiggles my tongue. Ellipse, pretty much like a circle. We have polygon. We have star, and then we have place image or video. Control Shift K. So let's move right on to what these are. In Figma, shape tools are instruments used to create various geometric forms or objects. They include tools like rectangles, circles, polygons, and lines that allow you to draw and design different shapes in your project. These tools help you build the basic elements of your design, enabling you to create various visual components for your project. You can add a shape using the Shape Tools function that you find in the toolbar. This function allows you to create basic vector shapes: rectangle, line, arrow, ellipse, polygon, star. You can also create custom shapes using drawing tools, which are the pen or pencil. Now, where are our drawing tools? Just hover over Creation Tools, click on it, and you see pen and pencil. The shortcut key for pen is P, and the shortcut key for pencil is Shift plus P. So let's click on the first one, rectangle. Just click on rectangle. Again, we have this cross. Hold down your Shift button, remember, because you want to get a good, well-rounded shape. This is a rectangle. If you look to the left side of your upper left of your UI, you'll see that Figma has titled it as Rectangle 1. So this is how to create a rectangle in Figma.
As we proceed, and in other videos, you'll see how to use a rectangle. Before I proceed, I just want to show you quickly how to edit shapes in Figma. Now this applies to all the other shapes, the polygon, the star, and the likes. All you need to do is double click on your rectangle. You notice these lines, these circles, after you've double clicked. What has happened now is that we have entered vector mode. If you don't know what a vector is, don't worry, I'll define that shortly. We have entered vector mode. You can only edit a rectangle when you are in vector mode. It is very obvious that you're in vector mode. You can see the blue lines. And if you look to the right side of your UI, you will see here, just here, that it's on vector. And for you to be in vector mode, make sure you're in design and not prototype. We'll talk more about prototypes later. If you want to leave vector mode, just come back to your toolbar and you'll see this blue button here that says done. Click on done and voila, you have left vector mode. And notice that there's no vector here. So to go back there again, double click, 1, 2, you are back to vector mode. Now let's quickly define vector mode before I show you how we can edit this rectangle and change its dimensions. What are vector images? A vector image is made up of lines and shapes using math. So it looks sharp no matter how big or small you make it. For icons, this means that they stay clear and crisp even if you make them larger or smaller. So this is an example of an icon. This is Figma's icon, and they're an icon and their logo. And this is another icon, a menu icon. So these are vector images. They're sharp, they are crisp. Doesn't matter how you scale them. You see, they maintain the same quality. A lot of logos are vector images, right? I hope that is clear. Now let's move back to how we can edit a triangle in vector mode. So we're back to our triangle now. Let's go to vector mode, double click, and now we're in vector mode. So let's say I just want to switch this triangle a bit, just change its shape. Hold down your button on your mouse or your touchpad and click on any of these points. You see these points, these circles? These are the circles that help you to edit your shape. So hold it down. Now look at that. I can change it, bend it, do whatever I like. I can also come here, do this. Oh, how beautiful this is. Figma is such a beautiful tool, design tool. So I can change the shape to whatever I want pretty much. Just make sure you're clicking on those circles. If you notice, you can see these red lines as I'm moving. These red lines help as they're like guides. They direct you on, they tell you, okay, this is straight and this is bent. So if I'm gunning for a straight line, I look out for the red lines because it tells me, oh, this is straight. So, or it tells me, oh, this is perfect, this is aligned. They help me with alignment. Don't worry, the more you use Figma, the more you understand how the red lines work. Now let's say I want to, change the shape of this rectangle further. Notice that when I go to vector mode, if you come to the top, your toolbar, you will see a tool called Pen Tool and another tool called Paint Bucket. Notice that when you're not in vector mode, those two buttons do not appear here. They only appear when you are in vector mode. So what do these buttons do? Pen Tool and Paint Bucket. Let's quickly define them, shall we? Let's go. Now, the bend tool and the paint bucket. The bend tool in Figma is used to curve or bend shapes, allowing you to modify their appearance by bending selected parts of the shape.
that is the pen tool. Whilst the paint bucket in Figma is used to quickly change the fill color of shapes or areas by clicking on them with the tool selected. Now if we come back to our image here and we go back to vector mode, let us click on bend tool and see how it works. Let's say I want to create a curve here around this area. All I need to do is make sure I have clicked on bend tool first. Notice that it's highlighted, and click on the area I want to bend, like so. Notice that, and drag. Once you click on it, you drag. So these two lines here, I'll call them lines, help you with the bending process. Let's click on them again. And now I see, look at that. Look at that. Do you see that? When you click here, they come back up. Let's say I want to bend it a little further. Just hold it like I'm doing here and drag. So this comes in very handy when you are trying to create your own icons, or you're just being very creative and you want to create some very, unique shapes and all of that. This comes in very handy. Now, when you are done, and you want to move from here, just go to done and click on done, and it takes you back to the normal design mode. Now let me show you another way you can edit images in Figma. Click on your ellipse. You would see this arc here, and I'm going to tell you what this arc, the function of this arc for every single image here. Notice that they all have that circle there. This has the circle, this has the circle. So talking about radius and the arc, in Figma, the arc tool allows users to draw curved lines or segments by defining an arc's radius, angle, and other parameters. It is used to create curved shapes or parts within the design canvas. So let's see how that works. Now this is an ellipse, and you see this small circle here, and it's tagged arc. So we use this to change the radius of this ellipse. Now to do that, hold down your button on your touchpad or your mouse and stretch. Notice how this has changed, and if you look to the right side of your UI, you would see that Figma helps you to measure the radius. You see that it's at 83% right now. It's showing me 83% here, and also here 82.98, which is approximately 83%. So this is your radius bar here: start, sweep, and ratio. So this is very good for graphs and maps and the rest. So you can use this to create your map. So I can also go ahead and do this. Okay, hold on. I can do this. It has so many uses, and as you grow in your field, in this design field, you will learn how to use it. I can also change the color of this ellipse. I can do red, I can do blue, I can do purple, black, any color I choose really. So pretty much that's how to go about this. And I can go back and say, let's move this here, let's stretch this out like this, let's close it back. Same applies to the rectangle. Hold it down from here and change the radius. Now look, we have a circle. Move it back here. I can do the same with this. Hold it here, change, move it back, change. Same rules apply to the star. Stretch it from here. Oh, that's very cute. And make a starfish. Stretch it back, stretch it from here, and make it look really weird. Stretch it back out. So pretty much however you please. So now we're done with this. Let's move on to the next item. Now let's move on to creation tools. Under creation tools, we have pen and pencil. For pen, the shortcut key is P, and for pencil, the shortcut key is Shift P. So let's start with pencil. Click on pencil or pen, sorry. Click on pen. Now notice this. Now all you have to do is click and drag. Again, you can see our red lines trying to give us direction, trying to tell us, okay, this is staying straight, no rotation, nothing, it's on 0. If I'm satisfied with the length of this line, all I need to do is click again. Notice what happens. This thing still keeps following me around. The pen tool keeps following me around. Okay, let's say let's do another line. And I'm done. Okay, no, maybe I'm not done. One more line. Now I'm done and I want to end this, but it's very sticky and it keeps following me around. How do I exit this pen tool? Very simple. Just click on the button enter on your keyboard. Enter and you are back to design mode. So let's take that one more time. Click on pen, draw whatever you want to draw. When you're done, click on enter. If you'd like to edit these vector images, the same rule applies. The same rule that applies to the rectangle applies to this. Double click. Again, you notice these circles. Hold them down and move around as you please. If you like to bend, click on bend. Click on where you want to bend and notice that curve. So you can shift, you can do whatever you like. So this applies to every vector image. Please note that you cannot edit a frame like this. This only applies to vector images, shapes, and the likes. Now onto the next item on our toolbar, we have text. To add a text in Figma, just click on text or type T on your keyboard. The shortcut key is T, so I just click on it, come here and then click again, and voila, you have successfully added a text. All you need to do from then on is just type. You'll see it inside this text box. Yeah, this is how to add a text in Figma. Now let's move on to the next item on our toolbar, which is resources, and the shortcut key for resources is Shift plus I. Shift plus I. Let's click in and see what resources are in Figma. So just as the name says, resources tab houses your components, your plugins, and your widgets. In a short while, we'll define plugins, components, and widgets. But when you want easy access to your resources, just come here and click on it and it takes you straight into all your files here. Next on our list, we have the hand tool, and the shortcut key for the hand tool is H. You just click on H, or you come here, click on this, and your hand tool is activated. Let's click on it. So this is what your hand tool looks like. Let's quickly state what the hand tool is and what it's used for. In Figma, the hand tool is used for navigating the canvas. So remember that I said this is your canvas. This whole screen we're looking at is your canvas. It's used for navigating the canvas or artboards. It allows users to move around and explore the design space by dragging and panning across the canvas without altering or editing any elements on the design surface. So let's see how that works. Click on your hand tool and toggle, move around. It helps you to move around. So let me zoom out a bit so you can see these are all frames. So this is how you use the hand tool. As you can see, it's helping me move around within my canvas very easily without interrupting the flow of any files or any designs. So this is pretty much how to use your hand tool.
And when you're done, to exit your hand tool, just press ESC on your keyboard. ESC stands for escape. To exit the hand tool, just press ESC on your keyboard. So I'm going to click on my escape button, and voila, we have exited hand tool mode. We are done with edit under menu. Now let's move on to view. Go back to your menu and click on hover over view. View has a lot of options, but we're going to try to run through all of them very quickly. Under view, the first option we have is pixel grid, and if you see here, my pixel grid is ticked. This shows that it's activated. Let's quickly define pixel grid. In Figma, the pixel grid represents the visual alignment of individual pixels on the canvas. It helps maintain the clarity and sharpness of elements by snapping them to the nearest pixel, ensuring a crisp display, especially when designing interfaces for digital screens where pixel precision is crucial. That's a very simple definition of pixel grid. Now I'm going to show you how it works. When your pixel grid is turned on, let's go to see if mine is still on. Yes, it's still on. When it's ticked and turned on, notice what happens. I'm going to zoom in, and I'm doing this just by pressing my plus sign on my keyboard. So notice what is happening as I zoom in. I already showed you in previous lessons how to zoom into 25,600%, which is pretty much the highest, as you can see here. We're on 25,600. I defined what a pixel is in our previous video, so these are all pixels. When your pixel grid is turned on, you'll be able to see these pixels here, but when your pixel grid is turned off, you won't be able to see your pixel grid. This comes in handy sometimes for certain designs you have to do. So let's go back and let us turn it off and see what happens. So to turn it off, I just need to click. Now notice what has happened. You can no longer see any boxes even at 25,600. So that's how we work with pixel grid. I'm going to turn my own back on. I like to leave it on. So pixel grid back on. Let's move on to the next. After pixel grid, we have layout grid. Now the shortcut key for layout grids is Shift plus G. Shift plus G. So let's quickly define that, shall we? In Figma, a layout grid is a tool used to establish a structured layout for design elements within a frame or canvas. It helps designers create consistent designs by defining columns, rows, and gutters, ensuring proper alignment and spacing between elements. Layout grids assist in organizing and arranging content such as text, images, or UI components according to specific guidelines, contributing to a more balanced and visually appealing design. So I'm going to show you how to use a layout grid in Figma very quickly. There's about 2 ways to use your layout grid on Figma. When you come to view, you can click on layout grid here or Shift G, and notice this prompt that comes below, layout grid visible. Now if I go back to view and I click on layout grids again, notice that prompt saying layout grids are hidden. So if I want to hide my grid, or if I want to show my grid, I can go to my view and click on it. So let's see what layout grids look like. So click on your frame again, go to the right panel on your canvas. You would see
auto layout and you will see layout grid. Now notice what happens if I unclick. So let's unclick and see if we'll still find layout grid as an option on our panel. Notice what happens. We're in design mode, as you can see here in our right panel, but we can't find layout grid anymore. So this is the emphasis I was trying to place on selecting whatever item you want to work with or work on before you start working on them. I have to go back and select. Now notice what happens after I have selected my frame. I come back here and I find layout grid. So when I hover, you can see it's telling me that I can work with my layout grid. So let's click on plus. You can either click on the plus here or you click on the text here. So let's click on the plus and notice this red lines all over. These are layout grids. If you look at the prompt here again, it says layout grids are visible. So from here, if you no longer need the layout grid, you can hide them. Click on hide. Let me click on the layout grid again. I need to point something out. You cannot use the layout grid on a shape like a rectangle. Because the rectangle can easily look like a frame, you cannot use a layout grid on a rectangle. If you notice, my rectangle is highlighted here, and if I go to the side, I can't find any option for layout grid. This cannot work with that. You have to use it on a frame.
We use layout grids for alignment purposes so that we know that we are aligning our text within a frame effectively. So to use this grid or to edit this grid, I'll come here, click on this box here, and here you see grid. Click on this for the drop down menu. Under grid we have columns and we have rows. If I click on columns, you can see 5 columns have appeared, and even here it shows you count of 5. It shows you how many columns you have inside your grid. So if I want to do only columns, if I say okay, I'm fine with working with just columns, then I will stay with columns. Once you click on columns, you can change the count to 10. You can change the number of columns to 10. You can reduce it to 2. You can increase it to 20. It all depends on how you're trying to, station your text on your frame. So the default is 5. Let's leave it at 5. You can change the color and reduce or increase the opacity of your grid. So you can go for green. I would advise you go for mild colors like this. Let it not be too harsh like this. Too harsh so that you can see the text on your frame. So go for mild colors and reduce opacity like so. Right? Then we have stretch under type. You can either move them, stretch them to the left. Now you may not see what happened here. Let me zoom in. When I click on stretch to the left, the grid moves all the way to the left. Now let's see what happens if I go for right. Same thing happens. The grid moves to the right and it shrinks it. Center, it moves to the center and everywhere. So I'm going to go to stretch, which is the default mode. Then you have margin. You have margin and you have gutter. So let's quickly define that. For now, I would hide my grid. To hide, just come to the visibility icon and click. What is a gutter under layout grid? In Figma, a gutter within the layout grid refers to the spacing or margin between columns or rows within a grid system. It represents the empty space between these columns or rows. allowing designers to define and maintain consistent spacing between elements in their design layout. Adjusting the gutter value alters the distance between columns and rows, influencing the overall structure and alignment of content within the grid, thereby contributing to a visually balanced and organized design. Now on to margin. In Figma's layout grid, margin is the space between the grid and the edges of the design area. Designers use this setting to control how far the grid sits from the canvas boundaries. Changing the margin value moves the grid, creating space around its edges. This helps to keep a consistent layout by adjusting the spacing between elements and the canvas edges. So let's see how gutter and margin work on the layout. Click on layout and let's go back here and make our layout grid visible. Come here, click on layout grid settings. Now we want to add a margin of 5 so that it can be consistent with these lines here. So I'll come here and I'll add 5. Now notice what happens. Instantly you can see that there's a space here. I'm going to make it bolder so that you can see it better. Let's make the margin 40. So what do you see? You see a space in here, just like our definition says, is the space between the grid and the edges of the design area. So this is the space in here, this is the space in here. I've successfully added a margin to this frame. Margin of 40. Then for gutter, as said, just as defined, these lines here, 1, 2, 3, 4, are all gutters, whilst these lines 1 and 2 are margins. So please don't mix them up. If I want to increase the size of my gutter, that is the spacing between the columns, all I need to do is come back here and increase this from 20 to, let's do 60. Notice what happens. The space widens. Increase it to 70, space widens even more. If I say, okay, I don't want to work with columns, I can come here, click on the drop down menu and go for rows. Now notice what has happened. It's retained the previous measurements, but this time they are rows. So again, it depends on how you're designing. This is how to use the gutter, the margin in layout grid. So let's say people would usually go for columns, but let's say I'm working with these rows and I want to ensure that my text always stays, within on this line and on this line, right? I'm going to put it somewhere in between, and then I'm going to center the text to the middle. I can come here and do the same, center it within those lines, right? So this is pretty much how to work with layout grid. I can come here, click here, and then change it to columns. Come to my text and say all my text will start after this white gutter line and end before this white gutter line. Notice that my red, instantly these red lines are helping me with alignment because they can tell that, oh, this text starts here, so obviously it has to end here. So I can do the same for this text. So you see how easily I'm doing everything because of the layout grid. I can align it here and come here and align this here. Let's move this up. If I center it, notice that it's still staying in the middle. So this is pretty much how to use layout grid, gutter, and margin. Let's move on to the next item. Next on our list is show slices. So again, you see that mine is ticked. In the previous tutorials, we talked about slices. So I'm going to run through that very quickly.
In Figma, the Show Slices feature allows you to view and manage the slices you've created within your design. Slices are defined as areas that specify how the exported graphics or assets will be cropped or divided when exporting your design to image formats like PNG, JPEG, or SVG. Enabling the Show Slices option displays the defined slice areas in your design file, making it easier to identify and modify them as needed. You can adjust the size, position, and settings of slices, ensuring that specific sections of your design are exported correctly. It helps in precisely exporting elements of your design without including unnecessary areas, streamlining the process of generating assets for development or production purposes. So when you come to view and you click on show slices, it would prompt to tell you slices are hidden. But when you come back here and you click on show slices again to activate it, it tells you slices are visible. So when the slices are visible, you'll be able to see everywhere on your canvas where you have used a slice. For this canvas, I don't have any sliced item here, so that's why you can't see those gray lines, those dots, just like as I taught you in previous classes. Okay, on to the next one. Say on to the next one, on to the next one. I hope you're having fun with this. On to the next option, we have comments. The shortcut key for comments in Figma is Shift plus C. Shift plus C. Comments. So what are comments in Figma? Before I define comments, if you come to your panel at the top here, you would see this comment icon, and when you hover over it, you see add comment. And the shortcut key, there's another shortcut key for comment as well. It is C. So either you type C or you type Shift plus C. When you hover over it, it says add comment. So what does this do in Figma? In Figma, comments allow collaborators to communicate and provide feedback directly within a design file. Here's how they work. 1. Adding comments. To add a comment, select an object, frame, or part of the canvas, and then click on the comment icon in the toolbar, or right-click and choose Add Comment. Just as I've shown you, type your comment in the designated area. 2. Viewing comments. Comments are visible as speech bubble icons on the canvas. Clicking on these icons reveals the comments associated with that area. You can also see a list of comments in the right sidebar. Responding and resolving. You can reply to comments to continue the conversation. When a comment is addressed or no longer relevant, you can resolve it to remove it from the active comment list. However, resolved comments remain accessible in the file's history. 4. Notifications. Collaborators receive notifications about new comments and replies in the Figma file. This feature helps keep everyone updated on ongoing discussions and feedback. Comments are useful for sharing thoughts, feedback, or asking questions within the context of the design, making collaboration and design iteration more efficient and organized. I think that is very easy and straight to the point. Comments are used for collaboration, when you start to work on projects with 1, 2, 3, 4 people. There are times when you're working and all of you need to comment at the same time. Let's say we click on this and we want to make this a component, or we want to change the color of this. We initially picked black for this and we came back and said no, we wanted red. Everybody can come and leave their own comments at different, it could be at the same time or at intervals. It's very good for remote work. When it comes to remote work, it's very, very good. So let's quickly do a run through of how this works. Just click on comment or C or Shift plus C. Let me click on mine. The minute you click on it, you'll notice this black comment icon. It's called a bubble, as I stated here. Bubble icon. So notice that it's going everywhere I go, whether I'm inside my frame or I'm outside my frame. You can use your comments anywhere and everywhere. So if you look to the right side of your panel after I have clicked on comment, you would see this text here saying give feedback, ask a question, or just leave a note of appreciation. Click anywhere in the file to leave a comment. I just mentioned that you can click anywhere to leave a comment. It's not selective. There are certain parts of Figma where once you leave the frame, you can no longer use that item, but you can use your comment anywhere. So let's try this out, shall we? So I want to comment on the color of this. I'm going to click on comment here. Immediately I click on the point where I want to comment on. Notice what happens. It says a text box opens up and tells me to add a comment. Let me just type this is a comment, right? So after I'm done typing, notice what happens. An emoji box pops up, and then we have add mention, we have upload up to 5 images and GIFs. Then we also have this arrow saying you should submit. So when you're done, you submit. So I can add an emoji and say, okay, I'm happy, and I like that one very much. At here is pretty simple. Add a mention. So you want to mention somebody else who is also working on this file. Probably want to bring their attention to this color change and say, okay, this is the new color we're going with, no longer black. You click on your @ right, and add their name. I don't have anybody else working on this file with me, so there's nobody to mention. So click on the @ and mention their name. Then you can also upload images to support your claim. Let's say you're trying to convince your colleague to move from point A to point B. You can upload images to that effect. So now that we're done with our comment, let's click enter and submit this comment. Now notice what happens instantly. To the right side of my panel, you can see that Figma has saved that comment to our history. So this has been automatically saved in your version history. It doesn't matter if you delete it or whatever. So here you see I have my name, I have the time I commented, and then I have my comment with my smiley. So this is very good. Again, it's very good for collaboration and remote work. You're able to track progress, you're able to track people's response timing and response time on a project and all that. So when you come back here, you notice that you can see my comment on this comment text. Now, once I am done commenting and I want to leave this whole, I want to deactivate this, all I need to do is to go back to my laptop or whatever you're using, your computer, and press ESC, that's escape. Press ESC. Let's do that. And voila, we have left comment mode. You can see that we're back to our normal cursor. So just press ESC and you're out. You can still see my comment here. Once you have deactivated comment mode, Remember to type ESC, escape, to deactivate comment mode. And you're working and you keep seeing this comment. You're like, oh God, I don't like to see this whilst I work. Now, usually a lot of times people comment when there's an issue to be resolved, when there's something to be changed, when there's something to be edited. So as long as that hasn't been done, your comment would need to stay there. So these comments also stand as a reminder for you. Sometimes you may forget or something. So I advise that you leave your comments activated, especially if they were not pasted there by you. If they are pasted there by someone else, a colleague or a project manager or somebody, or a senior colleague or someone, I advise that you leave them there until you have resolved whatever it is that you have been asked to resolve. If you don't do that, you may forget. So when I hover over my comment, I'm going to show you how to resolve a comment and how to hide a comment. So there are certain times you want to just hide a comment and quickly do some work and then go back to that comment. So to hide a comment, just hover over it like I'm doing right now, right click and come to hide comment, or Shift plus C. Very easy. Right click on your comment, you see all your options that you need. You even have the option to mark it as read or mark it as unread. You have the option to copy the link to the comment. You have the option to resolve it. So if I want to hide this comment, I'm going to click on hide comment. And here it's telling me now that comments have been hidden. I can go back. So if I want to see that comment again, I can either Control Z it or go back here to view and click on comments. So when I click on comments here, all comments come alive. So let me show you, let me quickly do that. Let's leave a comment here, right? And say equals to plus, just a random comment, send. So now we have two comments here. So if I come to my view panel and I click on comments, it automatically hides every comment on my canvas. So that one goes all the way through the canvas. Let's go back to view and click on comments again. Now you can see both comments are back on the canvas. And once I am done, I can come here. Once I have adjusted what it is that I've been asked to adjust, I come here and click on resolve. So notice that resolve only attends to the comment you are trying to resolve. This comment is still active. So to deactivate this, I would go to adjust whatever I've been asked to adjust, right click and click on resolve or hide if I don't want to do it right away. So click on resolve or click on hide. If I click on hide and I want to see that comment again, I just go back to view as I said. So click on resolve and voila, we are done. Shift O, as in the letter O and not the number 0, they're different. When you type Shift plus O in Figma, it activates the toggle between grid and layout grid function. This shortcut helps designers swiftly switch between the regular grid view and the layout grid view while working on designs or layouts. Now I'm all about practice and practical, so I'm going to show you how that works. Trust me, Shift O will save your life. Literally, I'm not even playing. Shift O will save your life. Let's see how Shift O works. So I have hidden my sidebars, that's why you can't see them now. So let's type Shift O on our keyboard and see what happens. Shift plus O. Whoa, do you see that? Everything goes to black and white. Now this is a different grid. Just as the text says, it says it activates the toggle between grid and layout grid function. Shift O will help you to see hidden items in Figma, things that you will not see on your canvas when you're in grid mode. So let me show you. This is easy to see. Let me go to another file and show you the magic that is Shift O. Take a good look at this landing page. This is just a regular landing page for a cosmetic brand. And now you can see, oh, it looks beautiful. The colors are there. Everything looks fine. Now let's say I'm designing and I'm trying to move certain things into certain places and I can't. I'm finding it very difficult to see them. All I need to do is type Shift O and watch what will happen when I do. Whoa, look at that. Now I can see every single hidden image in my on my canvas and on my landing page. You can see that these are all hidden. Once we get to prototyping, you will understand why all of this is here and how it works. So Shift O helps you pretty much walk in the dark. So whilst it is in this mode, I can actually edit anything I like. I can come here and change suppliers to text. And if I if I go back to my design mode, sorry, hold on. Go back to design mode. Look at that. It changed to text. If I go back to Shift O and I change this to hello, and I go back, Shift O helps you to walk, do your work better. As we progress, I'll show you more uses for Shift O, but pretty much this is one of the advantages of Shift O. The next shortcut keys in Figma that I love are Ctrl Z and Ctrl Y. Obviously, this applies not just to Figma but to all other softwares as well. Ctrl Z is a lifesaver. I don't need to dwell too much on that. In Figma, pressing Ctrl Z or Command Z on Mac is the keyboard shortcut for undo. It allows you to revert the most recent action you performed, helping you step back through the history of changes made in your design. So let's quickly try that out. Let's say I delete this. Oh my goodness, I deleted that mistakenly. How do I get it back? Just type Ctrl plus Z and it's back. Very simple, very easy. Ctrl Y. In Figma, pressing Ctrl Y or Command plus Y on Mac is the keyboard shortcut for redo. It allows you to redo changes that were previously done. Very simple, very straight to the point. So let's try it out. Let's delete this text. Ctrl plus Z. Ctrl Z. And let me just delete this so that I can get it better. That would be a better example. Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, now Ctrl Y, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Y. So I guess you get the drift. That's how it works. Last on my list for keyboard shortcut keys in Figma that I love is Shift R. This is used to toggle rulers. So let me bring back my UI so that I can show you how that works. Click on Shift R. Notice what happens. You can see this here that looks like a ruler. And you can see this here that also looks like a ruler. So rulers, you might not always use rulers in Figma because there are other there's a layout grid that helps you with placement, but I still find myself using it every now and again, once in a while, but not all the time. So this is what a ruler looks like. To pull out a ruler, just hover over this. When you hover, you see that it changes to the ruler tool. click and drag. Pretty much very easy. You can move this around by doing this. Just click on it and move, or you use your arrows or your keyboard but to move it to the left or to the right. But you must make sure that it is blue for you before you move it. If it is red, you can't move it. Blue tells you which one you're working with. So when it's blue like this, you can move it left and right. Same for the top. Just click and drag. Click and drag. Click and drag. So that's how you bring in rulers. You can see what I'm doing here. That's all for Shift R for rulers. Now to exit your rulers and leave all the blue and red lines, type Shift R again and it will take you out. It will show you rulers hidden. So that's how you know that you no longer have the rulers on your page. To get them back, type Shift R. It shows you here again, rulers visible. To take them off, Shift R, rulers hidden. So just because I don't want to make this too long, I have gotten the link to a website where you can go and read up on many more shortcut keys, keyboard shortcut keys in Figma that you can, acquaint yourself with over time. So this is our website. Let me fill that up. www.usekeyboard.com/Figma/. So go here and read more about shortcut keys in Figma. Alright, still under view. Let us go to the next item after comments. We have outlines. Now I have touched on outlines already when I was talking about keyboard shortcut keys in Figma, and I taught us about Shift O. So this is this is the extension of Shift O in your menu bar. You can see it here, show outlines, Shift O, Shift plus O or Shift O. So under outlines, we have include hidden layers and include object bounds. I'm just going to run through those two and tell you what they mean. Before we go to these two, let's click on Shift O. Now our outlines are visible, as you can see. So I explained already that Shift O is a power tool that helps you pretty much work in the dark. You get to see the skeletal version of your versions or version of your designs. Shift O helps me to see, like if I exit Shift O now, let me see. If I exit this version, look at the design now. Outlines are hidden right now. But if I go back to Shift O shows me all those hidden items that I cannot see when I am in this mode, right? So Shift O is very, very important. It will help you save time whilst you're designing. Now that we're done with Shift O, let's move to include object bounds. That's the first option here. The second option, include object bounds. Include object bounds refers to the action of incorporating the object's boundaries or dimensions within the selection or applied action. I will show you how that works very quickly. But before I do, let me go here and click on both of them. Click on include object bounds and click on include hidden layers, right? Let's go back to our outline mode. So now we have outlines visible. Notice what is happening here. For starters, when you toggle and select include hidden layers, what this does for you is it shows you every single part of your design when outlines are visible. So there's nothing hidden.
So I would advise that you leave this ticked, but depending on what you're working on, you might want to untick it or not. You might not want to select it, but I usually leave mine selected. So that's one. Then two, we have include object bounds. Now, what this does, it shows you. Let me use a text as an example. Look at this text now. When you activate object bounds, you are able to see the boundaries of your text. This is a text that is inside a frame. This is the frame and this is the text. Just take a look at that. When I tick on include object bounds, I am able to see the boundaries of this text. So it makes my work even easier if I want to edit. Let's take a look at what this file will look like when this is turned off. When you turn it off, notice your prompt is here. Notice what happens. You can no longer see the boundaries. You can still work in this mode, but it's just easier when you are able to see your boundaries. So whichever option works for you, that's fine. You can choose any of them, but I like to leave both of them ticked because it makes work easier, faster. Now look at that. So I can, and this would help so much whilst I'm working. So let's move on to the next item. On to the next one. On our main menu, under View, we have Pixel Preview. So to activate this, click on Pixel Preview or Control plus Shift plus P. So let's define that before we demonstrate it. In Figma, Pixel Preview is a feature that allows designers to view their designs as they would on a screen with varying pixel densities. Here's how it works. Pixel Preview helps simulate how a design will look on screens with different pixel densities or different resolutions. It allows you to toggle between the design's original view and how it might appear on screens with different resolutions, such as standard. The standard is 1x, retina 2x, or other custom densities. 2. When you enable Pixel Preview, Figma displays the design as if it were shown on a screen with a 1:1 pixel ratio, that's 1x. This view helps in visualizing how elements will scale on devices with different pixel densities, ensuring the design looks sharp and clear across various screen types. Pixel Preview is a valuable tool for designers to ensure that their designs maintain quality and clarity across devices with different pixel densities, helping to create visually consistent and appealing user interfaces. I have highlighted the importance of pixels and the importance of knowing how to use your pixels on different platforms and different frames and what have you, on different devices as well. So it's very important you know how to use your pixels. If you missed the part where I talked about pixels, please go back to rewatch it. So let's see how this works. Very easy. When you go to View, click on Pixel Preview, and your prompt comes under here saying Pixel Preview enabled at 1x. So right now Pixel Preview is enabled. And if you go back to click on View, click on Pixel Preview to disable it. If you don't want to use the Pixel Preview, just click on it again and tell you Pixel Preview disabled. I like to leave my own enabled, so let's go back and leave that on. Let's move on to the next option. Back to our main menu. Under View, we have the next on our list is Mask Outlines. What is Mask Outlines?
In Figma, a mask is a powerful feature used to control the visibility of content within a specific shape or frame. The mask outlines in Figma refer to the edges or boundaries of the mask that define where the content will be visible or hidden based on the shape or frame used for masking. When you apply a mask to an object or layer in a frame, the content inside that mask will only be visible within the boundaries or outlines of the mask shape. Any content outside these outlines will be hidden or clipped. As we progress, we're going to show you how to clip items inside a frame. Again, any content outside these outlines will be hidden or clipped, allowing you to create unique visual effects, crop images, or control the visibility of elements precisely within a particular area. Now let's see how that works, shall we? Here we have an ellipse and a polygon. I'm going to show you how masking works in Figma. Let's say I'm trying to create something, a design, and I want to put this triangle inside this, well, I call it a triangle, they call it a polygon. I'm trying to put this polygon into this ellipse or circle. I want it to move inside this circle. And I don't want all the nasty, I don't want all the edges to show. So how do I do that? I use a mask. Now there are different ways to mask in Figma. The first way is hold down your button on your mouse and highlight both images together. Now notice our outlines are there showing that we have highlighted both items. And to know that that's true, come to the left panel and you see the blue lines here, the blue highlight here. I've taught you this already. This shows you that you've highlighted an item or items. Immediately you do this, look up here, you would see use as mask. You will see Boolean groups. We'll touch on all these ones, but this is our area of interest. You'll see use as mask. I can easily click on this or Control plus Alt plus M. M is for mask. You can make sure that when you're right clicking, your cursor is within this highlight and not without. If you right click outside of the highlighted point, you notice that you get different options, you get lesser options. These are not the options we're trying to go for. So you need to right click inside your highlighted region. So like so, just as I'm doing here. So notice that the options are different when you highlight here and when you highlight here. Under this, you can also find use as mask. Control plus Alt plus M, M for masks. So I'm going to just go for this one. Click on use as mask and notice what happens immediately. The angles and the tips of my rectangles have been cropped out. So I'm going to right click outside here. Now, notice something. What do you see here? Okay, for starters, now I can move my rectangle inside the circle. I've been able to successfully put my rectangle inside the circle. Don't worry your head too much about what you can do with this yet. As you grow in your field of design, you'll start getting creative with it. Notice what is going on here. I can see this green outline which is coming from the ellipse, and let's say I don't want to see that. I want this to look like a magnifier. I want it to look crisp and clean. So if I don't want to see that anymore, I will just click on this again, go to main menu, go to view, and then click on mask outlines. So mask outlines helps me to mask the outline of the parent item. The parent item is the host. The triangle in this case is the child element. The ellipse here is the parent element. So I've masked its outlines. So outlines are guides. If I say, oh, I need to see those I need to see where this circle is whilst I'm designing.
Then I can go back and click on Mask Outlines to activate it and make it visible.
So now it's visible again. So I don't need it to be visible, so I'm going to turn it off. And I've turned it off. Now look at how beautiful this looks, right? When I click on the ellipse, look at that. So pretty, right? When you have created a mask, one way to know for sure that you have a mask on your canvas is to go to the left side of your panel. Click on this, obviously, click on your mask, go to the left side, and you will see mask group. Now the icon for mask group is the same as the icon for grouped items, because obviously they're both groups, but this is a different type of a group. Now inside your mask group, you have your polygon and you have your ellipse. So if I click on my polygon, notice it shows me where the polygon is, and then if I click on my ellipse, it shows me where my ellipse is. These items are both inside this mask group. There's another way, let me show you another creative way to use Shift O. If I'm working and for some reason I'm trying to find maybe the edge of this triangle, I cannot find it, all I need to do is click on Shift O. With Shift O, I can see the skeletal image. I can see everything on my canvas. You can now see the edges. I can click on it if I want. I can see my ellipse. I can click on it if I want. I can also see my outlines. To exit Shift O, just click on Shift O again, and we're back here. So this is how to use masks in Figma. Let's say I change my mind and I no longer want my polygon to be inside my circle or my ellipse. I can easily come here. Now, before I move on to that, be very careful with this. Sometimes when you click on polygon, you might think you have clicked on mask group, and you click on polygon and you go and do something like this. Be careful with that. If you want to move both, the whole item, the mask group itself, make sure you click on mask group. If I click on ellipse, I can also move my ellipse around inside my polygon. I have my polygon inside my ellipse when I click on my polygon here, and I have my ellipse moving around inside my polygon when I click on my ellipse. So that's the magic of mask groups. Once you're done with your mask and you want to exit this mode, you can either just go click on mask group and delete the whole thing. But if you don't want to delete it, click on ellipse here, go to the right side of your panel and click on ellipse. Come here, right click, and you see the option to remove mask. So the shortcut key for that is Ctrl+Alt+M. Ctrl+Alt+M. So I'm just going to click on remove mask, and voila, we're back to our default mode. We now have our polygon on its own and our ellipse on its own. Whilst using masks, you will notice something. If I click on my ellipse here and I go to my right panel, you'll notice this. Under mask, you have options. So you have vector, you have alpha, you have luminance. Now, I don't always use these, but you can use them if you like. There's alpha, there's vector, there's luminance. So you can see they're telling you what these do. Alpha used for transparency, vector use shape outlines, luminance used for brightness. So let's see, we're just going to take one of them, which is alpha. When working with masks in design software like Figma, alpha refers to the transparency or opacity level of an object or layer. In the context of using a mask, alpha or transparency means that you can control how opaque or see-through an object or content appears within the masked area. By adjusting the alpha or transparency settings of the content or the mask itself, you can control the visibility and blending of layers to create various visual effects. So that's how the alpha option works with masking. So you can see we are on luminance right now, and this works for brightness. When you go to vector, it works for shape outlines, and when you go to alpha, it works for transparency. Under menu, we have view again, and the next one we have frame outlines. In Figma, frame outlines refer to the bounding boxes or borders that define the edges of frames. Frames are essentially containers that hold design elements like shapes, images, or text. When you create or select a frame in Figma, the outline or bounding box appears around it. So this is a frame, so let's select it. This is a frame outline, so it goes all the way down to the end of the frame. If I stretch this, notice that my frame outline follows. So this is a frame outline, yeah? Right. So when you create or select a frame in Figma, the outline or bounding box appears around it, showcasing the dimensions and boundaries of that frame, as I've just shown you. These outlines help you visualize and manipulate the contents within the frame, allowing you to resize, position, or align the elements accurately within the designated area. So for this frame right here, this is my designated area. It's a very long frame. Understand what I mean? This is my designated area. Additionally, frame outlines also serve as guides when arranging and organizing elements within your design canvas, ensuring a structured and well-defined layout. So again, these blue lines are frame outlines. Let's move on to the next one. Let's go to the next option, the next one on our list, which is memory usage. On page 1, I have files here. I have frames. Let's say I want to figure out how much memory I have used on this canvas. Let's quickly run through what memory usage in Figma is like and how it works. In Figma, memory usage refers to the amount of computer memory RAM that the Figma application is utilizing whilst it's running. As you work on designs, create prototypes, or perform various tasks within Figma, the application consumes computer memory to store and process the data related to your design files, assets, history states, and other operational aspects. High memory usage can impact the performance of Figma and your computer, potentially causing lag or slowdowns, especially when working on complex or large design files. It's advisable to manage the memory usage by closing unnecessary tabs, reducing the number of open files, or closing other applications to optimize Figma's performance. So let's quickly check how much memory I have used on this canvas and on this page. So to do that, go to your main menu, go to view, and click on memory usage. So once I click on memory usage, notice what happens to the left side of my panel. Instantly, I see memory usage, and I see obviously my close icon. This is the available memory that I have, and out of this I have used only 1%, which is pretty fair. You can also go further if you want to go deeper and find out more details. Click on manage memory. So when you click on manage memory to bring you here, total memory use is 1.9%. Total number of layers is 343.
page content 1.8, imported component 0.1. I really don't have any component here. We'll talk about components later. Show memory usage, blah blah blah. You can read through tips to reduce memory. They give you tips on how to reduce, the memory size on your canvas. Now this is a fairly light canvas in terms of memory use. I'm going to take you to another file where I have so many designs, and that's this file. Let me zoom out so I can really show you what's going on here. So in my early design life, I prototyped a whole website. Don't laugh, don't scream, don't worry, I know. I literally sat down. Let me remove the side panel so that you can see what I'm actually talking about. Before I go there, you can see how I titled everything, right? So let me show you what a young girl did. I sat down and I prototyped a whole website. But as you can see, it goes on and on. So many files on one page. Anywho, now let's check the memory usage on this file. Let's go to view and click on memory usage. Now on this file, I'm using 25%, which is way higher than the other one. So let's click on manage memory. You can see all the details is showing me. So this is a very heavy page in terms of memory usage. So that's how you use memory. That's how you check how much memory you have used in Figma. Now on to the next item on our menu. We have under view, we have show or hide UI. UI here stands for user interface. User interface. And the shortcut key for this is Control plus backslash. Control plus backslash. So this is very easy. This is basically your interface, and you are the user, hence the name user interface. Now most times when you're working, you'll notice that you just need more space. I mean, depending on your screen, some screens are bigger than others, but there's certain times when I just want to see my canvas in full without the left and right panels showing. So to do that, just click on Control plus backslash, or you can come here, right click here, and you have the option here, show or hide UI. So let's do that. When you do that, notice what has happened. We now have a canvas without the left and right panel. Now to restore your left and right panel, right click again and then click on show or hide UI to get it back. Or you click on Control plus backslash. So let's do that and see. Now our left and right panels are back. You can also go to the menu, view, and then click on show or hide UI. So the next item under menu, under view, is multiplayer cursors. Multiplayer cursors, and the shortcut key for this one is Control plus Alt plus backslash. So I'm going to quickly explain what multi cursors are and how they look in Figma. So let me quickly hide our UI so that I can have more space. Okay. In Figma, the multiplayer cursor is a collaborative feature that allows multiple users who are simultaneously editing the same design file to see each other's cursors in real time. This, by the way, is a cursor. It's a type of cursor. There are different types of cursors, by the way. This is one of them. This, your hover button. It's a visual indicator that displays the position and activity of collaborators within a shared file. Each user's cursor is represented by a distinct colored icon or shape, enabling contributors to track and observe
where others are working within the design canvas. The multiplayer cursor feature enhances collaboration by providing a visual cue of who is active and where they are editing or creating elements within the design file. It is particularly useful for teams or individuals working remotely. This is similar to the comments feature as well. So I've done a run through of how comments work. This also works in a similar form. It fosters a sense of real-time collaboration. That's one fantastic thing about Figma. It encourages, real-time collaboration between teams, between persons, individuals who are working together. You can all come together and work together on Figma at the same time. It allows everyone to see the actions and movements of others whilst they work together on the same project. So trust me to always bring an example. I just feel like examples always help you to learn better and faster. So I'm going to play, this is a video. Let's show our UI. This is a video and I'm going to play it so you can see how multiplayer cursors work in Figma. Now to play this video, go to the top right of your UI and click on this icon here to play. So here we have a short video showing how multiplayer cursors work in Figma. I extracted this video from Figma's page. So you can see, we can see the names Sean and Hannah. Sean and Hannah are both working on this project together on Figma. So you can see how multiplayer cursors work. Their cursors have different colors. One is green, one is purple. Just so everybody knows who is where. So you can move around your canvas, you can move items around at the same time. Now have it at the back of your mind that every organization has their own policy and their own structure in terms of remote work, in terms of collaboration. So what will apply to company A may not apply to company B. So next on our menu, we have under view, we have open dev mode. Now this may be new to a lot of us. A lot of us may not understand what this is. Don't worry your head too much about this. This is mostly for the software engineers. Since you're going to be working a lot with software engineers, you need to understand what this is and the role it plays in your life as a UI UX designer or product designer. So open dev mode. I'm going to define it quickly. Again, let me hide my UI so I can have some space. In Figma, dev mode is a feature that allows users to inspect and interact with the code of elements within a design file. I hope that is very clear. When you enable dev mode, you can view the underlying code associated with specific components or elements in your design. By toggling on dev mode, users can access and inspect the HTML, CSS, and other related code snippets that are used to generate the design components. This feature is particularly valuable for developers or designers who want to extract specific code snippets or review the structure and properties of design elements for implementation or further customization outside of the Figma environment. Enabling dev mode in Figma provides greater visibility into the code structure and properties of elements, aiding in the integration of design elements into web or app development workflows. I believe this definition is as simple as it comes. So again, let us see how dev mode works. To get to dev mode, Let's go to view again. Under view, you can see dev mode, and open dev mode. The shortcut key for this is Shift plus D. Shift plus D. Instantly, you're notified that you have switched to dev mode, and you also notice that the dev mode interface has a lot of green everywhere. Another way through which you can switch to dev mode is to come to the top right of your UI, and you would see this here. When you hover over it, you'd see dev mode or Shift D. Click here, and you have successfully switched to dev mode. And if you want to exit dev mode, come back here again and click on this button. It will tell you that you have switched to design mode. So let's go back to dev mode, shall we? So when you're in dev mode, I mean, this is mostly for developers, but let me just show you a few things. Again, dev mode is mostly for inspection and for the software engineers to get code snippets. Like, say they want to find out the properties. What are the properties of this frame? What is the code snippet for this frame? All they need to come here to do is to click on this, and they can inspect easily here. Look to the right, you have your padding, you have your border, you have your width, you have your height, background color, every single thing. I can click here as well, and I get all the details about this frame. So these are some of the amazing features Figma possesses. So I hope this is clear. Let's go back to design mode and continue with our main menu. All right, let us move to the next item under view, and we have panels. Now, what are panels? Let me quickly show you what panels are. If you look to the left and to the right sides of your UI, you would see these. You see this one on the right. Sorry, I'm always mixing my left and my right. So this is your right side. This is your right panel, and in your right panel, you have your design panel and you have your prototype panel. Again, I will touch on prototype later in the course. So you have your design panel. You can toggle between design panel and prototype panel. On your left panel, however, you have your layer section. All these are your layers. Your layers section carries your pages, number of pages you've created. These are all the pages I have here, 8 pages. It also carries the details for your frames, files, designs that are on your canvas. That is what is under layers here. If I toggle again and I move to assets under your panel here carries your components and toolbars. So we'll talk more about components later in the course. I would explain it and I will show you how to create a component. Here you can see your pages as well, page 1 to page 8 for me. I have 8 pages here. So these are your panels. Let's go back to view and see what we have there. So under panel, we have open layers panel. I already touched on that. When you click on this, if you are on assets, it will take you to layers. Let's go back again. Libraries or Alt+2. When you click on libraries, it would take you to your assets panel. So like I said, we have layers panel, we have assets panel. Assets panel hosts your libraries. Libraries is where you store your components. Don't worry, I'm sure I sound like I'm speaking French right now or gibberish, but don't worry, as we progress, I'll explain all these things further. We're just touching on this briefly. We'll come back to them. So under panel, you have open design panel. I already told you what that is. When you click on this, it opens your design panel. When you click on open prototype panel, it opens your prototype panel. When you click on toggle variables, it opens a section for you to create a variable collection. As we proceed, we'll talk about variables as well. What's next? I just want to run through this very quickly so we don't dwell, because we're still going to dwell on them later in the course. And then you have show left sidebar Control plus Shift plus backslash. Now you may be working and you just want one panel, maybe the right panel, to show on your canvas. You can come here and click on this, and voila, the left panel has been hidden, so we only have the right panel. And if I want to restore this, go back here, click on view, and then click on under panels, click on show left sidebar, or you can use the shortcut key Control plus Shift plus backslash. So that's how panels work in Figma. Now let's move on to the next item. We are almost coming to the end of our items under view. Whoop whoop. Don't worry, it gets easier from here on, so just be patient. It's very important that you understand how everything on this canvas works. We've gone through all of this. Now on to the last set here. Now zoom in, zoom out, zoom to 100%, zoom to fit, and zoom to selection. I believe I've touched on this already, and they're very easy. Zoom in just is telling you, oh, do you want to zoom in? Do you want to zoom out? You can zoom in on Figma to 25,600%. That's like the closest you can get. So zoom in. To zoom in really closely, just click on Control plus plus or Control plus. I do Control plus and Control minus for zoom, or I just do minus and plus. I keep clicking on both until I get my desired view. To zoom out, you can click on Control plus minus. Zoom to 100%, Control plus 0. Zoom to fit, Shift plus 1. Zoom to selection, Shift plus 2. Let me click on that so you see how that works. So this is zoom to selection. So it has brought it to 19%. It has zoomed it in for me. Now there's another way you can zoom in on your canvas. Just go to the right side of your toolbar, top right, come here, you'd see zoom or view options. Click on it and you can see those same options here. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom to fit, zoom to 50%, zoom to 100%, zoom to 200%, and others. So play around with all of this and pick your desired view. Now let's move on to the next item under view. We have previous page, next page, zoom to previous frame, zoom to next frame, find previous frame, find next frame. So you may not always use these buttons, but they may come in handy for you every now and again. So previous page, page up, next page, page down, zoom to previous frame, Shift plus N, zoom to next frame. I believe they are self-explanatory. Zoom to next frame is you. When you click on this, it moves from blue to red. And if I go back and I click on it again, zoom to next frame, it will take me back to red. I believe that is very comprehensive, so we don't need to dwell on it. What else? Find previous frame. When you click on it, it helps you to find the frames that came before these two frames. And lastly, let's go back to view. Lastly, we have find next frame end. So these are self-explanatory. Let us now move on to object. So let's move on to the next item. I'll select this frame, come to object. Remember that we have moved on to object. And the next on our list is convert to section. So before we dwell on what converting to section is, let us define a section in Figma. Sections are a great way to organize and group related content within a design file. They allow you to divide your design into sections, making it easier to work with
and navigate, especially if you have a large and complex design. It is also a great way to guide collaborators through your file, and you can direct them to a specific section of your canvas by copying the link. Moreover, it is helpful for prototyping because you can connect to a group of screens and keep your application well organized. So we're going to try to convert this frame to a section so that all this text that we have just read will become clearer to you. So let's go back to Object. Under Object, click on Convert to Section. Okay, what do you see? For starters, we notice that the title of the frame has changed to Section 3. Now, in our previous classes, I've taught you how this works. Figma automatically titles your frames, sections, groups. So what it has done here for me is it has given a title to this section. And it is titled Section 3, which means that there are two other sections before this section. So if I create another section, it will be titled Section 4. So you're advised to title your sections. I can go here and say this is a section, right? So pay attention to how you title your files. Very important. Make sure you're giving your files unique names that also tally with what your team is working on. So I've titled this as this is a section. You come to your the left side of your canvas, you would see that it has also changed here, and it has been titled This is a Section. Now this is the icon for sections. You can see that it looks like a folder. So this is another fantastic feature Figma has. There's always an icon beside each text or each title letting you know what this is. This easily can be taken as a frame, but this is not a frame. This is a section. And here, look at that, mark as ready for dev. So we talked about open dev mode. Now, because it is a section and because you're going to be having like different designs inside your section, you can easily say, okay, let me mark this as ready for development. That's dev. So I want to mark it ready for my developers to code. So I can click on this and say ready for dev. You can see I've clicked on this and I've said ready for dev. So once the developers come here and they see this, they know, okay, this section contains files or designs that are ready for development. So let me quickly switch this up. Let me bring in some mobile app designs so that it looks more realistic. Alright, so now I have switched up the text and I've brought in some design files here. So this is a mobile app for a shoe brand. This is a section. So you can see how useful sections can be. So a section can take up landing page designs, it can take up hero section designs, it can take up mobile app designs. Once you let me put this like this, right? Once you have your designs here, you're pretty much done. It makes it look very tidy. There's no issues with when you're adjusting, as you can see here. So now that I'm done inserting my designs right in here, I will go here, click on this. You have the option to open in dev mode. I already showed you how to go to dev mode. So if you want to go to dev mode, just click on this and we are in dev mode. Let me show my UI. So remember I told you how to identify dev mode. We are now in dev mode. We are now in development mode. this is the mode in which the developers, the software engineers, are able to tell, okay, what are the components here, what is the size of this frame, how are we going to code it. So this is dev mode. Now let me hide my UI again. The next option is copy dev link. Now remember, in our definition we said you can actually copy a link to the section. So you can copy this link instead of stressing with, oh, open this file, just copy the link and send it to whoever needs it. Now let's show our UI again. Let's leave dev mode for now, and I'm going to post that link here so that you can see what it looks like. So this is our link. Now if I copy this link and I send it to anyone, once they click on it, it will bring them to this section. So let's even give that a quick try. Copy. We've pasted it in a new tab. Let's see if it will actually open here. Wow, voila. And it has brought us back to our file. So you can copy the link to the file and send to whomever needs it, especially the developers. So the last option under ready for dev is remove ready status. So let's say you finish working on your files and maybe your product manager comes back and says, no, we need to make adjustments to XYZ frame. You can come here and take off the remove the ready status, just like I'm doing here. And now your section is no longer tagged ready for dev. Alright, now we're done with that. Let's move on to the next item. Still under menu and under object, the next item we have is frame selection. And the shortcut key is Ctrl Alt G. We have frame selection, we have on group selection. So I'm going to tell you the difference very quickly between a section, a frame, and a group. To ungroup selection in Figma, all you're saying is you want to remove a group. Let's say you group these two items together, group selection, and you decide that you don't want them grouped anymore. Just come here, right click, and click on group here, and now they're no longer grouped. So what is the difference between a section, a group, and a frame? For frames, a frame in Figma is a container used to organize and display content. It is typically used for laying out design elements and can have its own dimensions and properties. Frames can be nested within other frames and are often used to represent specific screens or sections within a design. Groups, on the other hand, are a collection of objects or layers that are combined together for organizational purposes. Grouping allows you to manipulate multiple objects as a single unit, moving or resizing them together. However, a group doesn't have its own properties or layout settings like frames do. That is one of the major differences between a frame and a group. Last but not least, section. In Figma, section is more of a design organizational term used to structure your designs visually or conceptually. It's not a specific object or feature within Figma, but rather a way designers might organize content within frames or groups to represent different parts or sections of a design. For instance, you might create sections within frames to represent different screens or areas of a user interface. So now you know the difference between the three. Let's move on to the next item. All right, let's proceed, shall we? So before we move to the next item under object, which is set as thumbnail, we have covered use as mask already. So before we move to set as thumbnail, I'd like us to touch on prototypes. I know you've heard a lot about prototypes. What are prototypes? What is prototyping? How does it work? So let's quickly run through that, shall we? In Figma, a prototype refers to a functional representation or simulation of a design that allows users to interact with the interface elements, right? Prototypes in Figma enable designers to create interactive experiences by defining and linking various frames or components together, establishing connections through interactive elements like buttons or links. They help visualize and test the flow of user interactions within a design, showcasing how different screens or elements interact and transition between one another. So, this definition is very simple. Let me create a scenario. So I'm a product designer working at a company, and we have a new client who wants to build, let's say, a customer relationship website and app. And they have a concept. Everybody has a brand, they have brand colors, they have a theme, they have their organizational structure, their mission, their vision, because these are all the things you have to consider before you start to create any design for any client. You have to know what their goals are. You have to know their target market. Who are they trying to reach? What are their colors? Colors are so important, and how you infuse their colors into their site, into their product, into their digital product is very important. So these are all the questions you will ask during the ideation phase, where you're trying to decide, okay, how we're going to create a very fantastic product that is aesthetically pleasing and functionally productive. So once you have gone past that stage, and then you have, with your team, come up with a design concept. Now you've finished your design. Let's move back to my mobile apps, which I used before. Let's say you're done. A lot of the time, before you move the designs to the table of the developers who would code those designs, it is advised that you do some sort of testing, right? You do some sort of testing. And by testing, I don't mean user research. I mean, you want to see how each page would nicely slip into another page. You want to see how the buttons would respond. You want to see, okay, let's zoom in here. You want to see, okay, if I click on this icon, what will happen? This is where prototyping comes in handy. Prototyping allows you to create like a dummy, let me call it a dummy, of the real item. Because ideally, like this, if I present this and the client is looking at this, they don't know what happens if they click on this card here. If I click on this, what happens? So many a time, the client wants to see what will happen when they click on this button, when they click here. When they click here, they want to see what will happen. So this is where prototyping comes to play. We use prototyping to get a functional representation or simulation of our design. This allows your client to interact with your interface before coding starts. Because of how complicated coding is, you don't want to go and code a site and then present it to your client, and the client is like, no, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. So it's best to prototype it first, present it to them, then they can make adjustments where necessary, and you come and infuse those, make those corrections, and then when you are done with all of your adjustments, it then moves to dev mode. That's like the final phase. right? So let's quickly run through an example of how prototyping works. So now we have a frame here. This is a mobile, this is an iPhone 14 screen. When I click on this section, I want this menu page to pop up. So I'm going to come here and select what I want to connect, right? To start prototyping, you must ensure that you move to the prototype panel. So you're going to move away from all of this to this. And how do you do that? Just do that by clicking on prototype. Now we're in prototype mode. Under prototype, we have interactions, we have scroll behavior, we have show prototype settings, we have scroll with parent, we have no scrolling. So now, under prototyping, we have what we call interactions. Simply put, we want to make this interact with this. So here you can see flow 1 as well. Flow 1 would show us what our interactions look like after we've done all the connection. So I'm going to start here. Click on this. I want that every time I click on this icon or around this icon, this menu page pops up. So when you are in prototype mode, you'll notice all these little cross boxes here, cross and circle. These are your interaction buttons. So I'm going to click on one, right? Now I'm going to drag it. When you click on it, you drag. It's sticky, so it goes with you everywhere. I'm going to drag it to the frame that I want to open when I click on this, and it is this one. Simple as that. You're done. Now the minute you do that, you would see a box here open up with options. Now when I click on this, what do I want to happen? I want this to open and slide in. So that's why you have here on click. What do you want to happen when you click? So when I click, I want to, right? I want to open overlay. I want this menu page in front of this main page. Now this is the overlay, as you can see. So now I can place this overlay anywhere I like, either here, here, or here. But usually the overlays stay here, so I'm going to leave it here, right? Now what other options do we have? How do I want the transition to look? Do I want it to be instant? Do I want it dissolved? Do I want it to move in? I think I'm going to go with move in. So when I click on move in, now you see these arrows here asking you what direction do you want this frame to move in. I'm going to click on this for now. So notice what is happening here. This is like a display screen of what would happen with your transition. So it's showing you that it will come in from the left to the right. Figma allows you to see what your interaction will look like. So it's not as though you're going to be working in the dark. So you would see what your interactions will play out like. So to see that, I can come here and click on flow 1. Just click on flow 1 here, like I'm doing. So you'd see this black mini screen by the side. When it's done loading, I come here. Wow, look at that. Right? Now I want to see this on a bigger screen. I want to see this play on a bigger screen. If I want to do that, I can come here and click on open in presentation view. That's one way to do it. Let's click on it and see. When I open it here, I usually will come here to options and click on fit to screen, because you can see that it's pretty big now. So fit to screen. And now we have this is where you get to play out your prototypes and see how they actually slide in, slide out, see how the frames slide into each other before you present it to your client. So I'm going to come to that menu icon, click on it. Wow, look at that. So it slides in, and when I click outside or anywhere, it goes back. So slide in, click, goes back. So we're going to go over interactions in Figma, events in Figma, and prototyping. We have defined prototyping in Figma, and I've shown you how to move from the design panel, to the prototype panel. Right now we are on the prototype panel, as you can see here. So when you come to your file, let's say I click on this and I want to start adding interactions here. Select the frame you want to add those interactions to first before you proceed. I've selected this frame. This frame is titled, let's title it Prototype, right? When you're in prototype mode and you click on your frame, you will notice these circles all around your frame. They are indicators for you to add an interaction. When you click on them, you'll see the sticky arrows that help with interaction. So you can create interactions just by clicking on this circle and dragging your arrow, right? So that's clear. Now, what is an interaction in Figma? Interactions in Figma refer to the ways users engage with elements in a design prototype, such as clicking a button to navigate to another screen or swiping to reveal hidden content. Now that we've defined interactions, let's move on to events in Figma. A lot of people who are familiar with programming would know about events because we have events in JavaScript and the likes. So we also have events in Figma.
In Figma, events are user-initiated actions or triggers that prompt specific responses or interactions within a design or prototype.
These actions include clicking, dragging, hovering, pressing keys, or using a mouse, each leading to predefined reaction or change in the design. So in Figma, the 9 events that we have are: 1. On click, action triggered when a user clicks on an element. That's for on click. So let me quickly show you on click. Let's click on this frame and come here to interactions. Click on interactions and immediately you're brought here and you see on click, you see plus, you see close, and you see none. So let's click on the drop down menu and here you have on click, on drag, while hovering, while pressing, key, gamepad, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse down, and mouse up. So these are all events in Figma. If I go for on click, it's saying, just as the name says, on click. On click. When you click, what do you want to happen? That's what on click is saying. Do you want the file's frame to go up? Do you want it to come down? Do you want to move in? Do you want it to move out? When the user clicks, what do you want to happen? What action do you want to trigger when the user clicks on an element? So that's what you're going for. You can go for on click. Now let's move to on drag. Action is activated
when an element is dragged. So on drag, just like on click, is activated when you drag an element. It could be a slider or something, you drag it and this action is activated. The next is while hovering. Action occurring as the cursor hovers over an element. You already know what hovering is. What I'm doing here right now is hovering. So whilst hovering, what action do we want to occur? The next is whilst pressing. Action active while a button or key is held down. So what do we want to happen when somebody, by somebody I mean the user, presses down or holds down a button? What do we want to happen? Do we want to switch to another page? Do we want to move a frame from top to bottom? What do we want to happen? So when you are working with actions that are related to that, you go for while pressing. Next is key or gamepad. Action triggered by pressing a specific keyboard or gamepad button. So this is mostly used for games. So saying what action should be triggered when you're pressing a specific keyboard or gamepad. So you know what gamepads are. What do you want to happen when somebody presses on their gamepad or keyboard? Next we have is mouse enter. Action occurring when the cursor enters an element area. So we already touched on that previously. When my mouse enters this option, what do I want to happen? So this is what mouse enter helps us with. If my mouse enters here, what do I want to happen? Same for mouse leave. Action occurs when the cursor moves away from an element. So just like mouse enter, every time my cursor enters this element space, this whole space here, I want us to get a slider or go to another page every time my mouse enters here. Now mouse leave says every time my cursor leaves this whole region, what do I want to happen? So every time I leave like this, I want to prompt an action. I want something to happen. So what do I want to happen? That's what mouse leave is telling you. Then the next we have mouse down. Action occurring when the mouse button is pressed. So what do I want to happen for the user every time they press their mouse button? What do I want to happen? And then the last we have mouse up. Action activated when the mouse button is released. It's similar to mouse enter and mouse leave. So these are all events in Figma. So I believe I already showed you how on-click works. Let's do mouse enter so that we can have a new example. So I'm going to say on mouse enter, right? Every time, this is a frame right here, I want to say every time my cursor enters this region on this file, I want to go to, so you come here and you click on this none, I want to navigate to. You want to navigate to is very simple English, where I want to move from point A to point B. And then you come here and click on this again and it shows you all the frames on your canvas right now. So you pick the frame that you want to navigate to. So here I'm going to navigate to, let's see what we have here. Let's say main page. Yeah. So I will come here and click on main page. So now notice what happens. You see this blue sticky prototype tool again, like I've shown you before. This is used for interactions. This is used for prototyping. So it immediately connects me to that frame. So here we have every time my cursor enters this region, which is mouse enter, I would like to go to main page 2, right? Now you can see here add delay. Add delay simply means do I want this action to happen right away? Like if the cursor enters here, boom, it happens. Do I want it to happen immediately, or do I want to delay it for just maybe a few seconds, for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes? Do I want to add delay? So you can decide whether or not to add delay. I mean, depends on what you're working on. You might want to say, oh, I don't want it that when somebody enters the this frame, it immediately moves. I want it that, okay, after they've entered here, then 2 minutes in or 2 seconds in, then they can move to main page 2, right? So now to get back that menu option, all I need to do is come here and click on this and it's back. That's this. If I click here, it goes off. If I click on this, it comes back. So I hope that is clear to us. So what else do we have here? I'm not going to add, I'm okay. Maybe I would add a delay of 2, right? So 2 milliseconds. I've added a delay of 2. Let's make it 10. So ms here means milliseconds. So this is how Figma calculates time. So I've added 10 milliseconds. So what I'm saying here is every time the user enters this frame area, I want a delay of 10 milliseconds to occur before they move to main page 2. I hope that's clear. Now on to the next. So we've set our mouse enter, we set the page that we would like it to navigate to. Now we want to set transition. How would it, what's the feel going to be like when it is changing from this frame to main page? So under that we have instant. Instant means straight to the point, no animation, nothing, just instantly change from this to this. Dissolve says, oh, let's make this dissolve very nicely before, give you a bit of, aesthetics, some beauty before it comes here. Then we have smart animate. You're going to be working with smart animate a lot. I'm not going to go in depthly into smart animate here, but pay attention, please. Pay attention to all the other videos I would put up. Some of them would focus on smart animation. So that's those are the options for smart animate. We're going to go to the next one. Move in means do you want it to come in from the left, from the right, from the bottom, or the top? Move out is pretty the same thing. Do you want it to go out from the left, from the top, from the bottom, or from the side? By do you want it to go out, I mean the frame that you are connecting to. We have push, we have slide in, we have slide out. So again, try to practice, play around with all of this. Let's go for instant. So we are pretty much done here. You don't need most of this. You don't need to tap. I usually don't tamper with my state management. I leave it unticked. So now that we're done with adding one interaction, we'll play it shortly. Let me quickly add that in Figma, you can add more than one interaction to a frame. So for this frame, we already have on click. So when you come to the right side of your panel, you would see there click. This is showing you that you have one interaction. You can add another interaction, right? Come here and say maybe on drag while hovering, while pressing. Now take note that the fact that you can add another interaction does not mean that you can add the same interaction twice. Now if you see here, on click is gray, meaning that it's not clickable because we have already used our on click. So it's like a one-time thing here. Once you've used on click once, you can't use it again. However, you can use all the other events which have not been used. You also have after delay, you have mouse up, you have mouse down. So take note of that. Let me quickly show you. Now you see that you can't use certain buttons again. So that's pretty much how it works. Now that we're done with interactions, let's move here. Flow starting point. I believe I touched on that. If you look at the frame here, main page, you would see flow 1 written here. Now this is not the title of this frame. Flow starting point just shows you the flow of the interactions. So let's say this is supposed to move, when we play this, it's supposed to move from main page to prototype to this page to this page. Figma tags it as flow 1. So let's say I want main page to move from main page to prototype when I'm prototyping. All I have to do is to come to prototype frame, click on it, and add another flow starting point. So watch what happens when I click on it. It tells me that this is flow 2. We have flow 1, flow 2, so which means that it flows from here to here. Now if I proceed and come to menu page and add flow starting point again, it shows me flow 3. I move to shop page and I click on flow starting point again, it moves to flow 4. So let's see how this will look when we play it. Come to main page and click on play here. So I'm going to use the wider screen. Remember to click on fit to screen to get a good view of what you're working with. So immediately to your left panel you would see your flows. So I have 4 flows on that file: flow 1, flow 2, flow 3, and flow 4, right? So you have also the liberty to add a description to each flow. So to do that, just come here. For flow 1, I can say, okay, I want to add a description and say, this is flow 1. And maybe I want to add some other details for my colleagues to take note of. I can do all of that here. You can even bolden it. Come here and bolden it. You can add bulleted lists like so. You can add numbers and you can add a link. Notice what would happen when we go to our play page after we've added this description. When we come here to play, notice that flow 1 now has a description stating this is flow 1. So all your descriptions for your flows would appear here. So let's go to flow 2. Now we have flow 2. Notice that there's no description because we haven't added one. Flow 3, flow 4. So I hope that is clear. Now if you go to flow 2, remember that we added on mouse enter, change to main page. So let's go and try that out and see if it works. So now I'm going to fit to width so that it's bigger, and I'm going to click here and close the sidebars. So no sidebars right now. So remember we put it at 10 milliseconds. After 10 milliseconds, when the cursor enters here, change to this. Now see, voila, it has happened. So that's how wonderful these events can be. Let's go back. Now on to the next
item under interactions and prototyping. Let's click here again. Now we have scroll behavior. Under scroll behavior, you would see no scrolling, horizontal, vertical, and both directions. Let's start with no scrolling. So when you click on no scrolling here under prototyping, the content within the frame remains fixed and users can't scroll through it. However, when you click on horizontal, that is horizontal scrolling, it allows users to scroll the content horizontally within the frame. And then onto vertical scrolling. It permits users to scroll the content vertically within the frame. Whilst the last one, both directions, it enables users to scroll content both horizontally and vertically within the frame. Now, depending on what you're working on, you can choose either one of these options. In my other classes, just watch out for them. I will dwell even more on these scroll terminologies. They're very important whilst you're prototyping. So we've pretty much covered everything under prototyping here. Last on the list here, you would see this button that says show prototype settings. When you click on it, it shows you your flows: flow 1, flow 2, flow 3, flow 4, and under each one you can select the frame which this flow 1 is connected to. You can copy the link or you can preview. So let's select the frame. So it instantly takes us to the frame with flow 1. So that's pretty much everything for now for prototyping. We'll cover more in future classes. Now let's move on to the next item. Let's go back to our menu, and under object we have set as thumbnail. Set as thumbnail. Let's quickly define that, shall we? Set as thumbnail in Figma refers to the action of choosing or designating a specific frame or component to represent or appear as the primary image when viewing a file or a page. This image serves as the visual preview or main representation of the content, helping users quickly identify or recognize the content within a project or file. Very easy. This is what thumbnails are used for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a quick example. Now remember that this is our canvas, and on our canvas we have design files. To make finding this file easier for me, I can set a thumbnail for this file. So let's use this frame as our thumbnail. How do we set a thumbnail in Figma? Just go to whatever file it is you want to set as your thumbnail and click on it. You can go back here to object and click on set as thumbnail. Set as thumbnail. Once you click on it, Figma will tell you thumbnail set. Now you may be looking at it and wondering, okay, what happens next? For starters, you'll notice a change here. The icon here states that you have made this file your thumbnail. So you'll see this icon and you'll see file thumbnail in case you're searching for it. If you change your mind about your thumbnail and you want to probably change the picture from main page to many page, all you have to do is select the main page, which is your thumbnail, and right click. Remember to right click within the frame and not here. Right click within the frame, scroll all the way down to restore default thumbnail. What this is saying is take me back to the first thumbnail that I had before, the default thumbnail. So if I click on default, restore default thumbnail, you would see default thumbnail restored. So it has now taken me back to what I had initially, which was no thumbnail. So there's a second way to select a thumbnail. Right click and come all the way down to, same option is here, set as thumbnail. So let's select it. Now let me show you what the thumbnail looks like. Go to your main menu and click on back to files to take you back to your dashboard. Here we are. So here you see it, my new design file, and guess what, we have that picture as our thumbnail. It's zoomed out, but it doesn't matter, you can zoom it in, go back in and zoom it in. So this helps with easy identification of files on your dashboard. Let's go back in and continue on to the next item under object. On the menu we have view again, and the next one we have frame outlines. In Figma, frame outlines refer to the bounding boxes or borders that define the edges of frames. Frames are essentially containers that hold design elements like shapes, images, or text. When you create or select a frame in Figma, the outline or bounding box appears around it. So this is a frame, so let's select it. This is a frame outline, so it goes all the way down to the end of the frame. If I stretch this, notice that my frame outline follows. So this is a frame outline, yeah? Right. So when you create or select a frame in Figma, the outline or bounding box appears around it, showcasing the dimensions and boundaries of that frame, as I've just shown you. These outlines help you visualize and manipulate the contents within the frame, allowing you to resize, position, or align the elements accurately within the designated area. So for this frame right here, this is my designated area. It's a very long frame. Understand what I mean? This is my designated area. Additionally, frame outlines also serve as guides when arranging and organizing elements within your design canvas, ensuring a structured and well-defined layout. So again, these blue lines are frame outlines. Let's move on to the next one. Let's go to the next option, the next one on our list, which is memory usage. On page 1, I have files here. I have frames. Let's say I want to figure out how much memory I have used on this canvas. Let's quickly run through what memory usage in Figma is like and how it works. In Figma, memory usage refers to the amount of computer memory RAM that the Figma application is utilizing whilst it's running. As you work on designs, create prototypes, or perform various tasks within Figma, the application consumes computer memory to store and process the data related to your design files, assets, history states, and other operational aspects. High memory usage can impact the performance of Figma and your computer, potentially causing lag or slowdowns, especially when working on complex or large design files. It's advisable to manage the memory usage by closing unnecessary tabs, reducing the number of open files, or closing other applications to optimize Figma's performance. So let's quickly check how much memory I have used on this canvas and on this page. So to do that, go to your main menu, go to view, and click on memory usage. So once I click on memory usage, notice what happens to the left side of my panel. Instantly, I see memory usage, and I see obviously my close icon. This is the available memory that I have, and out of this I have used only 1%, which is pretty fair.
You can also go further if you want to go deeper and find out more details. Click on Manage Memory. So when you click on Manage Memory to bring you here, total memory use is 1.9%. Total number of layers is 343. Page content 1.8. Imported component 0.1. I really don't have any component here. We'll talk about components later. Show memory usage, blah blah blah. You can read through tips to reduce memory. They give you tips on how to reduce, the memory size on your canvas. Now this is a fairly light canvas in terms of memory use. I'm going to take you to another file where I have so many designs, and that's this file. Let me zoom out so I can really show you what's going on here. So in my early design life, I prototyped a whole website. Don't laugh, don't scream, don't worry, I know. I literally sat down. Let me remove the side panel so that you can see what I'm actually talking about. Before I go there, you can see how I titled everything, right? So let me show you what a young girl did. I sat down and I prototyped a whole website. But as you can see, it goes on and on. So many files on one page. Anywho, now let's check the memory usage on this file. Let's go to View and click on memory usage. Now on this file, I'm using 25%, which is way higher than the other one. So let's click on Manage Memory. You can see all the details is showing me. So this is a very heavy page in terms of memory usage. So that's how you use memory. That's how you check how much memory you have used in Figma. Now on to the next item on our menu. We have under View, we have Show or Hide UI. UI here stands for User Interface. User Interface. And the shortcut key for this is Ctrl plus backslash. Ctrl plus backslash. So this is very easy. This is basically your interface, and you are the user, hence the name User Interface. Now most times when you're working, you'll notice that you just need more space. I mean, depending on your screen, some screens are bigger than others, but there's certain times when I just want to see my canvas in full without the left and right panels showing. So to do that, just click on Ctrl plus backslash, or you can come here, right click here, and you have the option here, Show or Hide UI. So let's do that. When you do that, notice what has happened. We now have a canvas without the left and right panel. Now to restore your left and right panel, right click again and then click on Show or Hide UI to get it back. Or you click on Ctrl plus backslash. So let's do that and see. Now our left and right panels are back. You can also go to the menu, View, and then click on Show or Hide UI. So the next item under menu, under View, is multiplayer cursors. Multiplayer cursors, and the shortcut key for this one is Ctrl plus Alt plus backslash. So I'm going to quickly explain what multi cursors are and how they look in Figma. So let me quickly hide our UI so that I can have more space. Okay. In Figma, the multiplayer cursor is a collaborative feature that allows multiple users who are simultaneously editing the same design file to see each other's cursors in real time. This, by the way, is a cursor. It's a type of cursor. There are different types of cursors, by the way. This is one of them. This, your hover button. It's a visual indicator that displays the position and activity of collaborators within a shared file. Each user's cursor is represented by a distinct colored icon or shape, enabling contributors to track and observe where others are working within the design canvas. The multiplayer cursor feature enhances collaboration by providing a visual cue of who is active and where they are editing or creating elements within the design file. It is particularly useful for teams or individuals working remotely. This is similar to the comments feature as well. So I've done a run through of how comments work. This also works in a similar form. It fosters a sense of real-time collaboration. That's one fantastic thing about Figma. It encourages, real-time collaboration between teams, between persons, individuals who are working together. You can all come together and work together on Figma at the same time. It allows everyone to see the actions and movements of others whilst they work together on the same project. So trust me to always bring an example. I just feel like examples always help you to learn better and faster. So I'm going to play, this is a video. Let's show our UI. This is a video and I'm going to play it so you can see how multiplayer cursors work in Figma. Now to play this video, go to the top right of your UI and click on this icon here to play. So here we have a short video showing how multiplayer cursors work in Figma. I extracted this video from Figma's page. So you can see, we can see the names Sean and Hannah. Sean and Hannah are both working on this project together on Figma. So you can see how multiplayer cursors work. Their cursors have different colors. One is green, one is purple. Just so everybody knows who is where. So you can move around your canvas, you can move items around at the same time. Now have it at the back of your mind that every organization has their own policy and their own structure in terms of remote work, in terms of collaboration. So what will apply to company A may not apply to company B. So next on our menu, we have under view, we have open dev mode. Now this may be new to a lot of us. A lot of us may not understand what this is. Don't worry your head too much about this. This is mostly for the software engineers. Since you're going to be working a lot with software engineers, you need to understand what this is and the role it plays in your life as a UI UX designer or product designer. So open dev mode. I'm going to define it quickly. Again, let me hide my UI so I can have some space. In Figma, dev mode is a feature that allows users to inspect and interact with the code of elements within a design file. I hope that is very clear. When you enable dev mode, you can view the underlying code associated with specific components or elements in your design. By toggling on dev mode, users can access and inspect the HTML, CSS, and other related code snippets that are used to generate the design components. This feature is particularly valuable for developers or designers who want to extract specific code snippets or review the structure and properties of design elements for implementation or further customization outside of the Figma environment. Enabling dev mode in Figma provides greater visibility into the code structure and properties of elements. aiding in the integration of design elements into web or app development workflows. I believe this definition is as simple as it comes. So again, let us see how dev mode works. To get to dev mode, let's go to view again. Under view, you can see dev mode and open dev mode. The shortcut key for this is Shift plus D. Shift plus D. Instantly, you're notified that you have switched to dev mode, and you also notice that the dev mode interface has a lot of green everywhere. Another way through which you can switch to dev mode is to come to the top right of your UI, and you would see this here. When you hover over it, you would see dev mode or Shift D. Click here and you have successfully switched to dev mode. And if you want to exit dev mode, come back here again and click on this button. It will tell you that you have switched to design mode. So let's go back to dev mode, shall we? So when you're in dev mode, I mean, this is mostly for developers, but let me just show you a few things. Again, dev mode is mostly for inspection and for the software engineers to get code snippets. Like say they want to find out the properties, what are the properties of this frame, what is the code snippet for this frame. All they need to come here to do is to click on this and they can inspect easily here. Look to the right, you have your padding, you have your border, you have your width, you have your height, background color, every single thing. I can click here as well and I get all the details about this frame. So these are some of the amazing features Figma possesses. So I hope this is clear. Let's go back to design mode and continue with our main menu. All right, let us move to the next item under view, and we have panels. Now, what are panels? Let me quickly show you what panels are. If you look to the left and to the right sides of your UI, you would see these. You see this one on the right. Sorry, I'm always mixing my left and my right. So this is your right side. This is your right panel, and in your right panel, you have your design panel and you have your prototype panel. Again, I will touch on prototype later in the course. So you have your design panel. You can toggle between design panel and prototype panel. On your left panel, however, you have your layer section. All these are your layers. Your layer section carries your pages, number of pages you've created. These are all the pages I have here, 8 pages. It also carries the details for your frames, files, designs that are on your canvas. That is what is under layers here. If I toggle again and I move to assets under your panel here carries your components and toolbars. So we'll talk more about components later in the course. I would explain it and I will show you how to create a component. Here you can see your pages as well, page 1 to page 8 for me. I have 8 pages here. So these are your panels. Let's go back to view and see what we have there. So under panel, we have open layers panel. I already touched on that. When you click on this, if you are on assets, it will take you to layers. Let's go back again. Libraries or Alt+2. When you click on libraries, it would take you to your assets panel. So like I said, we have layers panel, we have assets panel. Assets panel hosts your libraries. Libraries is where you store your components. Don't worry, I'm sure I sound like I'm speaking French right now or gibberish, but don't worry, as we progress I'll explain all these things further. We're just touching on this briefly. We'll come back to them. So under panel, you have open design panel. I already told you what that is. When you click on this, it opens your design panel. When you click on open prototype panel, it opens your prototype panel. When you click on toggle variables, it opens a section for you to create a variable collection. As we proceed, we'll talk about variables as well. What's next? I just want to run through this very quickly so we don't dwell, because we're still going to dwell on them later in the course. And then you have show left sidebar, Control plus Shift plus backslash. Now you may be working and you just want one panel, maybe the right panel, to show on your canvas. You can come here and click on this, and voila, the left panel has been hidden, so we only have the right panel. And if I want to restore this, go back here, click on view, and then click on under panels, click on show left sidebar, or you can use the shortcut key Control plus Shift plus backslash. So that's how panels work in Figma. Now let's move on to the next item. We are almost coming to the end of our items under view. Whoop whoop. Don't worry, it gets easier from here on, so just be patient. It's very important that you understand how everything on this canvas works. We've gone through all of this. Now on to the last set here. Now zoom in, zoom out, zoom to 100%, zoom to fit, and zoom to selection. I believe I've touched on this already, and they're very easy. Zoom in just is telling you, oh, do you want to zoom in? Do you want to zoom out? You can zoom in on Figma to 25,600%. That's like the closest you can get. So zoom in. To zoom in really closely, just click on Control plus plus or Control plus. I do Control plus and Control minus for zoom, or I just do minus and plus. I keep clicking on both until I get my desired view. To zoom out, you can click on Control plus minus. Zoom to 100%, Control plus 0. Zoom to fit, Shift plus 1. Zoom to selection, Shift plus 2. Let me click on that so you see how that works. So this is zoom to selection. So it has brought it to 19%. It has zoomed it in for me. Now there's another way you can zoom in on your canvas. Just go to the right side of your toolbar, top right, come here, you'd see zoom or view options. Click on it and you can see those same options here. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom to fit, zoom to 50%, zoom to 100%, zoom to 200%, and others. So play around with all of this and pick your desired view. Now let's move on to the next item under view. We have previous page, next page, zoom to previous frame, zoom to next frame, find previous frame, find next frame. So you may not always use these buttons, but they may come in handy for you every now and again. So previous page, page up, next page, page down, zoom to previous frame, Shift plus N, zoom to next frame. I believe they are self-explanatory. Zoom to next frame is you. When you click on this, it moves from blue to red. And if I go back and I click on it again, zoom to next frame, it will take me back to red. I believe that is very comprehensive, so we don't need to dwell on it. What else? Find previous frame. When you click on it, it helps you to find the frames that came before these two frames. And lastly, let's go back to view. Lastly, we have find next frame end. So these are self-explanatory. Let us now move on to object. So let's move on to the next item. I'll select this frame, come to object. Remember that we have moved on to object. And the next on our list is convert to section. So before we dwell on what converting to section is, let us define a section in Figma. Sections are a great way to organize and group related content within a design file. They allow you to divide your design into sections, making it easier to work with and navigate, especially if you have a large and complex design. It is also a great way to guide collaborators through your file, and you can direct them to a specific section of your canvas by copying the link. Moreover, it is helpful for prototyping because you can connect to a group of screens and keep your application well organized. So we're going to try to convert this frame to a section so that all this text that we have just read will become clearer to you. So let's go back to Object. Under Object, click on Convert to Section. Okay, what do you see? For starters, we notice that the title of the frame has changed to Section 3. Now, in our previous classes, I've taught you how this works. Figma automatically titles your frames, sections, groups. So what it has done here for me is it has given a title to this section. And it is titled Section 3, which means that there are two other sections before this section. So if I create another section, it will be titled Section 4. So you're advised to title your sections. I can go here and say this is a section, right? So pay attention to how you title your files. Very important. Make sure you're giving your files unique names that also tally with what your team is working on. So I've titled this as this is a section. You come to your the left side of your canvas, you would see that it has also changed here, and it has been titled This is a Section. Now this is the icon for sections. You can see that it looks like a folder. So this is another fantastic feature Figma has. There's always an icon beside each text or each title letting you know what this is. This easily can be taken as a frame, but this is not a frame. This is a section. And here, look at that, mark as ready for dev. So we talked about open dev mode. Now, because it is a section and because you're going to be having like different designs inside your section, you can easily say, okay, let me mark this as ready for development. That's dev. So I want to mark it ready for my developers to code. So I can click on this and say ready for dev. You can see I've clicked on this and I've said ready for dev. So once the developers come here and they see this, they know, okay, this section contains files or designs that are ready for development. So let me quickly switch this up. Let me bring in some mobile app designs so that it looks more realistic. Alright, so now I have switched up the text and I've brought in some design files here. So this is a mobile app for a shoe brand. This is a section. So you can see how useful sections can be. So a section can take up landing page designs, it can take up hero section designs, it can take up mobile app designs. Once you let me put this like this, right? Once you have your designs here, you're pretty much done. It makes it look very tidy. There's no issues with when you're adjusting, as you can see here. So now that I'm done inserting my designs right in here, I will go here, click on this. You have the option to open in dev mode. I already showed you how to go to dev mode. So if you want to go back go to dev mode, sorry, just click on this and we are in dev mode. Sorry, let me show my UI. So remember I told you how to identify dev mode. We are now in dev mode. We are now in development mode. This is the mode in which the developers, the software engineers, are able to tell, okay, what are the components here, what is the size of this frame, how are we going to code it. So this is dev mode. Now let me hide my UI again. The next option is copy dev link. Now remember, in our definition we said you can actually copy a link to the section. So you can copy this link instead of stressing with, oh, open this file, just copy the link and send it to whoever needs it. Now let's show our UI again. Let's leave dev mode for now, and I'm going to post that link here so that you can see what it looks like. So this is our link. Now if I copy this link and I send it to anyone, once they click on it, it will bring them to this section. So let's even give that a quick try. Copy. We've pasted it in a new tab. Let's see if it will actually open here. Wow, voila. And it has brought us back to our file. So you can copy the link to the file and send to whomever needs it, especially the developers. So the last option under ready for dev is remove ready status. So let's say you finish working on your files and maybe your product manager comes back and says, no, we need to make adjustments to XYZ frame. You can come here and take off the remove the ready status, just like I'm doing here. And now your section is no longer tagged ready for dev. Alright, now we're done with that. Let's move on to the next item. Still under menu and under object, the next item we have is frame selection. And the shortcut key is Ctrl Alt G. We have frame selection, we have ungroup selection. So I'm going to tell you the difference very quickly between a section, a frame, and a group. To ungroup selection in Figma, all you're saying is you want to remove a group. Let's say you group these two items together, group selection, and you decide that you don't want them grouped anymore. Just come here, right click, and click on group here, and now they're no longer grouped. So what is the difference between a section, a group, and a frame? For frames, a frame in Figma is a container used to organize and display content. It is typically used for laying out design elements and can have its own dimensions and properties. Frames can be nested within other frames and are often used to represent specific screens or sections within a design. Groups, on the other hand, are a collection of objects or layers that are combined together for organizational purposes. Grouping allows you to manipulate multiple objects as a single unit, moving or resizing them together. However, a group doesn't have its own properties or layout settings like frames do. That is one of the major differences between a frame and a group. Last but not least, section. In Figma, section is more of a design organizational term used to structure your designs visually or conceptually. It's not a specific object or feature within Figma, but rather a way designers might organize content within frames or groups to represent different parts or sections of a design. For instance, you might create sections within frames to represent different screens or areas of a user interface. So now you know the difference between the three. Let's move on to the next item. All right, let's proceed, shall we? So before we move to the next item under object, which is set as thumbnail, we have covered use as mask already. So before we move to set as thumbnail, I'd like us to touch on prototypes. I know you've heard a lot about prototypes. What are prototypes? What is prototyping? How does it work? So let's quickly run through that, shall we? In Figma, a prototype refers to a functional representation or simulation of a design that allows users to interact with the interface elements, right? Prototypes in Figma enable designers to create interactive experiences by defining and linking various frames or components together, establishing connections through interactive elements like buttons or links. They help visualize and test the flow of user interactions within a design, showcasing how different screens or elements interact and transition between one another. So, this definition is very simple. Let me create a scenario. So I'm a product designer working at a company, and we have a new client who wants to build, let's say, a customer relationship website and app. And they have a concept. Everybody has a brand, they have brand colors, they have a theme, they have their organizational structure, their mission, their vision, because these are all the things you have to consider before you start to create any design for any client. You have to know what their goals are. You have to know their target market. Who are they trying to reach? What are their colors? Colors are so important, and how you infuse their colors into their site, into their product, into their digital product is very important. So these are all the questions you will ask during the ideation phase, where you're trying to decide, okay, how we're going to create a very fantastic product that is aesthetically pleasing and functionally productive. So once you have gone past that stage, and then you have, with your team, come up with a design concept. Now you've finished your design. Let's move back to my mobile apps, which I used before. Let's say you're done. A lot of the time, before you move the designs to the table of the developers who would code those designs, it is advised that you do some sort of testing, right? You do some sort of testing. And by testing, I don't mean user research. I mean, you want to see how each page would nicely slip into another page. You want to see how the buttons would respond. You want to see, okay, let's zoom in here. You want to see, okay, if I click on this icon, what will happen? This is where prototyping comes in handy. Prototyping allows you to create like a dummy, let me call it a dummy, of the real item. Because ideally, like this, if I present this and the client is looking at this, they don't know what happens if they click on this card here. If I click on this, what happens? So many a time, the client wants to see what will happen when they click on this button, when they click here. When they click here, they want to see what will happen. So this is where prototyping comes to play. We use prototyping to get a functional representation or simulation of our design.
this allows your client to interact with your interface before coding starts. Because of how complicated coding is, you don't want to go and code a site and then present it to your client, and the client is like, no, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. So it's best to prototype it first, present it to them, then they can make adjustments where necessary, and you come and infuse those, make those corrections, and then when you are done with all of your adjustments, it then moves to dev mode. That's like the final phase, right? So let's quickly run through an example of how prototyping works. So now we have a frame here. This is a mobile, this is an iPhone 14 screen. When I click on this section, I want this menu page to pop up. So I'm going to come here and select what I want to connect, right? To start prototyping, you must ensure that you move to the prototype panel. So you're going to move away from all of this to this. And how do you do that? Just do that by clicking on prototype. Now we're in prototype mode. Under prototype, we have interactions, we have scroll behavior, we have show prototype settings, we have scroll with parent, we have no scrolling. So now, under prototyping, we have what we call interactions. Simply put, we want to make this interact with this. So here you can see flow 1 as well. Flow 1 would show us what our interactions look like after we've done all the connection. So I'm going to start here. Click on this. I want that every time I click on this icon or around this icon, this menu page pops up. So when you are in prototype mode, you'll notice all these little cross boxes here, cross and circle. These are your interaction buttons. So I'm going to click on one, right? Now I'm going to drag it. When you click on it, you drag. It's sticky, so it goes with you everywhere. I'm going to drag it to the frame that I want to open when I click on this, and it is this one. Simple as that. You're done. Now the minute you do that, you would see a box here open up with options. Now when I click on this, what do I want to happen? I want this to open and slide in. So that's why you have here on click. What do you want to happen when you click? So when I click, I want to open overlay. I want this menu page in front of this main page. Now this is the overlay, as you can see. So now I can place this overlay anywhere I like, either here, here, or here. But usually the overlays stay here, so I'm going to leave it here, right? Now what other options do we have? How do I want the transition to look? Do I want it to be instant? Do I want it dissolved? Do I want it to move in? I think I'm going to go with move in. So when I click on move in, now you see these arrows here asking you what direction do you want this frame to move in. I'm going to click on this for now. So notice what is happening here. This is like a display screen of what would happen with your transition. So it's showing you that it will come in from the left to the right. Figma allows you to see what your interaction will look like. So it's not as though you're going to be working in the dark. So you would see what your interactions will play out like. So to see that, I can come here and click on flow 1. Just click on flow 1 here, like I'm doing. So you'd see this black mini screen by the side. When it's done loading, I come here. Wow, look at that, right? Now I want to see this on a bigger screen. I want to see this play on a bigger screen. If I want to do that, I can come here and click on Open in Presentation View. That's one way to do it. Let's click on it and see. When I open it here, I usually will come here to Options and click on Fit to Screen, because you can see that it's pretty big now. So Fit to Screen. And now we have, this is where you get to play out your prototypes and see how they actually slide in, slide out, see how the frames slide into each other before you present it to your client. So I'm going to come to that menu icon, click on it. Wow, look at that. So it slides in, and when I click outside or anywhere, it goes back. So slide in, click, goes back. So we're going to go over interactions in Figma, events in Figma, and prototyping. We have defined prototyping in Figma, and I've shown you how to move from the design panel to the prototype panel. Right now we are on the prototype panel, as you can see here. So when you come to your file, let's say I click on this and I want to start adding interactions here, select the frame you want to add those interactions to first before you proceed. I've selected this frame. This frame is titled, let's title it Prototype, right? When you're in prototype mode and you click on your frame, you will notice these circles all around your frame. They are indicators for you to add an interaction. When you click on them, you'll see the sticky arrows that help with interaction. So you can create interactions just by clicking on this circle and dragging your arrow, right? So that's clear. Now, what is an interaction in Figma? Interactions in Figma refer to the ways users engage with elements in a design prototype, such as clicking a button to navigate to another screen or swiping to reveal hidden content. Now that we've defined interactions, let's move on to events in Figma. A lot of people who are familiar with programming would know about events because we have events in JavaScript and the likes. So we also have events in Figma.
In Figma, events are user-initiated actions or triggers that prompt specific responses or interactions within a design or prototype.
These actions include clicking, dragging, hovering, pressing keys, or using a mouse, each leading to predefined reaction or change in the design. So in Figma, the 9 events that we have are: 1. On click, action triggered when a user clicks on an element. That's for on click. So let me quickly show you on click. Let's click on this frame and come here to interactions. Click on interactions and immediately you're brought here and you see on click, you see plus, you see close, and you see none. So let's click on the drop down menu and here you have on click, on drag, while hovering, while pressing, key, gamepad, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse down, and mouse up. So these are all events in Figma. If I go for on click, it's saying, just as the name says, on click.
on click. When you click, what do you want to happen? That's what on click is saying. Do you want the files frame to go up? Do you want it to come down? Do you want to move in? Do you want it to move out? When the user clicks, what do you want to happen? What action do you want to trigger when the user clicks on an element? So that's what you're going for. You can go for on click. Now let's move to on drag. Action is activated when an element is dragged. So on drag, just like on click, is activated when you drag an element. It could be a slider or something, you drag it and this action is activated. The next is while hovering. Action occurring as the cursor hovers over an element. You already know what hovering is. What I'm doing here right now is hovering. So whilst hovering, what action do we want to occur? The next is whilst pressing. Action active while a button or key is held down. So what do we want to happen when somebody, by somebody I mean the user, presses down or holds down a button? What do we want to happen? Do we want to switch to another page? Do we want to move a frame from top to bottom? What do we want to happen? So when you are working with actions that are related to that, you go for while pressing. Next is key or gamepad. Action triggered by pressing a specific keyboard or gamepad button. So this is usually mostly used for games. So saying what action should be triggered when you're pressing a specific keyboard or gamepad. So you know what gamepads are. What do you want to happen when somebody presses on their gamepad or keyboard? Next we have is mouse enter. Action occurring when the cursor enters an element area. So we already touched on that previously. When my mouse enters this option, what do I want to happen? So this is what mouse enter helps us with. If my mouse enters here, what do I want to happen? Same for mouse leave. Action occurs when the cursor moves away from an element. So just like mouse enter, every time my cursor enters this element space, this whole space here, I want us to get a slider or go to another page every time my mouse enters here. Now mouse leave says every time my cursor leaves this whole region, what do I want to happen? So every time I leave like this, I want to prompt an action. I want something to happen. So what do I want to happen? That's what mouse leave is telling you. Then the next we have mouse down. Action occurring when the mouse button is pressed. So what do I want to happen for the user every time they press their mouse button? What do I want to happen? And then the last we have mouse up. Action activated when the mouse button is released. It's similar to mouse enter and mouse leave. So these are all events in Figma. So I believe I already showed you how on click works. Let's do mouse enter so that we can have a new example. So I'm going to say on mouse enter, right? Every time, this is a frame right here, I want to say every time my cursor enters this region on this file, I want to go to, so you come here and you click on this none, I want to navigate to. You want to navigate to is very simple English, where I want to move from point A to point B. And then you come here and click on this again and it shows you all the frames on your canvas right now. So you pick the frame that you want to navigate to. So here I'm going to navigate to let's see what we have here. Let's say main page. Yeah. So I will come here and click on main page. So now notice what happens. You see this blue sticky prototype tool again. Like I've shown you before, this is used for interactions. This is used for prototyping. So it immediately connects me to that frame. So here we have every time my cursor enters this region, which is mouse enter, I would like to go to main page 2, right? Now you can see here add delay. Add delay simply means do I want this action to happen right away? Like if the cursor enters here, boom, it happens. Do I want it to happen immediately, or do I want to delay it for just maybe a few seconds, for 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes? Do I want to add delay? So you can decide whether or not to add delay. I mean, depends on what you're working on. You might want to say, oh, I don't want it that when somebody enters the this frame, it immediately moves. I want it that, okay, after they've entered here, then 2 minutes in or 2 seconds in, then they can move to main page 2, right? So now to get back that menu option, all I need to do is come here and click on this and it's back. That's this. If I click here, it goes off. If I click on this, it comes back. So I hope that is clear to us. So what else do we have here? I'm not going to add, okay, maybe I would add a delay of 2, right? So 2 milliseconds. I've added a delay of 2. Let's make it 10. So ms here means milliseconds. So this is how Figma calculates time. So I've added 10 milliseconds. So what I'm saying here is every time, every time the user enters this frame area, I want a delay of 10 milliseconds to occur before they move to main page 2. I hope that's clear. Now on to the next. So we've set our mouse enter, we set the page that we would like it to navigate to. Now we want to set transition. How would it, what's the feel going to be like when it is changing from this frame to main page? So under that we have instant. Instant means straight to the point, no animation, nothing, just instantly change from this to this. Dissolve says, oh, let's make this dissolve very nicely before, give you a bit of, aesthetics, some beauty before it comes here. Then we have smart animate. You're going to be working with smart animate a lot. I'm not going to go in depthly into smart animate here, but pay attention, please. Pay attention to all the other videos I would put up. Some of them would focus on smart animation. So that's those are the options for smart animate. We're going to go to the next one. Move in means do you want it to come in from the left, from the right, from the bottom or the top? Move out is pretty the same thing. Do you want it to go out from the left, from the top, from the bottom, or from the side? By do you want it to go out, I mean the frame that you are connecting to. We have push, we have slide in, we have slide out. So again, try to practice, play around with all of this. Let's go for instant. So we are pretty much done here. You don't need most of this. You don't need to tap. I usually don't tamper with my state management. I leave it unticked. So now that we're done with adding one interaction, we will play it shortly.
Let me quickly add that in Figma, you can add more than one interaction to a frame. So for this frame, we already have on click. So when you come to the right side of your panel, you would see it there, click. This is showing you that you have one interaction. You can add another interaction, right? Come here and say maybe on drag while hovering, while pressing. Now take note that the fact that you can add another interaction does not mean that you can add the same interaction twice. Now if you see here, on click is gray, meaning that it's not clickable because we have already used our on click. So it's like a one-time thing here. Once you've used on click once, you can't use it again. However, you can use all the other events which have not been used. You also have after delay, you have mouse up, you have mouse down. So take note of that. Let me quickly show you. Now you see that you can't use certain buttons again. So that's pretty much how it works. Now that we're done with interactions, let's move here. Flow starting point. I believe I touched on that. If you look at the frame here, main page, you would see flow 1 written here. Now this is not the title of this frame. Flow starting point just shows you the flow of the interactions. So let's say this is supposed to move, when we play this, it's supposed to move from main page to prototype to this page to this page. Figma tags it as flow 1. So let's say I want main page to move from main page to prototype when I'm prototyping. All I have to do is to come to prototype frame, click on it, and add another flow starting point. So watch what happens when I click on it. It tells me that this is flow 2. We have flow 1, flow 2, so which means that it flows from here to here. Now if I proceed and come to menu page and add flow starting point again, it shows me flow 3. I move to shop page and I click on flow starting point again, it moves to flow 4. So let's see how this will look when we play it. Come to main page and click on play here. So I'm going to use the wider screen. Remember to click on fit to screen to get a good view of what you're working with. So immediately to your left panel you would see your flows. So I have 4 flows on that file: flow 1, flow 2, flow 3, and flow 4, right? So you have also the liberty to add a description to each flow. So to do that, just come here. For flow 1, I can say, okay, I want to add a description and say, this is flow 1. And maybe I want to add some other details for my colleagues to take note of. I can do all of that here. You can even bolden it. Come here and bolden it. You can add bulleted lists like so. You can add numbers and you can add a link. Notice what would happen when we go to our play page after we've added this description. When we come here to play, notice that flow 1 now has a description stating this is flow 1. So all your descriptions for your flows would appear here. So let's go to flow 2. Now we have flow 2. Notice that there's no description because we haven't added one. Flow 3, flow 4. So I hope that is clear. Now if you go to flow 2, remember that we added on mouse enter, change to main page. So let's go and try that out and see if it works. So now I'm going to fit to width so that it's bigger, and I'm going to click here and close, the sidebars. So no sidebars right now. So remember, we put it at 10 milliseconds. After 10 milliseconds, when the cursor enters here, change to this. Now see, voila, it has happened. So that's how wonderful these events can be. Let's go back. Now on to the next item under interactions and prototyping. Let's click here again. Now we have scroll behavior. Under scroll behavior, you would see no scrolling, horizontal, vertical, and both directions. Let's start with no scrolling. So when you click on no scrolling here under prototyping, the content within the frame remains fixed and users can't scroll through it. However, when you click on horizontal, that is horizontal scrolling, it allows users to scroll the content horizontally within the frame. And then onto vertical scrolling. It permits users to scroll the content vertically within the frame. Whilst the last one, both directions, it enables users to scroll content both horizontally and vertically within the frame. Now, depending on what you're working on, you can choose either one of these options. In my other classes, just watch out for them. I will dwell even more on these scroll terminologies. They're very important whilst you're prototyping. So we've pretty much covered everything under prototyping here. Last on the list here, you would see this button that says show prototype settings. When you click on it, it shows you your flows. Flow 1, flow 2, flow 3, flow 4. And under each one, you can select the frame which this flow 1 is connected to. You can copy the link or you can preview. So let's select the frame. So it instantly takes us to the frame with flow 1. So that's pretty much everything for now for prototyping. We'll cover more in future classes. Now let's move on to the next item. Let's go back to a menu, and under object we have set as thumbnail. Set as thumbnail. Let's quickly define that, shall we? Set as thumbnail in Figma refers to the action of choosing or designating a specific frame or component to represent or appear as the primary image when viewing a file or a page. This image serves as the visual preview or main representation of the content, helping users quickly identify or recognize the content within a project or file. Very easy. This is what thumbnails are used for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a quick example. Now remember that this is our canvas, and on our canvas we have design files. To make finding this file easier for me, I can set a thumbnail for this file. So let's use this frame as our thumbnail. How do we set a thumbnail in Figma? Just go to whatever file it is you want to set as your thumbnail and click on it. You can go back here to object and click on set as thumbnail. Set as thumbnail. Once you click on it, Figma will tell you thumbnail set. Now you may be looking at it and wondering, okay, what happens next? For starters, you'll notice a change here. The icon here states that you have made this file your thumbnail. So you'll see this icon and you'll see file thumbnail in case you're searching for it. If you change your mind about your thumbnail and you want to probably change the picture from main page to many page, all you have to do is select the main page, which is your thumbnail, and right click. Remember to right click within the frame and not here. Right click within the frame, scroll all the way down to restore default thumbnail. What this is saying is take me back to the first thumbnail that I had before, the default thumbnail. So if I click on default, restore default thumbnail, you'll see default thumbnail restored. So it has now taken me back to what I had initially, which was no thumbnail. So there's a second way to select a thumbnail. Right click and come all the way down to, same option is here, set as thumbnail. So let's select it. Now let me show you what the thumbnail looks like. Go to your main menu and click on back to files to take you back to your dashboard. Here we are. So here you see it, my new design file, and guess what, we have that picture as our thumbnail. It's zoomed out, but it doesn't matter, you can zoom it in, go back in and zoom it in. So this helps with easy identification of files on your dashboard. Let's go back in and continue on to the next item under object. Still under our main menu, let's go to object, and other object, we're moving on to add auto layout. Add auto layout. The shortcut key for adding an auto layout is Shift A. Shift plus A. So what is auto layout? Auto layout in Figma is a feature that allows designers to create and manage designs by automatically adjusting the layout of elements within frames. It simplifies the process of arranging and organizing design components by defining rules for resizing, spacing, and alignment, making it easier to maintain consistency and responsiveness across various screen sizes and content changes. In a few seconds or a few minutes, we're going to define responsive design, and we're also going to show you the relationship. I'm also going to show you the relationship between responsive designs and auto layout in Figma. Auto layout is a property that you can add to frames and components. It lets you create designs that grow to fill or shrink to fit and reflow as their contents change. If you are familiar with Flexbox in CSS, you would know that Flexbox in CSS and auto layout in Figma have, some similar attributes. They're pretty related. So, one major similarity between auto layout in Figma and Flexbox in CSS is their ability to control the arrangement and alignment of elements within their respective containers. Both auto layout and Flexbox offer options to manage the layout direction. So layout, by layout we mean your screen, your mobile screen, your desktop. Auto layout helps you arrange and align elements within those containers properly. Both auto layout and Flexbox offer options to manage the layout direction, spacing, alignment, and distribution of items, allowing for more precise control over the design and presentation of elements on a digital interface or web page. I want to tell us why auto layout is important. Auto layout in Figma is important because it helps arrange design parts automatically, so you do not have to spend time fixing them one by one. It keeps things neat and in line, even if the screen size or content changes. This feature makes it easier to make changes and ensures designs work well for users on different devices. What is responsive design in Figma? Responsive design is an approach to web or interface design aimed at creating a seamless user experience across various devices and screen sizes. Responsive design aims to provide a consistent and user-friendly experience regardless of the device used. Responsive designs aim to provide a consistent and user-friendly experience regardless of the device used, whether it's a laptop, desktop, tablet, or smartphone. By adapting to various screen sizes and resolutions, it ensures that users can access and interact with content in an optimized and intuitive manner, contributing to improved user engagement and satisfaction. That is what responsive design means. So let's show you the relationship between auto layout and responsive designs. Auto layout and responsive designs are related concepts that both contribute to creating adaptable and user-friendly interfaces, particularly in digital design. Auto layout tools, such as those found in Figma, facilitate the creation of responsive designs. They allow designers to set constraints and rules that automatically rearrange UI elements based on screen sizes or content changes, whilst responsive design principles guide the overall approach to ensure the design's adaptability across devices. Auto layout features complement these principles by enabling designers to implement responsive behaviors more efficiently and effectively within design tools. In summary, auto layout features in designs are tools that designers use to implement responsive design principles more easily by enabling the creation of adaptable and dynamic layouts that respond to different screen sizes and content variations. Both concepts work hand in hand to create interfaces that provide optimal user experience across various devices and resolutions. Now that we're done with the text version, for auto layout and responsive designs, we've taken time to define everything. I hope you understand. We're going to go straight away to practical. Now let us begin here. So this is a frame. And inside this frame, nested inside this frame, are 4 images, a text, another text, and 3 buttons. So how does auto layout work and how do we add it to our designs? For starters, I want image 1, 2, 3, and 4 to have the same spacing between each other. So by spacing, I mean this white space here. I want the space between this image and this image to be consistent with the space between this image, and this image, and this image. I hope you understand. So to do that, we just have images. As you can see, these are just images standing alone. First, I am going to group them. So to group them, I'm going to select 1, 2, 3, 4 and go to group selection. So now in my group, I can check the space between all 4 items by doing this. I don't know, yeah. Just hover over this pink lines. It says the space between the man and the lady is 77. It says the space between the 2 ladies is 77, and the same thing here. So our spacing is consistent.
Another way to check for consistency with spacing with groups is to go to the right side of your panel and look here. You can see horizontal spacing is 77. So a lot of times we, for people like me who have this issue with identifying left and right, it may sound funny to you, but the people who struggle with left and right, vertical, horizontal, greater than and less than, it doesn't matter how many times they learn it, they still struggle. I think mine is left and right. I think mine is left and right, but I'm managing it. So before we proceed, I want to show you what horizontal and vertical are, just in case you have that problem. So this is horizontal. I always picture it in my head as a horizon. So when I remember horizon, I remember that it goes flat from left to right. That's horizontal. Left, it moves from left to right or right to left. When I try to think of something that is vertical, I just say it moves from the top to the bottom or from the bottom to the top. It never moves from left to right. So I hope that's clear. Let's move on. We have a group here, and the horizontal spacing between these images is 77. I can come here and reduce it if I like, right? Like so. You can see that it's changing, and now it's minus 243. I can do this or I can do this. So because groups don't have the fantastic settings that auto layouts have, we will not stop here. Now we're going to add an auto layout to this group. So to do that, right click and add auto layout or type Shift A. Very simple. You can just go for Shift A. So let's click this. Now notice that nothing changes at first glance. How do you know that an auto layout has been added to your frame or your group? Again, go to the left side of your panel. You would see this icon. Now notice that it says frame 15. However, the icon is different from the icon of a frame. Now this is the icon that shows you that you've added an auto layout. Let's go to the right side of our panel. Let's go to the right side of our panel. Now you see this text here, auto layout. So this also tells you that you've added auto layout to your frame or group. We have vertical layout. We have horizontal layout. Now notice that the horizontal layout is highlighted. Why? Because our images are on a horizontal line. They're horizontally placed. They're not vertically placed. And that is why horizontal layout is highlighted. Then we have wrap. This is a new feature that was added to Figma. Not so recently, but it's pretty new. So we're going to define what wrap is in Figma. Then you have your constraints box. I call it a box. So here you have align to top center, align to top left, align center, align right, align top right. We're going to test out this because I feel like when you practice it, understanding it becomes easier for you. Then here we have horizontal gap between items. We're going to test that out. We have horizontal padding, we have vertical padding, and here we have individual padding. So what this means is instead of just having horizontal padding and vertical padding alone, you now have the options to add padding to the left side of your frame or group or auto layout rather. You have the option to add padding to the right side. Padding is pretty much just adding space. That's what padding is. Top padding and bottom padding. So let's go to the definitions of these items. Vertical layout, horizontal layout, and wrap. In Figma, a vertical layout organizes elements from top to bottom. Very simple, top to bottom. If you have a series of items placed within a frame with a vertical layout, they will stack vertically, one below another. Conversely, a horizontal layout organizes elements from left to right. When elements are placed within a frame set to a horizontal layout, they will align in a row flowing from left to right. On to wrap. The wrap feature within Figma's auto layout comes into play when there isn't enough space within a frame to accommodate all elements in a single line, either vertically or horizontally. When wrap is enabled, it allows excess elements to wrap onto the next line or column to fit within the frame without overlapping or extending beyond the container's boundaries. So you need to know when to use the wrap and when not to use it. You may not need it all the time, but some people say it's safe to use it either way. Now let's move to scrubbing in Figma. Let me show you what scrubbing looks like. Let me select this and add auto layout, right? So we have an auto layout added to this text. And let's say I come to the right side of my panel and I want to add, let's do horizontal gapping between items. So notice what is happening. I'm just dragging, pretty much click and drag with my cursor here. So let me keep going and keep going. Here you get a notification scrubbing at 1/2 or half. So in Figma, scrubbing means moving a number up or down by sliding your mouse, just like I did. This helps change values like size or spacing by dragging the number instead of typing it in. So if you want to scrub, all you're doing is you're coming here and you see this, you see your cursor change here to a horizontal arrow, and you just drag pretty much. So what we're doing here is scrubbing, right? This is called scrubbing. So as opposed to coming here, clicking and typing in a text, I can just hold down my mouse or my touchpad and drag. Same for this one too. Hold down and drag, hold down and drag. So that's what scrubbing is. So let's continue with our definition. For instance, if a value is 100, scrubbing it at half would reduce it to 50 by sliding or dragging the input number to reach half the original value. This method allows for quick and precise adjustments to numeric values within the design. Moving on to horizontal and vertical resizing in Figma. Horizontal resizing in Figma is when you adjust an object's width while maintaining its height. It allows you to modify an object size by stretching or shrinking it from side to side. Remember, it is horizontal, on the same line. Vertical resizing, on the other hand, is when you change an object's height while keeping its width constant. It allows you to modify an object size by stretching or shrinking it from top to bottom. So that's self-explanatory. Let's move on now to fill container, hub content, or fixed width. Now, when we say fill container, we're saying that we are filling the available space within a defined container. I'm going to show you an example shortly. When we say fixed width, we mean that we are keeping an element's width unchanged regardless of the container size. When we say hub content, we're saying we're adjusting an element size based on its content, fitting snugly around it. So here I have created a frame. So we're going to take all of this one by one, and
we have a parent frame, a green parent frame, and we have the child frame inside the parent frame. I touched on parent element and child element, so if you missed that, please go back to rewatch it. So the green frame is the parent element, and nested inside the parent is the child, which is the red frame. So now you want to see how fill container works with auto layout. So this frame already has an auto layout added to it, as you can see here. So we're going to title this green frame parent, and then we're going to title the red frame child. Both frames have auto layout added to them. When we say fill container, how does it work? So fill container basically is me saying I want the child element to fill out into its parent. So for every time I resize the parent, I want this to stay on each end inside its parent. So let's put that to practice. Now we have this. So we'll go to the child element, click on it, come to your right panel and go to horizontal resizing, just like I'm doing here, under frame, horizontal resizing. Click on it. You would see options here, just like we just defined, fixed width, hog content, and fill container. Click on fill container. Now notice what has happened. The child element has filled the container horizontally from left to right. Now notice that there's still a space from top to bottom, which is the vertical aspect to it. So now, depending on what you're building or designing, you can decide to say, okay, I only want the child element to fill the parent element, which is the parent frame, horizontally. Or I can say, I want the child element to fill the parent element horizontally and vertically. So if you want it to fill vertically, come here, just beside horizontal resizing, come to vertical and click on it. You have the same options as we did on the horizontal side. We come here and we click fill container. Notice what happens as I click this. Now what has happened? The child element has filled up the parent element. So we have parent, you can barely see the parent element, and now we have child element. Now let's try to change the width and the height of this frame by scrubbing it. Stretch, stretch. Now notice what is happening. It doesn't matter how far I stretch or how wide I stretch. The parent and the child are in sync with each other. They're synchronized. They're moving together. So let's do that for vertical. Same thing. So these are some of the advantages of using auto layout. Now let's move to the next one, which is fixed width. So remember that when you are setting all these properties, you are setting it to the child element, because the child element is nested in the parent element. You can't go to the parent element and start setting fixed width or hog content. You are setting these properties to the child element because it is nested inside the parent element. So now we want to go to fixed width. Come here again and click on fixed width. Horizontally, our width is fixed. And let's also do that for vertical. Vertically, our width is fixed. Now let's go back to the parent element and try to resize it and see what happens. Whoa, what is happening? It's no longer filling up the parent element like it did with fill. Why? Because we set this, that's the child element, to fixed. And what does fixed means? It is fixed. It doesn't matter what the parent does, that width is fixed. Right? You are keeping an element width unchanged regardless of the container size. So it doesn't matter if the parent element width changes all the way like this. The width of the child element will remain the same. I hope that's clear. Same for Same for the vertical aspect to it. Notice that the width is still the same. Doesn't matter how much resizing we do to its parent. So let's move on to the last thing, which is hub content. Click on the child element here, go to horizontal resizing and click on hug content. Do the same for vertical. Click on hug content. Now when you click on hug content, it adjusts an element size based on its content, fitting snugly around it. So this, you're pretty much saying that whatever I put inside this child element will hug, they would hug each other. That's where the hug came from. You're adjusting elements inside this child frame to fit snugly around each other, so they would pretty much hug themselves. So this applies to text. Maybe add a text. Now look at what just happened. As I added a text, this is a text. It's fitting snugly around its parent frame. Now when I say parent frame, I'm referring to the child now, because this text has now become the child of this frame, right? I hope you understand that. So because we've set both the horizontal and vertical aspects of this frame to hug, whatever I put inside here will fit snugly inside this red child frame. I hope that's clear. Now let's go back to auto layout. We're back here, and as you know, we added an auto layout to this phase. So now we want to make this whole frame responsive once we're done. So we're going to add auto layout to each item. Now please pay attention so that you don't mix anything up. So we have a text here, and the text is standing alone. So I want to ensure that whatever I decide to do this with this text, whether I decide to make it a header or I decide to move it to the left or to the right, I want to ensure that it's able to do its own thing by itself. So I can either say, let me add a frame if I want, and then add an auto layout on top of that frame. Usually I will just go straight in and add an auto layout to the text. So this is also fine. So now we've added an auto layout to hello world. Let's leave that for now and move on to the next text here. This is a lorem ipsum text. I hope I got that right. So lorem ipsum, if you've heard about it, is just a text. So it's used a lot by, in software engineering, and you can also use it really pretty much anywhere else. It's just placeholder text. It's random text that we use to fill up space. Just on our list for this are these don't mind the colors, these buttons. They're just random buttons, basic buttons, and they're all frames here, as you can see. I'm not going to add auto layout to each of them. What I'm going to do, however, is to select them. You're holding my shift button. I'm going to select all, and I can go straight up to add auto layout. So I've added auto layout to all these buttons. How do we make this whole frame responsive? The frame in itself doesn't have any auto layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an auto layout to this frame. Like so. Now we have an auto layout housing all these items. So I always like to start out by adding all my items, depending on what you're building really. Sometimes you would have to build your items and add the auto layout before you bring them into your frame, and other times you can just use this method which I'm using. So now I want to arrange everything inside this frame to make it look nice and neat, starting with hello world. Then last on our list, these buttons, they're just random buttons, basic buttons, and they're all frames here, as you can see. I'm not going to add auto layout to each of them. What I'm going to do, however, is to select them. You're holding my shift button. I'm going to select all,
and I can go straight up to add auto layout. So I've added auto layout to all these buttons. How do we make this whole frame responsive? The frame in itself doesn't have any auto layout.
What I'm going to do is to add an auto layout to this frame.
Now we have an auto layout housing all these items.
So we want to arrange everything inside this frame to make them look nice and neat, starting with Hello World. So we're going to stretch this out a bit, just crop it out a bit. If you go to your constraint box,
you would see that this item is centered, right? This is align center. This is align left. This is align right. So if I want, first of all, let's stretch our frame a little, wider here so that it matches with, so this is fine. So let's say I want Hello World, which is the text, to move to the left side of this frame. I want it to be on the left. I'm going to come here and click on Align Left. Now notice what happens. Immediately, my Hello World text has moved to the left. Now if I want to move Hello World to the right, I come here again and click on Align Right. So these are some of the beautiful advantages of using auto layout. So within this layout, right, auto layout is just simple. This is a layout, and inside this layout, I want everything to be automatic. So I want, when I say move Hello World to the left, it moves. Move it to the top center, it moves. Move it to the bottom center, it moves, and move it to the center, align it to the center, it moves. Now you may not see all the movement to the top and bottom, but guess what? When I stretch it out like this, look at that.
So for every time I stretch out this frame, I want Hello World to stay in the middle. You can change the position of your text to top, bottom, center, whatever position you please.
So for now, we're going to leave Hello World in the center. Now notice that we're still on horizontal layout. Now here you have horizontal gap between items. Now this helps to space items within your frame. Let me duplicate Hello World. And now let's say I want to put like a space between Hello World 1 and Hello World 2. All I need to do is click on my frame, come to horizontal gap between items. Now notice the pink line that comes there to help guide you. Let's scrub. Now as you scrub, you see that the two texts are moving. So this, with auto layout, I don't need to start manually, repositioning text. The two texts came in together, and now I'm able to put a space between them. Look at that. Now you have an evenly distributed frame. So same thing applies. If I decide that I want Hello World 1 and Hello World 2 to be stacked under each other, like I want one at the top and I want one at the bottom, all I have to do is come to my frame again, click on it, and then click on vertical layout. Watch what happens. Now you can't see this two text yet because I have to stretch this out a little more. Now notice what has happened. Now we have Hello World 1 and Hello World 2 vertically placed. Let's say I'm saying, okay, this spacing between both items is too much for me. I can come here, right here. You can see it's telling you that the spacing between the two items is 1079. I can come here to reduce it like so, or I can go to the right panel and reduce it like so. So let's say I'm done with vertical and horizontal placing and I say, man, the space around is just too much for me. I
can come here to the right side of my panel and scrub under horizontal padding. Watch what happens. Scrub it a little. Now I'm closing in whatever is inside this frame and bringing it to the middle by padding it like this. So now you see that you have padding on the right and padding on the left. All these lines and all these colors are just guides. They're just there to help you know where you put what, right? So if I come and I say I want to pad vertically, all I need to do is come here again and scrub, right? So now I have put padding all around. If I come and I say, oh, I only want the right to be padded, I don't want the left to be padded. All I need to do is to come to my individual padding icon, click on it, and then retain the left padding, but go to the right padding and probably reduce it to 0. So now notice what has happened. Only one side is padded and the other isn't. So this is pretty much how auto layout works. So let's come here and remove all padding. And then stretch this back out here and take out one hello world. So the other beautiful thing about auto layout is when you delete, it deletes smoothly. Instantly, everything goes back to normal. I don't need to come and manually reposition hello world simply because I deleted a second copy of the hello world. Everything goes back to normal. Our hello world is still at the center. I've constrained it to the center of this frame. Notice something else. With this big frame, I'm going to title this big frame. Yeah, like so. With the big frame, if you come to constraints, I have constrained everything to stay at the top center. You can also constrain, so it doesn't matter how I move this around, resize it. Everything inside this frame will always stay at the top center. Look at that. If you don't believe that, look at that. But if I come and say, let's center it, it doesn't matter how I resize this frame. Every time I change its width or height, the text and the children will always stay in the center. So it applies. The same rules apply everywhere. Spacing. If I want to space between all the items inside my big frame, I just come here, just like I taught you. You see scrubbing at half. Let's zoom it out a bit so you can see. See? And everything, spacing between items will remain consistent. You're not going to have to worry about, oh, the spacing between this and this are not the same. The spacing, you don't have to worry about all of that when you use auto layout. Same thing applies, horizontal padding, vertical padding, right? Let me zoom that out. Vertical padding, horizontal padding, same rules apply. So now that we have cleared that out of the way, let me continue. So spacing between items is 269 for now. Let's leave it at that. Now, if I say, okay, I want to space out these images even more, all I need to do is go to my horizontal gap between items and scrub. Now notice what is happening. I'm scrubbing and it's moving, I'm scrubbing and it's moving, right? Now if I want them to align, stack over each other, like from top to bottom, all I need to do is to come to the right side of my panel, still under auto layout, and click vertical layout. Now notice what has happened. It has stretched out all the other content on my frame. So all I need to do to adjust this is, so remember that with auto layout, when you're changing positions of different items, you might need to make certain, just minor adjustments as you go. So like this one, I have to come and stretch out my frame to make it longer. And let me reposition all the items to align top center, right? So all I need to do is to come here. Let me name the portrait frame as portrait frame. Okay. So let's say I want to put a space between all these 4 images. It's the same process, just come to your vertical gap between items and scrub. Now you have more space between all the images. So that's pretty much how to work with vertical and horizontal alignment. So again, let's change this to horizontal, and let's reduce the spacing between items. Inside the auto layout for these frames, I can decide to change their position and say that inside this frame, remember that the big frame is the parent frame of all these other frames. So I can come, this is another reason why I added auto layouts to each item. So Hello World has its own, the images have their own. So that if I need to do any sort of if I need to make any adjustments for these items, I can easily come here and do it. So I can change their position, I can move them all around inside their parent frame. So let's say I want to duplicate these 4 images, like I want to have a duplicate of each image underneath all 4 of them. How do I go about it? If I come and I Control D them, let's say I select this, Control D, notice that it will still stack horizontally, right? Because I have everything placed to horizontal layout. And if I come and make it vertical, everything goes vertical, but I don't want them to be stacked vertically. I want them to be stacked horizontally, only that I want them to be under each other. So how do I achieve this now? One way through which I would achieve this is to come here, hold down your Shift button, select your image 1 and select image 2, and then right click and add auto layout. Now I've added an auto layout within an auto layout. So that auto layout I have added is for these 2 images, so that when I'm designing, I can adjust them however I please, resize them or move them around. So now how do I get them to stack over each other? All I need to do is click on this, come here to the right panel and click on vertical layout. Now notice what has happened. I now have image 1 stacked under image 2 stacked under image 1. So I'm going to do the same for these other 3. Come here, select your image, Control D, come here, select both and add auto layout, after which I would place them vertically. So let me quickly do that for the other 2. Now we're done, and you can see that everything is stacked nicely. So where this applies is if I have 4 other images of different individuals that I want to add, I just come here, click on this, continue clicking until you get into this image, right click, go to the plugin. Don't worry, we're going to learn more about plugins later. I'm going to add another image to replace this image because we already have her image up there. A beautiful, beautiful lady, by the way. So we're going to select a face, search for another face that we can use to replace this. Let's go with anyone is fine, really. Her. So now notice what happens. I am able to replace the first image with this image, and guess what? They have the same size. This is 700 wide, the width is 700 and the height is 926, and this is also 700 and 926. So these are some of the amazing things you can do with auto layout. It has helped me resize both images and maintained consistency. So I can go around and do this for all the other 4 images.
replace them with the images that I want to replace them with. This can stretch all the way down. You can do this for a whole page. So instead of Control D once, I'll just Control D for as many images as I want to add. If you decide that you want to reduce the size of these two pictures, all you need to do is just go here, come to the width, and let's make it 500. And let's make the height 300. Let's see how it's too small. Let's make it 500 by 500, and do the same here. 500 by 500. So now we have successfully resized it, and guess what? It hasn't affected anything else on our frame, only the spacing between these two items, and that can be easily adjusted. To take away this white space here, this space here, because I want it to look a bit more consistent, I will just come to the image. Make sure you select the image. On the left side of your panel, you would see that you have selected the image. Now go to fill container, right? Obviously this will change the width of the image. I'm going to fill this as well. So now we have a bit more consistency, right? Spacing here looks, when you look at it, you can tell that they have the same spacing between each other. I can come here and say Control D, right? I can come inside this auto layout and say I want these images to be centered. I want them to look like they're in the center. So I come here and place them in the center. And pretty much that's how it works. And I can also say, okay, let's cover this space here and this space here. I come here and I scrub all the way. Feel free to play around with auto layout. I can also add a curve to this. 50, 50, and 50. Right? Like so. So we're pretty much done with that. Let's move on to the next item, which is this text here. So for this text, I'm going to show you how to add text, like have duplicates side by side. Let's say I want to build like a column. So a column is having this text on one side and having it on the other side as well. Now notice something. This frame, this auto layout is not responsive. And how do I know that it's not responsive? I know that it's not responsive because as I move it, the text inside the frame is supposed to move with it. So if it's not moving, all I need to do to adjust that is to come to the text itself. Make sure you continue clicking until you get to the text box. Go to your horizontal resizing and fill container. Now let's try to change the width again. Now notice what happens. After I have done that, it is now responsive. I can also say, okay, I want the text to also fill the container vertically. So I go here and I click on fill container. Now notice what happens. It is now fully responsive. So if I have a desktop design that is about 1400 wide and I want to move it from 1400 to 300, let's go here and change that and see what happens. Voila, it has resized it. So this frame has become fully responsive. Say I want to have text on this side and on this side. All I need to do is Control D this for starters. After duplicating them, I'm going to come here, hold down my shift button, select one and select two, then add auto layout or shift A. Now that we've added an auto layout to these two texts, we can now resize move it around, and do whatever we like. So first thing I'm going to do is place them horizontally, come here and reduce the space between them. I'll also have to go in again to this text and ensure that it's place to fill, right? It is place to fill. Now remember that we put these texts inside one auto layout. Before we did that, they had their own auto layout. So for me to get this text back into this frame, you can see that they're spilling out. All I need to do is to go to the auto layout for this text, yeah? The first, second text, go to its auto layout and resize like so. Now we are at a width of 1317. And then I'm going to go to the auto layout of this one and also fix it to 1317 width. So now we have the same width for both texts inside this other auto layout. Same width, same height. So I'm going to come back here and move this in. And I can stretch it out a little. Let's just stretch it out here. Then I'm going to center all my text. Do you see how it works? So no matter how I stretch this frame, those texts will always stay in the middle. Or I can say align top, align bottom. So it doesn't matter how I stretch them, they would always stay where I place them. Let's leave them in the middle for now. I'm going to stretch this out like so, like so. So if I decide that, oh, I want to add padding to the top or bottom, I can come here and add padding. Do the same here. Reduce the spacing between items, increase it. If I want to increase the text size, all I need to do is click all the way till I get to the text itself. Come to my right panel and increase it to 48. I can also say I don't want it bold, I want it medium. Then same thing pretty much applies to this. So now you can see that we have two different texts with two different outlooks. This is bold and smaller. This is not bold and bigger. So these are the ways you can work with auto layout. I can proceed and say I want to add more text. Again, you repeat the process. So let's move to the buttons very quickly. We're done here. Now, same rule applies to these buttons. I can come here and say I want more buttons. All I need to do is click on the button I want to duplicate and duplicate it. Right? You can see I've duplicated and I have 5 buttons. And I can come here, align them vertically, space them, or align them horizontally, space them. Right? You see how that works? I can center them within my frame. I can do this. I can move them to the bottom, to the top, to the center. I can also wrap them, right? So it's very, very simple, very easy. If I come and I delete one button, everything goes back to normal. And I say I want to space them. Now let's say we're going to talk about components soon. So you will understand how to use components in Figma. Let's say I want to change the properties of this button. All I need to do is just click till I get to the frame. Let's say I want to change the color from green to red. I can easily do that in auto layout, right? It doesn't affect all the others. And that's that for that. So I hope this is comprehensive enough. Let's move on to the next thing. Same laws apply, just as I've taught you. I'm not going to go into details for this. We have an auto layout here, auto layout for all of them. And how did I achieve this? All I did, let me delete so you can see.
all I did was come here and duplicate it. Now you just continue pressing Ctrl D until you get what you desire. Now if I want to adjust the text, I can just come here, continue clicking, and then change. Let's just do this, aftermath, change the text, daily progress. Right, so this is how to work with a table. Don't worry, in other videos I would run through this from the top, so stay tuned. I'll run to how to build this from the top to the bottom. Let's move on to the next item under main menu, under object, which is main component. So we're going to be defining what a component is and how to create one in Figma. A component is a reusable and editable element or group of elements within a design. It acts as a master instance that can be duplicated across the project or your project. You can create components from any layers or objects you've designed. These could be a whole range of things like buttons, icons, layouts, and more. Changes made to the master component are automatically reflected in its instances, ensuring consistency and efficiency in design workflows. Components help maintain uniformity and ease the process of updating and managing elements throughout the design project. Now that we've defined a component, let's see how to create a component. I'm going to create a button, stretch it out like this using a frame. I'm going to add a fill to this button. Let's use this dark red. I'm going to add a corner radius of 100. Now inside my button, I'm going to add a text like so. Just click on text or T and click again into your frame and type button. So we're going to center this button and align vertical center. I'm also going to increase the size of the text like so. So we have pretty much created a basic button. Let me add a shadow. Now we have a basic button. In our website design, we will most likely have more than one button. So on your web page, your landing page, you might be working with one or more buttons. And a lot of the times, you would only have like 2 different types of buttons, and for each button you have the active button, the inactive button, and the likes. So all I'm saying with a component is I want to create a file where there will be a master file for all my other files, so that whilst I'm designing and I have changes to effect, I can come to the master file and effect that change, and automatically that change will also be effected on all its children. So every time I come to this parent file and I make modifications, maybe I change the position of the blur or change the color of the blur, every time I do this, right, let's pick this one, every time I do this to this component, it directly affects every other child that has come from it. So let's go into practical mode, shall we? So to add a component, to make this button a component, all we need to do is, first you can right click, scroll down and click on create component, or you can use the shortcut key Ctrl Alt K. So when I click on this, notice what happens. Immediately you see these purple lines round the frame. This is an indicator that this is now a component. The other way to tell that this is a component as well is to come to your left panel and look out for this purple icon. You notice that everything now here is purple. So that's just a distinction for components, just to show that this is now a component. Another way to create a component in Figma is to come here, click on your button. On your toolbar, hover over this icon and it says create component. Click on it and guess what? We have those purple lines back here. So we have successfully created a component. So those are the two ways you can create a component in Figma. Now, how do we use a component? When you're working on several pages and you want this same button to be featured on all those pages, let's say there are about 30 pages, you can create a component of this main button, which you will duplicate and use on all those pages. Let's try that out and see how it works. So I'm going to get a copy of this button. To do that, I can either click on Ctrl D, like so, to make a duplicate of it, or I can go to my Assets panel. Remember, I showed you where the Assets panel is, and I told you that the Assets panel hosts all your components. It's like your library. So go to your Assets panel, and under Assets, you'll see all libraries, local components, components. Now I have one component here, which is the button I just created. So all you need to do is just click on it, drag and drop. Very simple. Click on it, drag and drop. Now look at that. We have several children, or 3 children of this parent. So that's how to get a copy of your button. Now let's try to effect a change to the main component. This is called the main component, and see if these 3 buttons will take on that change instantly. Okay, so I'm going to change this to dark green. Now notice what happens. Instantly, all the other buttons take on the properties of the parent button. So that's how components work. Let's try to change the text and say button 1. Amazing, isn't it? Now I'm going to talk briefly about variants. Let's delete these buttons. What are variants in Figma? In Figma, a variant refers to a specific version or iteration of a component that possesses different properties or styles while remaining part of the same component set. Variants enable designers to create and manage multiple variations within a single component, such as different states like hover or active, or variations in size, color, or content. They facilitate the creation of dynamic and adaptable designs by offering alternatives within a unified component structure. So let's quickly create a variant so you see how that works. I'm going to create a variant of this button. To do so, select your button. Make sure that you select your button first before you proceed. After selecting your button, come to your toolbar and you'll see this add variant icon. Click on it and voila, we have added a variant of this button. Now let's add some spacing between the 2 items so that we can see both buttons. I'm going to stretch this out. Now, how do we use variants? Let's say I want to add a hover property where when my user hovers inside this button frame, it will change to this. So this is just a hover, not a click. So on hover, not on click. On hover, I want this to change from green to light green. So let's do that now. So all I have to do to achieve that is to come to the variant, click on it, go down to fill here, click on fill and pick the color that I want it to change to. Let's just go with, sorry for my poor choices of color, these are just examples. So let's say when we hover, we want this lemonish yellow, right? So when we hover on this button, we want this to come up. So let's add an interaction to make that even more realistic. To do so, we move to prototype. We move to our prototype panel. Now click on button 1 and connect it to button 2. And say here, while hovering, I want this to change to button 1. And let's go for smart animate, 300 milliseconds, ease out, that's fine. Now that we've added an interaction, let us go back to our assets panel and bring in our button, like so. We're going to play this and see how it comes out. And now this is the button I added to my file. Now notice what happens when I hover over this button, it changes from this green to this green. That's how buttons work in Figma. Of course, there are other interactions you can add to bring this to life, but this is just a very simple example. Let's go to our design panel and click on button 1. When I click on button 1, come to the right side of your panel under design and notice the text here. We have parent component. Now sometimes maybe you're confused as to what component this is or what button this is. You can do this to check what button you're working with. So here we have, it's telling us that this is the parent component, and this is the frame that is housing both components. So I can come and decide that I want to rename this, change it from frame to button 1. So come here, double click and title it as button 1. Instantly, when I rename it here, come to the left side of your panel, notice that the name or the title of the frame has changed to button 1. Also, the duplicate, which is this, has also changed to button 1. Now let's click on the variant and see what title we have here. We also have button 1. So under button 1, we have current variant. So Figma indicates that this is a variant, property 1 variant 2. So we can also change, come here and rename the variant like so. Let's say this is a button, sorry. Okay, so we've renamed our variant, and instantly if you look to the left side of your panel, you would see this is a button, right? And inside this button we have button 1, which is the text. So we've successfully renamed our variant and our main component. So what else can we do here? You can also add a description to your variant. Let's say you're working with a team and you need everybody on the team to be aligned with what this button is to be used for. To do so, click on your button. Remember that you must always click on the file that you're working with. Click on it, come to your design panel and hover over this icon that says component configuration. Click on it and it brings you here. In here you can type a description or a guide or how to use this component. So I can type whatever text, use this on page 5. I can bolden it, I can add italics, I can strike through, I can make it a header 1, I can add bulleted list, I can add an ordered list, I can add a link which can be shared, and I can add a code as well. So there's so many things you can do with this. You can see here that it's telling you that the variant has been selected. So that's how to add a description. When I click on this and I come under properties, you see property 1, and you see here default. If I click on this, edit property, I can rename this whole file here. Instead of property, I can have, whatever text I please. You can see that your values are here as well. When you hover here, default, it instantly shows you the main component. And when you hover here, it instantly shows you the variant. So you can also do that here. Select variant 1, select variant 1. And that's pretty much how to work with components in Figma. Shortly, I'll be showing you how to detach an instance whilst using component. In some cases, you may want to reuse this button, but you don't want it to take on the properties of its parent. How do we do that? One way is to detach instance. So all you need to do is click on the button, right click, and come to detach instance. Immediately that button is detached from its parent. And if you go to the left side of your panel, you'll also notice that the purple lines here are gone, which tells you instantly that it's no longer a component or a variant. So that's how to detach instances in Figma. Now let's move on to the final thing for components. Let's say hold on, let's go to our assets panel and drag another button, a duplicate of this main component. And let's say for some reason I try to make changes to this button. Maybe I'm not able to access my main component yet, and I just quickly want to add some changes here. This is not always advised, but Figma now has a feature that allows you to do that, and I'm going to show you how to do that. Let's say I change this color from green to red, or this color, and I want to ensure that this applies to the parent component. All I need to do is click on button 1, right click, and go to main component. As you can see here, main component. Under main component, you have go to main component or push changes to main component. Now for go to main component, when I click on go to main component, it doesn't matter where I am on my file. This will take me automatically to the main component on that page, whilst this will push changes from this duplicate to the main component. So let's push changes to main component and see what happens. Immediately I push, Figma notifies me that I've made some changes and I've pushed it to the main component, and the main component quickly takes on the properties of its child. I created this for images here with different colors. I'm going to show you how the next items under object work. I'm going to click on this one and I'm going to go under object. We have bring to front. Now if you see here, we have bring to front, bring forward, send backwards, and send to back. They look like they're similar, but they don't all do the same thing. Bring to front and bring forward are a bit different, and I'm going to show you how they work. So let's click on bring to front. Notice what happens. It takes this frame 3 to the front of all items, all the items here. So bring to front would move your item from whatever position it is to the front. So this is what has happened here. Now let's move on to the next one. Before we do that, I'm going to move this here, and I'm going to go back to object and say bring forward. Now watch what happens when I click on bring forward. So bring forward helps you to bring the image or text or whatever you're working with to the front of the item that it's behind. So this only works between two items. notice that this item didn't come all the way to the front. So that's pretty much how it works. Let's go back and say send backwards. Now it's gone back. So I'm going to click on this and then come here, go to object and say send to back. Now you can see how that works. So you can toggle, play around with it. Very easy to use. You can also right click. When you right click, you will see the same options here, only that here we only have bring to front and send to back. So it will come in very handy whilst you're designing. Let's move on to the next item. On to the next item, which is flip horizontal and flip vertical. Let's see what that means, shall we? In Figma, flip horizontal is a command that horizontally mirrors or flips the selected object or group across a vertical axis, creating a mirrored version of the opposite side. So let's try to flip this text. All I need to do is click on it, right click, and you have that option here, flip horizontal. So notice what happens. It has flipped my text horizontally. So I'm going to Control Z this. You can also go to object, under object, you can also flip horizontal. So let's go to flip vertical. Flip vertical is a command that vertically mirrors or flips the selected object or group across a horizontal axis, creating a mirrored version above or below the original position. So let's come here, click on this and right click, go down to flip vertical. Still under object, we have rotate 180, rotate 90 degrees left, rotate 90 degrees right. So let's click on rotate 180 degrees and see what happens. This is a simple command. You want to rotate your file, your design, or whatever you have on your canvas, and you want to rotate it to 180 degrees. Just click on rotate 180. The other way to achieve this, let me Control Z this. The other way to achieve this is to click on the item you want to rotate. Come to your design panel, just at the top right. You would see all these numbers. I know sometimes they might be confusing, but they are used for dimensions and positioning. So here, if you hover over this, you would see rotation, and I've pretty much drawn a line that looks like the icon that is here. So you see rotation, and it's at 0 degree. So I can scrub this like so. Notice what is happening to my angle. It is rotating. So let's do 180 degrees. This is basic mathematics. This is pretty much an angle in mathematics. This is 180 degrees. Let's do 90 degrees. Rotate to 90 degrees. This is 90 degrees. Let's do 360. Rotate to 360. And this is 360 degrees. So that's pretty much all for rotation. You can do 90 degrees left, 90 degrees right. Either way, it works fine. So let's go back and check what we have next. Now we have flatten selection. And how does that work? Flatten selection means merging chosen layers or objects into one. It joins elements into a single entity, removing their individual layers. This simplifies the design by reducing components, making it easier to handle the entire artwork. Let's see how flatten selection works in Figma. I'm going to add two shapes to this frame, a rectangle like so, and I'm going to fill these two with blue. And I'm going to add a circle, which is also called an ellipse, to this frame like so, and I'm going to fill this up with red. So let's merge both of them and flatten them. So I'm going to put this right here and hold down my shift button, select both shapes, click on flatten. So you can right click here and click on flatten. Now notice what has happened. I now have one shape, right? If you go to the left side of your panel, that's under the layers panel, you would see that you now have a vector of one image. Initially it was two images, but now they've both been flattened into one image. So this is how flattened selection works. I can Control Z it and go back. Let's go back to what it was before. And let me increase the size of this a little. Increase the size. Let's go up a bit of this a little. Let me put this here, just here. And I'm going to flatten them together. Click on flatten. Voila, we have one image. So this is how flatten selection works. Let's move on to the next. All right, let's move on to outline stroke. Still under objects. Let's go to objects. You can see, you can see we have you can see we have outline stroke. The keyboard shortcut key for outline stroke is Control plus Shift plus O. Control Shift O. What does outline stroke mean? Outline strokes turn lines into solid shapes, forming a closed path following the original line. This change makes strokes act like filled shapes, making them simpler to edit and style like other elements. So let's outline, stroke and outline this frame. Let's go to object and click on outline stroke. Now look at what just happened. Immediately I clicked on outline stroke, it has outlined with strokes the text inside this frame. So we said outline strokes turn lines into solid shapes. So this pretty much has formed a shape. Now that we have all our text in this shape, we can edit and adjust whatever we like easier. So this is pretty much how outline stroke works in Figma. Let's move on to the next. Now let's move on to Boolean groups. Boolean groups. Under objects, you see that that's the next item. Boolean groups. Now under Boolean groups, we have union selection, we have subtract selection, we have intersect selection, and exclude selection. Another way to access these options is to click on your frame, come to the top of your toolbar, and you'll see these four icons. One is for creating a component, one is for masking, use as a mask, the other are your Boolean groups, and then the last we have mark ready for dev, which we've already touched on. So these are Boolean groups. So under Boolean groups, we have union selection, subtract selection, intersect selection, exclude selection, and flatten selection, which we just covered. So what are Boolean groups? Boolean groups is the process of combining shapes or layers using Boolean operations like union, subtract, intersect, and exclude. These operations help create new shapes by merging or altering existing ones, allowing designers, which is you, to create complex forms or cut shapes from one another to form more intricate designs. And we're going to go straight to practical so that it's clear to you. First on our list is union selection. Union selection refers to a Boolean operation that combines selected shapes or objects into a single merged shape. This action merges the overlapping areas of the selected elements, creating a unified form that encompasses their combined space. It is commonly used to create new shapes or forms by combining existing ones in a design. So I've created 3 shapes here to use as our example. Let's see how union selection works. So I'm going to try to align 3 of them. And then I would select all 3. Go here because it's faster to access them from here than to go all the way here to your objects. But you know, it's always good to know where everything is positioned so that if you're in a fix, you know that you have more than one option. So now that we've selected the 3 images, let's go under our Boolean groups and click on Union Selection. Already you can see that there's an image here that tries to give you a depiction of what would happen after you've chosen the union selection. Same for subtract and intersect and exclude, which is a good idea in my opinion. So let's click on union selection and see what happens. Wow, everything has turned blue. So we said that union selection refers to a Boolean operation that combines selected shapes or objects into a single merged shape. So this is what it has done for us. It has merged all our shapes into one. You can still see your ellipse here, you can still see your triangle. They've all been merged. And if you click on it, you come to your layers panel on the left, you would see union here. You can then decide to rename your union selection and pick another name, you know, a different name of your choice. Union group, pretty much. Or you can leave it as union selection. That's totally up to you and to your team. Let's move on to the next item. After union groups, we have subtract selection. Subtract selection. That's some mathematics there. Subtract. Subtract selection is a Boolean operation used to create shapes by removing the overlapping areas of selected objects. When applied, it subtracts the area where the shapes overlap, resulting in a new shape formed by removing the intersecting parts of the selected element. This action is useful for creating complex shapes or designs by subtracting specific areas from existing shapes. So when you're designing, maybe you came across somebody else's design and you see this fantastic shape and you're wondering how they achieved it. Well, some of that is achieved using these Boolean groups. So let's see how subtract selection works, shall we? Here I have a rectangle and a circle, also called an ellipse. So let's select both of them. Go here and click on subtract selection. Now notice what has happened. It has subtracted the excess, just like our definition says. It removes the overlapping areas of selected objects. So it has helped me remove the overlapping area of the circle, thereby creating this beautiful looking shape for me. I can rotate it as I please. And if you go to the left side of your panel, you'll also notice the subtract title there as well. Intersect selection is a Boolean operation used to create shapes by retaining only the overlapping areas of selected objects. When applied, it keeps the area where the shapes overlap, creating a new shape that represents the intersection of the selected elements. This action is helpful for generating shapes or designs based on the shared areas of existing shapes. Let's go right into our example. Again, we have a rectangle and a triangle, and I'm going to put them close to each other like so. Let me bring this to the front. Select both of them and go to intersect selection. Now this is what it means when it says it would retain the overlapping area. So this is pretty much like the opposite of subtract selection. Intersect selection retains the overlapping areas while subtract selection removes the overlapping areas. So this is how it works. Let's move on to the next. All right, last but not least, under Boolean groups is exclude selection. Exclude selection is an operation that removes the selected area or shapes from a larger object or layer. It's used to create a new shape by subtracting the selected area from the existing shape, resulting in a cutout or hole in the object. This action helps in creating complex shapes or achieving specific designs by removing specific portions from existing objects or layers. So let's see how that works. Again, we have an ellipse and we have a rectangle. So I'm going to put them together like this. I will select both of them, go to Boolean groups and click on exclude selection. Now when I click on exclude selection, I expect that some parts here will be deleted. Some parts inside this intersection will be deleted. So let's see. As you can see, the image already tells you what it will do. So let's click on that, and yes, I was right. It deleted the intersection between the two shapes, which is here. So now you have a unique shape. You can use this for your design to create, different things. So this is pretty much how Boolean groups work in Figma. Let's move on to the next item. Now let's move on to the next item on our list, which is under Object, Rasterize Selection. So under Object, we have Rasterize Selection. What does Rasterize Selection mean? Rasterizing a selection in Figma involves converting vector-based objects or layers into a raster or bitmap image format. This process transforms the selected vector elements, such as shapes or text, into a fixed grid of pixels, similar to a photograph. Rasterizing is beneficial when applying certain effects or filters that are only compatible with raster images. However, this conversion process may reduce scalability and result in a loss of quality if the image is scaled up significantly. Now let's see how rasterizing works in Figma. So I have a text here and it is nested inside this frame. I'm going to go to my object. Under Object, I'm going to click on Rasterize Selection. So notice what happens instantly. When you go to the Layers panel, under Rasterized Selection here, you can see that this text has been transformed to an image. I can no longer edit the text. It was a text before, but now you can see that it now has the properties of an image. And here, I can increase the contrast, I can increase exposure, I can increase saturation and the temperature of the image. To the right side of your panel, you can also see here that it states that this is now an image. So this is how rasterizing works. Next, I'm going to be taking you through how to edit images in Figma. Here we have an image from a plugin. So let's say I want to increase the saturation of this image. All I need to do is select the image like so, go to the design panel. Here you'd see image and you also see a color here. Now this color is the color of the ellipse. Over here you can see that I have an ellipse. Is the color of the circle that this picture has been planted into. So I can decide to remove that color. It still will not affect our image here. Now come here and click on image. When you click on image, you would see some features here: exposure, contrast, saturation, temperature, tint, highlights, and shadows. If I want to add more saturation, which is more color to this image, all I need to come here to do is stretch this. Notice what is happening to the image. This, in like manner, I can also reduce saturation. So that's how this works. Same for contrast. Increase, reduce. Exposure. Increase, reduce. Temperature. We also have tint. Increase, reduce. Then highlights. Increase, reduce. And then finally we have shadows. Increase and reduce. So this is how you edit images in Figma for now. You also have the option to fill, fit, crop, or tile your image. Let's say we go for fit. Notice that
It has zoomed our picture out a bit.
you can see the lady's full top body. If I click on fit, if I click on fill, it fills out the circle which I placed, the image fills out the circle which I placed it in. And you have crop. Now crop is very easy to use. If I want to crop her image further, all I need to do is drag this in like so. You would see these blue lines, they're your guide. Just drag it in like so. So this is how to crop an image in Figma. Another way to crop an image in Figma is click on your image like so, come here and click on crop image. So when you do that, notice that it's doing the same thing. I can make it oval, I can make it a proper circle, and I can pretty much edit it as I please. So let's click on enter. What else can we do to this image? Now, because this image is inside a circle, you have the option to edit it. Come here, you'd see edit object, click on edit object, and notice our blue lines come up again, which tell us that we can proceed with editing. So I can come here and drag this down, can come here and do this. I can come here and drag this down. I can say, oh, I want a curve. I'll hold this down and curve that in. Notice how I am stretching this out. So make sure that you are practicing. Hold this, drag this down. Now this same principles apply to objects. When you're editing an object, you can go this route. So let's Control Z, let's leave, click on done and Control Z this back to what we had before. You can also reduce or increase the opacity of this image. All you need to do is click on your image, come to fill. I can say, okay, instead of 100%, let's do 50%. And now notice what has happened to our image. Let's go back to 100. You can also click on arc here and open the image like this. There's so many things you can do when you're in this mode, like so. All right, you can crop it, you can move it this way, pretty much anything you want. Now let's move on to the next item. Next, under object, we have show or hide selection, lock or unlock selection, hide other layers, collapse layers. So for show or hide selection, the keyboard shortcut key is Ctrl plus Shift plus H. So let's click on it and see how it works. It will be easier to explain it that way. Show or hide selection, let's click on it. Now what do you see has happened? This rectangle has been hidden. We no longer can see it. However, with Shift O, remember that you can see all your objects, all your items, all your text with Shift O. So with Shift O, I can still see this item even though it is hidden. That's how to hide or show an item in Figma. If I want to restore it, all I need to do is I can click on the frame, go to my layers panel, and notice here the eye icon is closed, which tells you that this shape has been hidden. To show it, just come here and click on the eye icon, and voila, it's back. You can also go under objects and click on show or hide selection. Now let's move on to lock or unlock selection, and the keyboard shortcut key for that is Ctrl plus Shift plus L. Now I believe I've touched on this earlier on, but let me touch on it again. So when you lock an item, you cannot edit it, you can't move it, you can't effect any changes to it, just like we're seeing here. Even whilst hovering, nothing is happening. Why? Because I have locked this rectangle to the frame. So when I move the frame around, it moves with it. However, I can't do anything with it. So this comes in handy sometimes when you're designing and you need to hold down certain items so that they're not in your way or you don't mistakenly edit them. Now to unlock this rectangle, all I need to do is to go to my layers panel right here and click on this lock icon to unlock, and voila, my rectangle is back. Let's move on to the next item under object, which is hide other layers. So when you click on hide other layers, notice what happens. It's as simple as it comes. Hide other layers pretty much hides everything within that frame aside the item that you have highlighted or selected. So to undo this, I can either click on my frame and go to the left side of my panel, which is the layers panel, come to the eye icon and click on it. Now on to the next item under object. Let's go here. Collapse layers. The function of collapse layers is to help, let's click on it first, close all the layers that are open here. So under each frame, you can click here and open a layer. This is a layer, as you see. This is another layer. Let me just click on all of them so you can see how collapse layers works. When I click on all these frames and I open their layers, and let's say I'm working and I just want to close everything all at once without having to do it manually, all you need to do is go to objects and head for collapse layers, or Alt plus L. So notice what happens when I collapse layers. Everything is closed and back to default mode. You can see that there's no layer open. All right, next under objects we have the last three: remove fill, remove stroke, swap fill, and stroke. So I'm going to put a stroke on this frame, and I'm going to say outside. We're going to do a stroke, a green stroke, and increase that to 20 so that we can see it, or 50. Now we have a stroke here. So let's go back to object. For starters, to remove fill, all I'm saying is I want to remove this color that has filled up the rectangle. So just click on remove fill, and now you have only your stroke. Another way to do that is to come to the right side of your panel under design and click on fill, like so. I can change that color, and if I'm no longer interested in the color, I can just come here and click on this to remove fill. So this is another way to remove fill, a faster way. Just go here, click on minus, and you remove the fill. Now let's go on to remove stroke. The easiest way to remove a stroke is to click on your frame or your rectangle or whatever item has been stroked. Come to your design panel. Under stroke, you would already see that the color which I stroked my rectangle with is here. Opacity is at 100%. Visibility icon is here, and then you have this minus here again. So if I want to remove stroke, I simply come here and click on minus. If I want to add stroke, I simply come here and click on plus to add a stroke. So adding a stroke is pretty simple, right? To add a stroke, when you add a stroke, you have the options to either put the stroke in the center. I need to increase this so that you can see what I'm really saying. You have the option to put the stroke in the center. You have the option to put the stroke inside the rectangle. And you have the option to put the stroke outside the rectangle. It may look to you like nothing is happening. Let me delete this for now. It may look to you like nothing is happening, but as I'm changing the options, the size of the rectangle is changing, both width and height, as you can see. Now that I'm doing it faster, you can actually see that there's a change happening. But if you do it slowly, you might not be able to tell that there's something happening, but there's something happening. So this puts it inside, this puts it in the center, and this outside. You also have the option for thickness of the stroke. How thick do you want your stroke to be? You can reduce it to a 10 for thickness. Notice that it's barely obvious. You can increase it all the way to 200 for thickness. You also have the option to edit each side of your stroke. So maybe you don't want the same consistency of 200 all around. You can come here and click on strokes per side, like so. And now you see options to either have strokes on all sides, or have a stroke on the top, or have a stroke on the bottom, have a stroke on the left or on the right. Let me click on top so you see how that works. That's for top, for bottom, for left, and for right. There's also one, let's go back to all. There's also one more option, which is custom. Let's click on custom and see how it works. Now, custom allows you to add different variations of stroking to each side. So I can say this stands for left stroke, this stands for top stroke, this stands for bottom stroke, and this stands for right stroke. So let's say I want my left stroke to be 50. Notice what happens. And I want my bottom stroke to be, let's say, 80. So this is pretty much how it works. I can alter all of them. Depends on what you're trying to build. This comes in very handy. You also have advanced settings under stroke. To get there, just hover over this. You see advanced stroke settings. Click on it. Here you have stroke style, you have join, you have meter angle. So let's go under stroke style. We have solid, we have dash. So notice what is happening when I click or I hover over dash. You can pick any of these options. We also have custom. So this is custom, this is dash, this is solid. Let's go for dash. Under dash, you can increase or reduce. These are variations for this dash. I can decrease it to 20. So 20 obviously is smaller. So now you have your strokes in tiny like boxes. I can increase it to 500 to make it bigger. I can decrease it to 40, and so on and so forth. Let's go back to 200. And then you have the option to increase or decrease the gap in between the two boxes here. So I can decrease the gap to 100. Now notice what happens when it's at 100. Now you can see the spacing has reduced. Oh, that's a 10. I can increase it to 100. I can increase it to 1000, and so on and so forth. So let's leave it at 10. Then you have dash cap. So you can click on square, you can click on round, you can click on none. So let's increase the gap to 50 so we can see, or 100. 100. Now you can see what this is doing here. Square makes it square. This is round, it makes them look round. Then you have the options. You have these options here under join, bevel, you have round. So again, you can choose any option of your choice. Now let us go to the last item under object, which is swap fill and stroke. So what this does simply is to swap the colors of fill and stroke. So basically I'm just going to swap this color red with colored green. So let's click on it, and voila, we have successfully swapped both colors. So that's all for object. Let's move on to text. So for text, let's quickly create a text in Figma. To do so, go to your toolbar and click on T here for text. Drag it and drop it here. Let's type, this is a text box. Great. Now let's see the options we have on the text. We have bold, italic, underline, strike through, create a link. So I'm going to start with these 5. Instead of having to go here all the time to make your text bold, a better way to do so is to, 1, click on your text. Remember to always click first. If you do not click, you will not see any options in your design panel. So click on text first. Instantly, under design, you would see the text tab open, and under text we have Inter. So Inter is a font, right? A type of font under typeface. So let's click on Enter. When you click on Enter, Figma has provided you with different fonts, right? Different fonts. Let me increase this a bit so you can see it better. So notice what happens as I hover. You can see so many options. Scroll all the way down. Keep scrolling. And they're all in alphabetical order, just in, to help you with, organization and your search. So you can do this. This is one way to search for your desired fonts. There's so many fonts here that you can use. Let's go with Ledger, or I want something that's different from Inter, that's visibly different. You also get barcodes as well. This is Libra barcode, another barcode. So you can also get that here. When you keep scrolling, you have different types of fonts. All right, let's go for Nova script. Great. Now that's how to change, the fonts in Figma. You also have the option to search for fonts. Come here and click on the font that you would like to use. Let's go for Enter, and voila, it pops up. So now that we've picked Nova script, I'm going to show you something else. Under all fonts, you can actually see all the fonts that you have used in this file, just for this file, just for this canvas, just for this page. So if I'm confused as to how many fonts I've used on my design, I can just come here and click on in this file, and instantly Figma provides me with all the fonts I have used on this canvas. So these are all the fonts that I've used in this file. Then you also have popular fonts. These are popular fonts, just in case you're looking for inspiration. Maybe you're not sure of what fonts to use. These are popular fonts, probably used by other designers. Then we have Google fonts. As you can see, these are all Google fonts. Then we have variable fonts. So you have a variety of options to go through. And then you also have fonts installed by you. Unfortunately, I don't have any fonts which I have installed. So if you do have any, you click here and it will show you all the fonts that you have installed. As you can see, I have no fonts, pretty much. Now let's move on to the next thing, which is, we've touched on fonts. Now notice something here. It says regular. Let me go back to enter and I'll be able to explain why that is there. If you want to bolden this text, you come here where it says italic. Under italic, you have several options for your text. You have thin, you have extra light. Let me move the text in so that you can see it. You have thin, you have extra light, you have regular, medium, semi-bold, bold, extra bold, black. Thin, italic, extra light, italic. We're on italic right now. You have medium italic, you have black italic, you have variable font axis, right? So here you have pretty much like type settings. You can go under basic. We're going to come to this shortly. So this, you can switch to different modes. Now take note, not every font will allow this option. Not every font will allow this option. Let's take, for example, this Ingrid Darling. Now Ingrid Darling will not allow you to bolden the text. It won't allow you to add any italic. It is simply as is. So when you're using Ingrid Darling, you cannot bolden the text. You can't do much with it, as you can see here. So let's move on to the next thing under text. I'm going to go back to enter. Next option under text is line height. What this does is it increases the height of the line. So this line right here, it increases its height. Let's scrub and see how that works. Now when we come here, all we need to do is stretch this out. And voila, we have successfully increased the line height of this file. So let me show you something so it's more comprehensive. I'm going to type another text. This is a text. Now notice what is happening here. You can see the height and the spacing between these two texts is quite a lot. If I want to reduce it, let me come here and reduce it to 200. Notice what happens. The text become closer to each other because I have reduced the line height. Now the next option we have is letter spacing. Letter spacing simply says, oh, I want to reduce or increase the space between two letters. What is a letter? T is a letter, E is a letter, X is a letter. So I want to increase or reduce the spacing between each letter. So let's increase this from 1% to 50% and see how that happens. Now look at that. The spacing between each letter has increased. To reduce it, I go back here again, double click, and let's do 2, right? Or let's do 1. That's pretty much how to reduce or increase the space between letters. Now the next we have is paragraph spacing. Very simply, what this does is to increase the space between two paragraphs, or two or more paragraphs rather. So if you have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 paragraphs, this helps to add space between all of them. Next we have these alignment icons here. We have text align left, text align center, text align right. So let me click here and click on text align left. No change has been effected because the texts are already aligned left. Now let's do text align center. Now notice that both texts have moved to the middle of this text box. So that's how text align center works. It moves all your items to the center, and then text align right moves both texts to the right. So this might come in handy. This will come in handy a lot whilst you design, so take note of it. Let's go back to text align left. On to the next, we have auto width, auto height, and fixed size. We're going to be defining those shortly. Let's scroll down. What is auto width? Auto width automatically adjusts the width of an element or container based on its contents. It ensures that the width expands or contracts dynamically to fit the content it holds. Auto height, on the other hand, automatically adjusts the height of an element or container based on its content. It allows the height to expand or contract dynamically to accommodate the content inside it. So these are like words, opposites, auto width and auto height. On to fixed size. Fixed size for text refers to setting a specific unchanging size or dimension for the text layer. This setting maintains a constant size regardless of the content or text length, ensuring that the text layer remains at a specified size without adjusting according to the text content. So these are self-explanatory. Now let's move on to decoration. Decorations refer to additional visual elements applied to text to enhance its appearance. This includes attributes like bold, italic, underline, strike through, subscript, and superscript. These decorations modify the style or appearance of the text, making it stand out or convey specific emphasis or meaning. So, if I want to add a decoration to this text, I'll go under text, come to this icon here, which says type settings. Click on type settings. You'll see several options here. We have basics, we have details, we have variable. So under basics, we have resizing, we have alignment, which we have touched on already. We have decoration. So under decoration, I can decide to underline this text. To underline this text, just click on underline. I can also decide to strike through the text, and notice that you have a preview board here to see what you're about to do before you do it. So immediately I hover over strike through, you can see it shows me what strike through will look like. So let's click on strike through. If you want to underline, click on underline, it shows you again. If you do not want either one of the options, click on none. That's how decorations work in Figma. Another thing you can add to your text is effects. So click on your text. Under your design panel, go to effects, like I'm doing here. Click on effects. You can add a drop shadow to this text, like so. Come here, blur it out. Change the color of the drop shadow to red. Let's close this, and you can see you can increase the opacity to 70. You can move it on the x-axis or the y-axis, which is vertically and horizontally. You can play around with this text. Now notice what it's doing there. I can reduce the blur, and now I have a shadow of the text. You can also increase spread. This is only supported for rectangles and shapes, not for text boxes. So that's pretty much how you can add an effect or effects to a text box. Let's take this out and proceed. Let's move on to the next item. Still under text and under type settings, we have truncate text. Truncate text refers to the action of cutting off or shortening text that exceeds a defined boundary or container. This truncation method prevents text from overflowing or spilling outside its designated area. It can be achieved by using ellipses or other visual indicators to indicate that the complete text extends beyond the visual bounds. This technique is often employed to maintain a clean layout and prevent text from disrupting the design structure. So let's see how truncate text works. Again, with our text, click on your text. Under type settings here, click on type settings. Under type settings, scroll all the way down to the bottom of the item under basics. You'll see truncate text, right? Let me remove it. Let me click again. In your preview box, you can already see what truncate text does. We shorten this text and shorten that text by adding ellipses. Let's click on it. Now we've truncated our text. Let's put it to test. I am going to Control C this, space it, and Control V, which is copy and paste. Now in this mode, you can see this is a text box, this is a text, this is a text. Now, can you tell me what is different? Take a very close look and tell me what is different. Yes, you guessed right. Let me zoom in. You can see that from letter I, all the way to letter T, the color is a bit lighter than these letters here. These are darker, these are lighter. So this is an indication that these are the letters that will be cropped out. So let's see how that works. Double click and voila, we have our ellipses here to cover for those letters that have been cropped out. So that's how to truncate a text in Figma. Now to exit truncate mode, just go back to type setting and click on none, and it's back to normal. So let's move on to indentation. Please do not mind how this text is structured. You're going to see why it looks this way shortly. Indentation refers to the spacing or distance between the edge of an object or layer and its parent container or other objects. It defines the amount of space between the object and the boundary of its containing element, creating visual hierarchy and organization within a design layout. Adjusting indentation helps structure and align elements to improve readability and organization in the design. So let's click on our text. Go here under type settings. Under details, you would see here indentation. So under indentation, we have hanging punctuation, we have hanging list, and we have paragraph indent. Now if you look closely at my text, you will notice that there's a little space. Let's zoom in. You will notice that there is a little space between letter I and this boundary here. There's also a little space between letter I and the line here. That is because under our type setting, I have set my paragraph indent to 50. If I want to take out that space or the spaces, all I need to do is double click and click type 0. Now notice that the paragraph spacing has disappeared. If I want to include it, I can then go back and say let's do 100. So notice that paragraph indent has been increased. We also have hanging punctuation. Let me click on it and let's define hanging punctuation. Hanging punctuation refers to a typographic feature where punctuation marks like quotes or hyphens extend slightly into the margin, aligning with the edge of the text's outer shape rather than the regular text alignment. It assists in maintaining a clean and visually balanced text layout by preventing punctuation from disrupting the alignment of the main body of text, enhancing readability and aesthetics. If we come here and we click on hanging punctuation, let's add a punctuation. Notice what is happening as I'm toggling between both options. My text moves forward and backward. So this is how it works. You also have hanging lists. Now this is for ordered lists and unordered lists. Let me add a listing item first so that you see how that works. Under basic, I will come to list style. You have bulleted list and you have numbered list. These are the ordered list and unordered list I told you about. So let's go for bulletin. In Figma, it's called bulleted list. Instantly, a list is added. I can also go for numbers, and instantly I have numbers. So let's stay with the bulleted list. Go back to details and click on hanging list. Now notice what is happening. When I toggle between both of them, notice what is happening. The position of the bulleted list with the text is changing. You can go for this format, which looks like this. Let's click on it. Or you can go for this format, which is pretty much the standard format. I believe it looks better this way. Let's move on to the next item, shall we? Next, we have case-sensitive forms. Under type settings, you would see letter case. That is under details, letter case. And here you have this case, this case, this case, and this case. So what is case-sensitive forms under type setting? Case-sensitive forms under type settings refers to a feature that allows text to render with different variations of forms based on capitalization. It enables the use of specific letter forms or glyphs tailored for uppercase, lowercase, or title case letters in a font. When enabled, this feature ensures that text characters display their respective alternate forms, enhancing typography and visual presentation based on the specified case sensitivity. Let's click on our sample text here. Under type settings, go to details, and we have AG uppercase, another AG lowercase, title case. So uppercase turns everything, pretty much to a capital letter. So everything becomes capital letters. You have lowercase, turns everything to lower cases, which means small letters. Then we have title case. It starts every word with a capital letter. It starts every word with a capital letter, like so. You can also come here to remove all those settings and leave the text as typed. We're going to do that. So that's pretty much all for case sensitive forms. Let's move on to capital spacing. When you click on this, go to type settings, and you can see capital spacing right here. Capital spacing under type settings refers to the adjustment of space between uppercase letters in a text. It allows designers to modify the default space between capital letters, enhancing the visual appearance of text by adjusting the spacing specifically for uppercase characters. This feature ensures better typographic consistency and readability, especially when using all capital letters within a text or design. So with this setting, you can modify the default spacing between capital letters. You may not always use it because we have these options here. Let's move on to the next. We have slant under variable. Slant under variables in type settings refers to the angle or inclination of text characters. It allows designers to modify the slant or italicization of text by adjusting the angle of the characters. This feature helps in customizing the appearance of text, offering options to tilt characters for emphasis, style variation, or specific design requirements within the typography. So let's see how that works quickly. Under type settings, we have variable. Remember, we have basics, we have details, and we have variable. So under variable, you can increase the slant. You can also increase the weight of your text. Last on our list, we're going to go over alignment. Under your design panel, you see these icons here. We have align left, we have align horizontal centers, we have align right, we have align top, align vertical centers, align bottom. I'm going to show you how these alignment options work. First, let's click on align left, and instantly our text moves to the left side of the frame. Now let's click on align horizontal center, and the text is moved to the middle. Align right, align top, align vertical center. So this puts your text in the middle of the frame. It's similar to align horizontal centers, but it's a bit more accurate. So when I click on align vertical centers, this text will always be aligned vertically in the center. So let's do that. And then we have align bottom. So that's how you use your alignment buttons. Let's stick to center. All right, we have covered almost all the options under text. Let's go here. Under object, under text, we've pretty much covered everything except create a link and spell check. So yes, under Figma, you have the option to check your spelling. By default, this is ticked, so there's no need to untick it. This helps to check your spellings. So under that, we have English, English United Kingdom, English United States, Russian. So you can pick your language preference. Mine is click to English United Kingdom. So you can change that to English Canada, English United States. Do note that it only applies to these two files on this canvas. So that's pretty much all for spell check. Now, how do we create a link in Figma? One way is to come under text. Make sure that the item you want to make a link is highlighted. Come here and click on Create Link or Ctrl K. Once you click on Create Link, notice this box that opens here that says Type or Paste URL. So for instance, let's say I want to connect this text to another file that is not hosted locally. I want to connect it to a file that is hosted globally outside this file. I can get the URL and paste it here. Let me connect this to Google and say www.google.com. Right? Now, every time you click on this text within this file, it will take you to Google. So this is how to add a link in Figma. Let's click on the text and see. Voila, it takes us to Google's homepage. So that's one way to add a link. Now, the other way to add a link, let's set this aside and add another text. This is text 2. The second way to add a link to a text is to click on your text, come here, you would see create link, or again Ctrl+K. Click on it and the same box opens up for you to type your URL. That's how to add a link to a text. If you'd like to detach the link from this text, all you need to do is select your text. When you hover over it whilst it's selected, you would see this pop up. It shows you the link which has been attached to this text here, and then the option to edit. So let's say I change my mind about Google, I can quickly come here and edit it. I can also come here and remove the link. So it shows me here that link has been deleted. Very simple. Add your link, google.com, edit or delete link. Hover over your link, click on edit, and you can edit or delete it. That's how to add a link to a text in Figma. Now take note that you can't add a link to an image like this. This is an image, you can't add a link to it. You have to have a text that you can attach the link to. So let's take note of that. Now we're done with text. The next item is arrange, and we've pretty much touched on this already. You have round to pixel. What is round to pixel? The round to pixel feature helps align elements to the nearest whole pixel value. This functionality ensures that the position and dimension of objects snap to whole pixel values, aiding in achieving crisp and sharp visuals, especially useful for maintaining clarity and preventing blurry or distorted edges in the design. So that's what round to pixel does. So you can click on it and it will round the pixel features and help them align to the nearest whole pixel value. Still under arrange, we have align left, align horizontal centers, we just touched on that, align right, align top, align bottom. These are the same as these alignment buttons here. I can align center, I can align left, I can align right. Let's move on. I'm going to align center. Under arrange, you have pack horizontal, pack vertical, distribute horizontal spacing, distribute vertical spacing, distribute left. You have distribute vertical spacing, distribute left, right, top, vertical. So these are all alignment features. Next we have vector. I don't have these options available. And then after vector we have plugins. What are plugins in Figma? Figma plugins are extra tools made by designers to help improve design work. They add new functions or make tasks easier, boosting productivity by offering more options and features in Figma. I'm going to show you how plugins work. There's two ways to access your plugins in Figma. The first way is to go to your menu bar. After vector, you have plugins. So this is one way. The second way is to right click, scroll all the way down, and you see plugins here as well. So let's go into our plugins. We have the option to manage plugins. We have save plugins. As you can see, all these are plugins which I've saved. We have run last plugin. So let's click on manage plugins. Now when you click on this, it takes you to this page where you can search for new or old plugins, whether you saved them or you haven't saved them. This is where you can come to search for all your plugins. If you notice, we also have components, plugins, widgets. So we've touched on components already. So this is another way to access the components which you have saved to your file. So let's go back to plugins. You can see that I have recent and saved. These are the recent plugins I have used recently. The most recent is Unsplash. Unsplash is a plugin that helps you with images. So there's many of them like this one. Take your time to search for them. We obviously cannot go through everything. So I have Iconify for icons, Gradiently for gradients, Material Design Icons for icons, Clay Mockups for mockups, and I have Icons Background Remover. This is to help me remove backgrounds. So there's so many other plugins which I've saved. These are just but the few which I've used recently. Then all the way, you scroll all the way down, you see many more plugins. You have the option to go to Figma's community where you can see a whole lot of resources. To do that, you can click here, go to community, or you scroll down and click browse more in community. So let's quickly go to the community, Figma community, and see what that looks like. All right, welcome to Figma community. Here you can access several resources, most of which are open source. Some of them are paid, so it depends on what you're going for, but a lot of them are free. So please take advantage of these plugins. You have Skew that helps you to skew images. You have Import Large Image. You have Code Snippet Editor. You have so many resources, including AI related resources. As you know, generative AI is a thing now. So you have all these resources. Now let's go back to our file. Still under plugin. Let me quickly show you how to use a plugin in Figma. So I'll go to Unsplash, which is pretty common one. Again, Unsplash helps you to generate or download images. These images are very, very clear. So I use Unsplash a lot. You have these three dots for more options. When you click on it, it shows you view details. Now view details takes you to the page, to the home page of this Unsplash plugin, which is here. You have the option to run your plugin. You have the option to save the plugin. I've already saved mine. So when I hover over it like so, it's telling me to remove from saves. I'm not doing that right now. You have the option to copy the link to Unsplash itself and paste it wherever you like. Then these are other details about the plugin, right? So to use this plugin, all I have to do is click on Run, and this applies to all the other plugins on Figma. So let's click on Run and see how that works. Immediately you click on Run, you will see running Unsplash. That's the prompt. And then Unsplash is open. I can move it from left to right. Each plugin has its own UI. Some of their boxes or their frames are wider, while some are smaller. So to use Unsplash, as you can see, I already have options for images. I told you that Unsplash is for images. You can download abstract images, animals, architecture, art, business. So let's move that aside. Now I'm going to add, let's say I want to add an image into a circle. I will come here and click on ellipse, hold your shift button down and drag. So I want to add an image into the circle. So I want that when the image surfaces, it appears as the circle. What do I do next? I come here to my search bar in Unsplash and I type, let's do face of models. Click on enter or search. Hold on whilst it loads, and here we are. We have 10,100 results. You have relevant. If you want the latest, you can pick latest. It will take you to the latest images that are hosted on Unsplash. All orientations. Do you want portrait? Do you want landscape? Do you want square? Already I have my shape here, so I don't need to click on any of this. Then you have all licenses on Unsplash free. So most of the images may not be free. So if you want to find all the free images, just click on free, and Unsplash will display all the images that are here that are free. So let me just go back to all licenses. We have 10,000 results. So which means that you have so many options. Please note that when you're searching, try to make your search text as comprehensive as possible. You can say, oh, I want abstract images, or I want images of the Eiffel Tower. Can be anything. So let's look for a face. Any face will do. So let's pick this guy. Make sure that you highlight or select your ellipse before clicking on the Unsplash image. If you do not do that, this is what will happen. Let me click outside here. If you do not click on the item that you want to host the image, Unsplash will just bring your picture and place it here. So if I have a circle, a rectangle, and I want to put an image into it, I must ensure that it's selected. So this is how to add an image from a plugin. And that's that for plugins. Now let's move on to widgets. After plugins, we have widgets, and we have these options: manage widgets or select all widgets. This is one way to access your widgets. Just come to your main menu, go to widgets, or right click and scroll all the way down to widgets. So let's click on manage widgets and see how that works. Now it brings us back to this same drop down where we have components, plugins, and widgets. So these are pretty much what widgets look like. Let's define it before we show how it works, shall we? Widgets refer to pre-built UI elements or components that can be reused within a design to create consistent interfaces. These are ready-made elements such as buttons, checkboxes, sliders, or other user interface components that designers can easily drag and drop into their design, enabling faster creation of interfaces and ensuring design consistency across various screens or projects. So let's see how widgets work in Figma. To add a widget, again, right click, go all the way down to widgets and click on manage widgets. Select all widgets says you want to select all the widgets that are on your canvas. So let's we're not going to be clicking on that option right now. Let's click on manage widgets, and which one do we go for? We have a column chart. Also note that not all of the widgets are free, so you need to know if you're going for the free version or for the paid version. So you can see what they look like. This is a photo booth. This is a little note. Let's add this. Inserting little note. Let me insert another one, which is the pie chart. Let's insert this pie chart. Inserting pie chart. And one last one before we move on. This is cool. Looks cool. Let me see. Simple vote. Let's add simple vote. Okay, so let's zoom in because my file is zoomed out. Now we have this simple vote details, right? Let's move this here. So we have notes, empty note edit. Obviously you can build this yourself, or you can just go for widgets. You can add your notes here, enter, close it. So this is how widgets work. Already built reusable items. You can come here and edit, right, like so. So pretty much just play around with it. Secret votes, look at that, it's responsive, everything is responding nicely. We also have the pie chart. You have the option to edit it, and when you click on edit, you see you can increase this to 38%. Notice how the colors are moving as I'm increasing. You can reduce this to 20 or 18%. You can reduce this to 10%. So this is pretty much, you can add a row, you can do whatever you please. You can change the colors from blue to something else, yellow or whatever you. So this is how to use widgets in Figma. Let's move on to the next item. All right, still under our main menu. After widgets, we have preferences. We have snap to geometry, snap to objects. I would advise that you do not touch anything here. This is all set. They've all been set to default, so I don't touch anything here. Since I started using my Figma design tool, I haven't changed any setting here. So I'd advise that you don't either, but if you feel the need to, you can toggle and change what it is you want to change here. You can see the option to hide canvas UI during changes, show dimensions, rename duplicated layers. Yeah, pretty much just leave it to default. Then under this we have theme. This theme, you can also access it on your main dashboard. So you can decide to change the theme to dark. When we change it to dark, notice what happens. Both panels on left and the right have changed to dark mode. Now you're probably asking yourself why the canvas itself hasn't changed to dark mode. It hasn't, because to change the color of your canvas, if you remember at the beginning of this course, I said that if you like to change the color of your canvas, you come to the right side of your panel and change it. Just click twice here on your canvas like so. The default color for your canvas page is F5, F5, F5. So I can as well come here and change it to black. You can change the color to whatever color you please. So I'm going to go back to F5, F5, F5. And then I'm going to go back here and change my theme to light. Great. You also have the option to change it to the system theme, which is light. You have color profile, you have keyboard layout, and you have the options to change your keyboard layout to suit whatever location you are in, or whatever country you're from or language you want to use. You have Chinese, Danish, Finnish, Japanese, Italian, Korean. I haven't touched this feature before, so it's set to default, which is generic. Let's close that. You can also change your color profile, still under preferences. You can change your color profile. You can either go for sRGB or display 3. Figma advises that sRGB is best when designing for a variety of devices, but has a smaller color spectrum than display 3. This preference applies to new Figma files. Learn more. Your display supports sRGB, so that's fine. I left that at default mode. I set that to default. Let's move on to the next item. Under our menu, we have libraries. Click on it and this page opens. So your libraries pretty much host your saved files. Most of these files are saved to my library for my own personal use. You have updates here as well. No updates are available for this page. All pages, no updates available. So this is your library. Let's quickly define libraries in Figma. Libraries in Figma are collections of reusable design assets, components, styles, or elements that are stored and shared across multiple design files. They serve as centralized repositories where designers can store and manage consistent UI components, icons, colors, and text styles. These assets can be accessed and used in various design projects, ensuring design consistency, efficiency, and ease of updating across multiple files when changes are made to the library. You can store, as I've shown you, you can store different, assets in your library. To the next item under menu, we have Get Desktop App. Now, if you click on this, it will take you to where you can download the desktop app, Figma desktop app. I already have that, so I won't be clicking on this. You can click on this and follow the instructions from there on. Last on our menu, yay, is Help and Account. So under Help and Account, you have Help page, keyboard shortcuts. Then you click on that. It takes you back to this resources panel, which I showed you. You can also access help and resources here. So under Help and Account, we have Help page. When you click on this, it takes you to Figma's official help page. Hello, how can we help? You can come here and make inquiries or read about anything that you are trying to get answers to. Still under Help and Account, we have keyboard shortcuts, support forum. Figma also has a support forum. You can come here and get all the support that you need, right? You can see all the questions from people, from users. So if you're having difficulty, maybe you've Googled a question and you can't get answers, you can come here for answers as well. Still under Help and Account, we have video tutorials. Let's click on it. Yes, if you are looking for tutorials, then pause this. Figma has provided some short tutorials here, which you can watch if you please. You can also watch my answer if you please. Still under Help and Account, you have release notes, open font settings, legal summary, account settings. These are your account settings. It will take you to your account settings. And here you have logout. So this brings us to the end of our main menu. All right, now that we have covered everything under our main menu, we've covered everything under our toolbar, we pretty much covered everything under design panel, prototype panel, assets panel, and layers panel. Let me add a few other items before we call it on this tutorial. You have been amazing, by the way, for staying through to this point. I appreciate you, and I hope that this tutorial has helped you get really close to your dreams and your goals for design. So now, some of the other definitions I'd like to add are, I'll start out with clip content. So what is clip content in Figma and how does it work? Clip content refers to the ability to restrict the visibility of elements within a frame or shape to only what is visible within the boundaries of that specific frame or shape. This feature allows you to contain and display only the parts of the elements that fall within the defined boundaries of the container, effectively hiding any overflow or content that extends beyond those boundaries. Essentially, it clips or masks the content to fit within the designated area, keeping everything else hidden from view. This functionality is useful for maintaining a clean and organized layout within designs and interfaces, ensuring that only the intended content is visible within a specified region. Alright, so how does clip content work? For starters, you must note that clip content works with frames and not shapes. You cannot have a rectangle and try to clip content, right? So it only works with frames. Let's see how that works. Now I'm going to stretch this text out like so. And notice what happens. I have text overflowing outside of my frame. Now, if I want a situation where I no longer have to see these texts that have overflowed, all I need to do is click on my frame, come to the right side of my panel under design. Under frame, you would see clip content. Click on it and notice what happens. Now you can no longer see the text that is posted outside the frame. Obviously, when you hover, you can tell that there's something outside this frame. Also, if you use Shift O, you can see your text. Not only see it, you can edit it. Whilst in Shift O mode, you can edit your text, right? So let's exit Shift O and hide our outlines. Now this is going to come in very handy in your design journey, and as we proceed, I will show you how to use it better. Please stay tuned and watch all my other tutorials. I'm going to be teaching you other ways you can use your clip content effectively and efficiently. All right, so let's move on to the next. All right, next we have layout grid. For this, I would like to close my left panel, so I'll go to view, under panels, click on this so I can have more space here. Layout grid, you probably heard about this a lot and I touched on it before, but I want to go even deeper. Let me add a layout grid to this frame. To do that, come to your design panel and scroll all the way down to layout grid. So you can either add it by clicking this plus or just go right in and click on layout grid. Instantly, you notice these red and white lines only inside the frame. They're not outside the frame. So this is why selecting what you want to add a layout grid to is important. So select first, add your layout grid. Now we're going to edit this grid to suit our needs, right? Remember that we use layout grids for alignment purposes so that we know that we are aligning our text within a frame effectively. So to use this grid or to edit this grid, I'll come here, click on this box here, and here you see grid. Click on this for the drop down menu. Under grid, we have columns and we have rows. If I click on columns, you can see 5 columns have appeared. And even here, it shows you count of 5. It shows you how many columns you have inside your grid. So if I want to do only columns, if I say, okay, I'm fine with working with just columns, then I will stay with columns. Once you click on columns, you can change the count to 10. You can change the number of columns to 10. You can reduce it to 2. You can increase it to 20. It all depends on how you're trying to station your text on your frame. So the default is 5. Let's leave it at 5. You can change the color and reduce or increase the opacity of your grid. So you can go for green. I would advise you go for mild colors like this. Let it not be too harsh like this. Too harsh so that you can see the text on your frame. So go for mild colors and reduce opacity like so. Right? Then we have stretch under type. You can either move them, stretch them to the left. Now you may not see what happened here. Let me zoom in. When I click on stretch to the left, the grid moves all the way to the left. Now let's see what happens if I go for right. Same thing happens. The grid moves to the right and it shrinks it. Center, it moves to the center and everywhere. So I'm going to go to stretch, which is the default mode. Then you have margin. You have margin and you have gutter. So let's quickly define that. For now, I would hide my grid. To hide, just come to the visibility icon and click. What is a gutter under layout grid? In Figma, a gutter within the layout grid refers to the spacing or margin between columns or rows within a grid system. It represents the empty space between these columns or rows, allowing designers to define and maintain consistent spacing between elements in their design layout. Adjusting the gutter value alters the distance between columns and rows, influencing the overall structure and alignment of content within the grid, thereby contributing to a visually balanced and organized design. Now on to margin. In Figma's layout grid, margin is the space between the grid and the edges of the design area. Designers use this setting to control how far the grid sits from the canvas boundaries. Changing the margin value moves the grid, creating space around its edges. This helps to keep a consistent layout by adjusting the spacing between elements and the canvas edges. So let's see how gutter and margin work under layout. Click on layout and let's go back here and make our layout grid visible. Come here. Click on layout grid settings. Now we want to add a margin of 5 so that it can be consistent with these lines here. So I'll come here and I'll add 5. Now notice what happens. Instantly you can see that there's a space here. I'm going to make it bolder so that you can see it better. Let's make the margin 40. So what do you see? You see a space in here, just like our definition says, is the space between the grid and the edges of the design area. So this is the space in here. This is the space in here. I've successfully added a margin to this frame. Margin of 40. Then for gutter, as said, just as defined, these lines here, 1, 2, 3, 4, are all gutters, whilst these lines 1 and 2 are margin. So please don't mix them up. If I want to increase the size of my gutter, that is the spacing between the columns, all I need to do is come back here and increase this from 20 to, let's do 60. Notice what happens. The space widens. Increase it to 70, space widens even more. If I say, okay, I don't want to work with columns, I can come here, click on the drop down menu and go for rows. Now notice what has happened. It's retained the previous measurements, but this time they are rows. So again, it depends on how you're designing. This is how to use the gutter, the margin in layout grid. So let's say people would usually go for columns, But let's say I'm working with these rows and I want to ensure that my text always stays, within on this line and on this line, right? I'm going to put it somewhere in between, and then I'm going to center the text to the middle. I can come here and do the same. Center it within those lines, right? So this is pretty much how to work with layout grid. I can come here, click here, and then change it to columns. Come to my text and say all my text will start after this white gutter line and end before this white gutter line. Notice that my red, instantly, these red lines are helping me with alignment because they can tell that, oh, this text starts here, so obviously it has to end here. So I can do the same for this text. So you see how easily I'm doing everything because of the layout grid. I can align it here and come here and align this here. Let's move this up. If I center it, notice that it's still staying in the middle. So this is pretty much how to use layout grid, gutter, and margin. Let's move on to the next item. We were just speaking about the red guidelines that you see in Figma. You've probably come across them a couple of times. We're going to discuss briefly what these red lines are used for or what they do in Figma. 1. We use the red guidelines for alignment. They help align elements precisely by snapping to them when moved or resized, ensuring consistent spacing and positioning across the design. 2. Spacing and proportions. Red guidelines aid in maintaining consistent spacing between elements or maintaining proportions by showing distances and alignments between different components. 3. Layout consistency. They assist in creating a consistent layout by visually indicating when elements are aligned or evenly spaced. 4. Responsive design. Red guidelines are helpful in designing responsive layouts, indicating how elements adjust and align across different screen sizes or breakpoints. And lastly, precision. They enable designers to work more accurately, allowing for precise placement and alignment of elements within the design canvas. Now let's see how these red guidelines work. So I'm going to shorten this text. I'm going to reduce the line height and I'm going to duplicate this text. Now notice what is happening as I'm moving my text. You can see your red guidelines. These lines guide you. Now when you move a bit, you can see that the guidelines are telling me that the spacing between this text, that's this space here, is 301. And the spacing between this text and this text is also 301. So this is the beauty of this alignment tool. Now notice what it's also doing here. When I move this text around, it's showing me to the left that they're both on the same line. So as I move, it shows me, notice what it's doing. It only shows me the 301 when both sides are equal. So this line is very helpful. As you practice more, you get to learn how to use it even better. So that line in the middle is just showing me that my text is centered and it's aligned with this other text. So you can see how this works. Same, look at that, look at that. So this is pretty much how red guidelines work in Figma. I advise that you practice until you're able to use them properly. Note that whilst you are trying to align your items, you must hold down your button on your mouse or your touchpad to be able to see these red lines. You can't just be clicking and expect to see them. You have to hold down your mouse or your touchpad to see these red lines. Now let's move on to X and Y positioning. Let's click on this. If you go to your design panel, you will notice under frame that we have X with this number and Y with this number. And you're probably wondering what this does or what it means and how it works. So I'm going to define that. The X and Y positioning symbols refer to the horizontal X-axis and vertical Y-axis coordinates that determine the exact position of an object or element within the design canvas. Adjusting the X value moves the object left or right along the horizontal axis, while modifying the Y value shifts the object up or down along the vertical axis. These coordinates specify the precise location of the selected element within the design space. So anything you click on your canvas here has a position on this whole, let's zoom out, on this whole canvas. Everything has a position, even items that are hosted outside a frame, right? This is the text. Items hosted outside a frame also have a position on this canvas. So if you see here, notice what is happening as I move this text around. I'm going to move it both horizontally and vertically. Now notice what is happening as I move it from left to right. The X keeps increasing because I'm moving the text horizontally. This is the horizontal positioning of this text on the canvas. Now if I move it down, notice that the Y, the numbers are decreasing. So this is because I'm moving it vertically. So that's pretty much how positioning works. So let's say I want to align these two texts. Let's say I want them to be on the same line here. All I need to do is come here, click on the text, go to X, 550, I think is fine. Click on this text, come here to X again and type 550. Now they are both on the same line. You can use your red lines to achieve this as well, but I'd always advise that for a more accurate result, use your X and your Y positioning to achieve that. So that's that for X and Y positioning. Let's move on to the next item. All right, next I'm going to show you how to use the options under layer. So go to your design panel, which is on the right side of your screen, and scroll down to layer. You see it here, layer. And under layer, you can see that there's opacity and there's this text here that says pass through. Let's click on it. So these are pretty much options for images. Let's say I want items to pass through an image. I'll click on pass through here. If I want it to be normal, no overlay, no darkening, nothing, I go for normal. We have darken, we have multiply. If I click on multiply, you notice that the edges of the can become darker. There's also plus darker, there's color burn, there's lighting, screen, plus theta, color dodge, overlay, soft light, hard light, difference, exclusion, hue, saturation, color, and luminosity. So this come in handy whilst you design. Can do that for this as well. Let's go for hard light, and I can come here and reduce the opacity to 50%. When I do that, notice what happens to the image. It becomes a bit faint. I can also reduce the opacity further to 20, and you can see how that works. So let's move on to the next. Now we're moving on to selection colors. Selection colors in Figma are colors that you've selected on a frame, be it of an object, text, or shape you've picked on the design canvas. Next, we have gradients, and I'm going to show you how to add gradients to an image or object. So to add a gradient, I'll just come here to my fill. Here we have solid, here we have gradient, like so. Click on gradient. Now notice this straight line. So this at the top is gray, and at the bottom is a lighter gray. So let's say I want to change this bottom to green. I come here and I click on it here, or click on it here, and then go to green, click on green. Now I can also decide to increase its opacity from 15% to 100%. Now this is taking on a nice look. I can come back here. Immediately I click on this, notice that this box is also highlighted. So I can come here and say, oh, I want red or orange. You click on it and see how beautiful this looks. I can stretch this forward. Notice the changes that are happening here. I can stretch this backward and stretch this forward. I can also add another box here that's to create room for another color. To do that, just click on the point where you want the color to be added to. It can be here, here, or here. So let's do here. And for this new color, I'm going to make it, let's see, blue, and see how it looks. Yeah, notice what is happening here. Now we have 3 colors. So you can add as many colors as you please. You can keep going with them. It will come out really nicely. And that's how to use gradients in Figma. Also note that there are plugins that can help you with these gradients as well. Now let's move on to document colors and local colors. Let me click on this. Go to Fill under your design panel. When you get to Fill, click on this box here. And here you see what we call document colors. When we click on this for the drop down menu, you also see local colors. Let's click on local colors. Now notice that under local colors we have only 3 colors, but under document colors we have many more. You can scroll down here to find all the other colors that are hosted here. So what are document colors in Figma? They are colors that apply to the entire project or file. They are accessible across all frames and pages within that file, making them universally available. Local colors, on the other hand, are specific to the frame or page where they are created. They're only accessible within that particular frame or page and aren't available outside of it. This is self-explanatory. So for the document colors, this applies to all the colors I have access to, right, for this entire file. They're accessible across all frames and pages within this file. So if I create a new page, the document colors would also be hosted there. So it's all the colors I have access to on this canvas. Whilst local colors are more limited, that's local colors there. In Figma, they are specific to the frame or page where they are created. They are only accessible within the particular frame or page and aren't available outside of it. So if I click on this frame, go to local colors, it's showing me all the colors that I saved as style. So these are all styles, and we'll be touching on, more on styles very quickly. That's pretty much all on the document colors and local colors. Let's move on to color models. Figma allows you to see colors across 5 color models: Hex, HSB, HSL, CSS, and RGB. By default, Figma represents color values using the Hex model. You can also view color notation for other models in this. So this is this is pretty much an example of how that looks. This is CSS, this is RGB, this is HSB, and this is hex, which is pretty much the default for Figma and which is what I use right now. So let's quickly run through definitions for all these items. Hex is the default color model in Figma, and it refers to its full name is hexadecimal color. This is an alphanumeric shorthand representative of the RGB values. Red, green, blue is the most commonly used color model. Every color that is rendered on a monitor or screen will be made up of varying amounts of red, green, and blue. Up next we have HSB, hue, saturation, brightness. It is an alternative representation of the RGB model. This is based around how the human eyes perceive colors versus how a display would in RGB. Hue, saturation, luminance is another color model based around how the human eye perceives color. Like HSB, it is an alternative representation of the HSB model. The main difference between HSB and HSL is how saturation and lightness are treated. HSL values are in the following syntax: hue, saturation, luminance, alpha. Then last but not least, we have CSS. The CSS color model allows you to view or enter RGBA values using CSS syntax. CSS values are in the following: syntax, RGBA, red, green, blue, alpha. So you can decide on what color mode to use when you're designing. Alright, on to the next, which is effects. Effects in Figma are attributes applied to layers or objects to modify their appearance. They include features like shadows and blurs. And I believe that I already touched on effects a bit, so let me quickly add a rectangle here. Let's say I want to add a shadow to this rectangle. I'll come to the design panel, scroll all the way down to effects. So you can either click on effects or plus. Let's click on it, and instantly you see drop shadow. So this is how drop shadow works. Like I showed you, it's already set, default is already set to 25%. So for opacity, you can blur the drop shadow. So you can see this shadow coming up as I blur. I can also spread the shadow if I want. And I can also move the shadow vertically and horizontally, like so. I can also change the color of the shadow to red and increase its opacity to 70. Once I do that, notice that the color becomes very strong, stronger than it used to be. So this is how to use the drop down shadow. Now let's move on to the next thing. After drop shadow, we have inner shadow. This just takes your shadow into your frame. Next we have layer blur. This blurs out that layer for you. Next we have background blur. This blurs out everything in the background of this frame. So again, the same rules apply. You can come here and increase background blur to 100. For layer blur, you can also do the same. Reduce it to 50. And that's pretty much all you need to learn for effects. Let's move on to the next. So let's move on to styles and variables in Figma. So what are styles? Styles in Figma are predefined sets of attributes such as colors, text formatting, effects, and more that can be saved and reused across a design. Styles ensure consistency and efficiency by allowing quick and consistent application of design elements throughout a project. whilst variables are stored values that represent design attributes or saved states. They are placeholders for values that can be applied and reused across a design. They allow for easy management and consistent updating of design elements like colors, text, effects, and more throughout a project. Variables help maintain design consistency and streamline the editing process. I'm going to show you how to create styles in a bit. The sole essence of creating a style is so that you can save and reuse it across your design. It's similar to creating a component, but a style ensures consistency and efficiency. Let's see how to create a style. I'm going to click on this text, and for this text, let's say I want to change its font family, and I want to add some other features to this text which I would like my team members to use whilst they're designing. Here's how I'm going to do it. Let's select our text, go to design panel. Under design panel, you would see text. Now, before I create my styles, I'm going to set all the attributes I want to this text and then create a style out of that. So for starters, I want to change my font family from Inter to Island Moments, right? Like so. Under Island Moments, we're not able to embolden it or do anything, so that's fine. I'm going to leave it like this. And then for the line height, I'm going to increase it to, let's say, 300. For the letter spacing, let's increase it to 10. And for paragraph spacing, let's increase it to 4. Like so. Let's align it to the left, that's fine. And I think that's all I'll be doing to this text. Those are all the features I'll be adding to this text. Now, to create a style, all you need to do is come to this icon here. If you hover over it, you'd see style. Click on it, and then it brings you here where it says text styles, theme library, create style. So from here, as you can see here, I already have 8 styles saved. Now I'm going to create a new style. So to do so, click on create style. It will bring you here. It's already showing me the type of font that this text possesses or has right now, which is this font. I have the option here to title my style. As you can see here, new text style. So you can select any name of your choice. I will say this is a new text style, like so. Then here you have description. What is it for? So you're able to tell everyone who will be working on this project what these styles will be used for. So maybe you've all decided on your team that this text will be used on certain pages on the web. Let's say the about page and the contact page. You can put that description there. This is to be used on the about page and contact page, right? Great. So now we've added a description. You have show more options. Let's see what that does. Show more options takes us back to our properties panel. So under properties, you can see Island Moments, which is the name of the font we have used. You can see the line height that we selected. You can see the letter spacing. You can see the font size. This is the font size, right? This is the font size. We're on 100. You can see the paragraph spacing. So you can still make changes here before you save it. Before you click on create styles. You also have type details here. You can still proceed to add more properties to this text before saving it. You have list spacing, paragraph spacing, case settings, decorations. You have your details here, hanging list, we touched on all of this already. So you can still add more, properties to the text before saving it. But I'm going to leave mine like this. And then once you're done, click on Create Style. And voila, you have successfully created a style. Now, if you come to your design panel again, notice what happens. You can now see the new style that has been created here, and it has the title of the style, which I saved as "This is a new text style." Now, let's say you're working and you no longer want this text to take on the properties of this style which I've created. You can come here, just beside the text, you'd see detach style. But before we detach it, let me show you how to add styles to a text. So now that we have created styles with this, be sure not to delete this file. Make sure it's still hosted on your canvas. Now let's create a new text and see if we can actually add styles to it. So I'm going to stretch this out a bit, and I'm going to add text and say add styles to this text. So now, because my last font, the last fonts that I use were this fonts, Island Moments, the new text which I'm creating will take on the last font I used. So I'm going to simply detach this, and let's go back to enter so that I can show you how to add styles. So this is our text. We're going to also reduce the line height to 200. Then we would reduce the letter spacing to 4, like so, and then we would reduce paragraph spacing to 0. So now let's add the new styles which we have created to this text. To do so, I would select my text like I've done here, come to my design panel and find text here. Under text, you can see that we've gone back to default mode. Under text, you come to this icon here, click on it. Now you can see that style we created has been added to our library of styles. We already had this one initially. Now we have this. This is our library of styles. You can also create a theme library if you want. I believe I touched on that. For this, I want to add a new style to this text. So let's click on this. And voila, this text has taken on the properties of our styles. So let's check to be sure that it actually did. Look to your design panel and you will see this is a new text style. So that's how easily it is to create a style and to add it to your text. So let me show you how to detach a style. All you need to do is select your text, come here to this icon under your design panel and click on detach style, like so. Once you detach it, the text goes back to default mode, which is the mode it was in before I added the styles. And this is the mode it was in before I added the styles, because here you can see that line height is back to 300%, letter spacing is back to 10%, and paragraph spacing is back to 4. So this is how you use styles in Figma. Let's proceed to variables. In Figma, variables are stored values that represent design attributes or saved states. They are placeholders for values that can be applied and reused across a design. So emphasis on reused across a design, pretty much similar to styles as well. With variables as well, you can reuse variables across your design. They allow for easy management and consistent updating of design elements like colors, text, effects, and more throughout a project.
Variables help maintain design consistency and streamline the editing process. Let's move on to types of variables. We have string, text strings, and variant names. Strings are text. String is used a lot in engineering, software engineering, but string is the easiest definition for a string is a text. We have Boolean, which means true or false. We have number values. Under number values, we have layout grid, row and column count, width, height, margin, offset, and gutter. You know, we touched on layout grid and gutter already. And then we have colors. Under colors, we have solid fills, stroke colors, shadow effects. Now let's move on to when to use variables and when to use styles, just in case that's a bit confusing. Use variables to maintain consistency and easily modify specific properties such as color, text, or dimensions across multiple elements. Styles, on the other hand, are more suitable for defining broader design attributes such as text styles, color styles, and effect styles, ensuring consistency throughout the design. Use variables for specific attributes and styles for broader design consistency. Let me quickly show us how to create a variable in Figma. So we have a text here. I've added some properties. Our text color is EA1515, and then I just added a stroke to the text. I changed the font from Inter to Inica. So I want to create a variable for this fill which I have added to this text, which is the color. So what I'll do is I'll click on my text. Under fill here, you can see that the color of the text right now. Under fill, I will come here. As you can see, the text color is EA1515. I'll come to style, click on style, come here and click on this plus icon that says new variable. So when I click on new variable, it brings me here, and here I can create a name or a title for the variable. So let's say variable. Again, you can see the color, hex color code for my variable. This is what I am going to store so it can be reused. This is the color I'm trying to store as a variable to be reused. We have collection 1, which is the collection for the variable, and then we have create variable. So this is a color variable which I'm creating, so that's why you only have the color property here. So I'm going to click on create variable. You can also see that there's an option to create a style here, but we're not doing that right now. So click on create variable, and voila, our variable has been created. As you can see here, variable. So how do we reuse that variable? Let's scroll down and add a text, this text here, and I want to add that fill color which I saved as a variable to this text. All I need to do is select my text. Under fill, come here, click on style, and you will see a library of styles and variables which I've created. Come here to variable, click on variable, and voila, I'm able to reuse that color which I have created. So under fill, you'll see that it says variable. You also have the option to detach variable or to delete it completely, to remove it completely. So if you detach, it would disconnect this text from that variable. As you can see now, the text is no longer attached to the variable. And if you click on the minus sign here, it removes the variable completely. As you can see, there's a text here, but there's no fill, right? So it removes the fill completely. So you can click here to add fill, like so. And that's pretty much all for variables.
We are almost coming to the end of our tutorial. Woohoo! I can't believe that you stayed through to the end. I'm so proud of you, and I hope that you've been able to learn a lot from this tutorial. So, on to the next, which is how to share a file in Figma. Right, so let's say you have this canvas filled with designs and you want to share the link to this file with your colleague or your clients or whoever it is you want to share it with. All you need to do to share is come here to your toolbar, right side, you would see share here. It's always highlighted like so. Click on share. Immediately you click on share, this box pops up. It says invite here and publish. So we're going to stay on invite. Under invite, you have can view. Let's click on can view and see what is under can view. You have can edit, can view prototypes. Now what this means is when you click on can edit, whoever you're sending this file to can make adjustments to your design. So you want to be careful with this one. When you're about to send the file, make sure you check correctly which one you're ticking. So can edit would allow the user or viewer to edit your file. Can view would only allow the receiver to view your file, which it means that they cannot edit any part of the file. Can view prototypes would only allow the viewer to view your prototypes. So we're going to stay with can view. Then you have everyone at mobile app can access this file. Only people invited to this file. Now you have another drop down here. So this is you can pick any of these options. You have the option to allow anyone with the link to this file to open it. So if you want that, you click on anyone with the link. Anyone with the link and password. Now this is for files that are passworded. So before they can access the file, they will have to impute a password. Then you have only people invited to this file. So this is also another type of so for security measures as well, you can also click this and only people who you invite to this file can view it. So let's click on anyone with the link. So again, you have the can view option here. Anyone with the link can view, can edit, can view prototypes. So let's click on can view. Here are my details and it shows that I'm the owner. Then here you can copy link. When you click here, you'd see link copied to clipboard. You can also get the code snippet for this file. So copy public embedded code. This comes in very handy when you're working on certain websites or projects. You may need the embedded code. So to get the embedded code, you don't need to come here and start, doing this. Just click on copy and voila, embedded code copy to clipboard. You also have this icon here, which says allow viewers to copy, share, and export from this file. By default, it is ticked. So I don't untick it. I leave it as so. So this box here is for the email address of whoever you are sending your file to. Let me not type anything there. So you include their email address here, or you just copy the link and send to them directly. So that's how to share files in Figma. Here we have publish. Let's click on publish. You have the opportunity to also publish your file or designs to the Figma community. So this is how you do it. You click on publish and it takes you to the Figma community page where you can share your designs with other designers. Now, last on our list is for you to take note of is when you are designing a web page or hero section or contact page or whatever page you are designing on a website, you must note that there is a typography rule that applies to many website. Typography in the sense of fonts, what fonts to use when you're designing a certain type of website. What line spacing, like now if I click on this text, there's a standard line height you should use. There's a standard letter spacing and paragraph spacing that applies to certain websites. So it's important that you take note of these laws and rules, learn about them before you start designing. So what I've done is I have a link to a blog post on HubSpot, which can help you understand this better. I won't be able to cover that in this course. It's quite broad. So you can read up on typography and how it helps your design on this website. I'm going to take you to the website page to see what is on there. So this is the blog post here. It says the beginner's guide to typography in web design. So you can come here and read about typography. You can also do your own research, learn about it and how to properly, there are articles where they teach you how to properly space your text. So the spacing between this text and this text, you have to know what it is, what the standards are. So it's here you have what is website typography, you have web typography terms, typefaces and fonts, what is a typeface, you have serif and sans serif fonts, you have kerning, you have this. You can see that they are teaching you about tracking and custom tracking and spacing and so many vital things about headers. Do more research, practice. With that, we have come to the end of our Figma tutorial. Woo-hoo! Congratulations, and I wish you good success on your journey. Please subscribe to my channel. Stay tuned. I have other tutorials coming up. I have other short videos coming up. You don't want to miss them. I'm going to go in depth on design. I'm not just going to be teaching about design software, but I'm going to be teaching about design as well. So stay tuned and tell a friend to tell a friend. Bye for now.